Christi. We've never used the timer before. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Welcome to day one of the February Conscious Business Showcase, our third one. So exciting. We're super pumped for sharing the next 2 days with you and the speakers that we have lined up, over 18 the next 2 days, to come and share from their heart on how they help others and are impacting the world. So feel free to share this out, share the link, share the page for My Soul Reconnection by Healing Soul School, and we're happy to spend time and space with you this weekend. Thank you. So my name is Christine Cardoza, and I am one of the co-founders of the school. I am a spiritual guide and a business mentor, energy healer. I help people by showing them their limiting beliefs or their patterns and how to find their root and to heal those once and for all so that we can live in a powerful state. And I have been, it's been such an honor to work with these two ladies here with the Healing Soul School and all of the things we've been learning and just growing and expanding. And I'd like to let the ladies introduce themselves as well. Dr. G, would you like to go?
Yeah, good morning. Hello, everyone. I know it's early on the Pacific West Coast. I am Dr. Andrea Greiner. I'm a naturopathic doctor, acupuncturist, and creator of an energy healing form called Ray of Light Meridian Therapy. And really, my life shifted in 2020 where we're given a choice, right? We could kind of keep doing the normal thing, or we had to kind of shift and create something different. And so last year I really shifted and created something different. And I closed my clinic down and I created an energy healing form so that all people that learn this form could access their energy meridians. They could learn how to heal themselves and their lives and really take more energetic action into what they want to create. And that has just opened up so many doors with having a certification program, now having a business program to really help clinicians move online as well in whatever form their business wants to, and has brought all three of us together to really hold this, Healing Soul School as a community to support, to bring conscious businesses in, and then also to really support healers. So it's been an exciting year that we're almost at like the 1 year anniversary of all of these things happening. And then, not with a 1 year anniversary with the Healing Soul School, we're just getting started. This is our third Conscious Business Showcase. And it's just each month, it just gets, bigger and bigger. And it's really exciting to be here together with both Virginia and Christine. And I'm excited for what the weekend brings.
That's awesome. I'm so excited. I'm Virginia Maskell, Fantasia, and I am a meditation mind healer and spiritual mentor. And for me, I came from the corporate world, running a business and the, stressful life, 4 kids at home, take care of my mom, living life for everybody else. Doing. And then one day woke up and realized there's got to be more life. There's got to be a way. I love it, and I love helping others, and I don't do it for others. I do enjoy that, and offering that guidance and so on. But it wasn't fun anymore. I didn't feel the excitement in every day, and I just knew that there was more to life. So that kind of started me on a really long journey, which I won't get into here today. But it has been beautiful, and so now being a part of this is my life. And just coming together, helping people to heal and transform their lives through meditation has really been something close to my heart, and as I've done that for myself. So just bringing that out and showing people how to bring that into their own lives and heal themselves has really been helpful for me, and a fantastic journey. And the Healing Soul School is all about that. Soul School is about helping people heal from within and just stepping into the world that they just doing every day.
Virginia, it's cutting in and out. Sorry, your internet is a little bit of hit or miss. So I'll I'll just share, she was talking about the Healing Soul School, and we are here to help people to go within, how to connect to their consciousness, basically a how to clear energies, how to do meditations, how to go within, how to clear limiting mindset and beliefs and blocks so that you can live that life that you're here and meant to live. And also teaching people really why you're here. As we are awakening our consciousness and we're going deeper and we're here, there's a lot of people who now want to help others and be the light workers of the world and to share the message of, just hope and love and enlightenment and joy. And we are that safe space and that safe community to do that. And so we're really excited that you're here and for this community and for what we're going to share with you the next 2 days. I'll go over, I pulled up the speakers for the next 2 days. So give me a moment here while I share that. And we'll just run through. So we have 2 days, and for Friday, we have, these are our speakers for, I pulled up Saturday, excuse me. Friday, can you see Friday? Is it coming? I'm still learning how to use this to share. That's Saturday, so that's tomorrow. Those are tomorrow's speakers. I'll just touch on it briefly while it's there. So for Saturday, we have Virginia and I are going to open tomorrow. We have we'll do like a small opening and then meditation. So we'll take you through that first thing tomorrow morning. Louise Danielle is going to come and speak about wealth creation from within. Super exciting. Simone is going to talk about changing negative habits, patterns through empowerment, healing, and transformation. I'm excited for that. My brain loves the releasing those. So that's awesome. Patricia, I've had an opportunity, Patricia Lindner, we're in a business mastermind together, and her and I have had a couple sessions just chatting about mindset, and she has the soul art that she creates for people as well, all about the mindset on how to release anxiety. So excited for her. Stephen is coming to speak to us about warrior habits. He has a really cool story. He traveled back and forth to China looking for answers, looking for a spiritual coach, and his story is really neat on how he did that, and then now how he's helping to empower others by going within and meditating. So that's really neat. Vanessa Bartlett, she is a tarot card reader and an astrology chart reader. I've had a chart reading done from her, and it was super amazing. She's going to talk to us tomorrow about the major arcanas and the journey of life. So that's really interesting. And Tank is going to come and speak to us. Tank and Alicia are a couple. They have a coaching business together, but they're also independent and they do their own coaching. Tank is talking about clearing your mental clutter. I love his mission, and he's helping divorced dads to be able to have a better mindset so that they have a better overall life at work, at home, with their children, with their spouses. So we'll hear from him tomorrow. It's a lot of mindset stuff tomorrow, which is really good. And then Alicia, sorry if I'm saying her name wrong, is she's speaking, and her topic is Come As You Are, Leave Glowing. She is a yogi, Kundalini yogi, and also does some mindset stuff. We're in a similar business coaching program together, and so I'm really excited. She has a meditation she's going to do for us as well, and then I'm going to come on later in the afternoon and talk about mindset, how to clear, more of the how to do it, and staying in a beautiful empowering state versus in a lower suffering state. So that, stay tuned for that tomorrow. And then I'll share today who are our topics, or who our people are coming in today. Give me a sec here while I share. Yes, it worked. Okay. Still learning. So Friday, I love StreamYard, by the way. It's pretty amazing. So for today, we are here as the opening at 9:30. We have Dr. Allan McLaughlin coming in. She's going to talk about total wellness system. She is such a joy to listen to. She's way up in the Yukon, or in Alaska, and wrong country, in Alaska. And she is in the in Dr. G's mastermind that Virginia and I have also been taking the Ray of Light Meridian Therapy, the certification. So we've gotten to know Dr. Alana through that program, and just really, really excited to hear what she's going to bring and share. She's a mom of 4 running a business. So ladies, if you're wondering, how to keep things organized, or, running things at home, and dads, if you're the one running things, then she definitely is going to have some great things to share with us. Dr. G is going to talk about our business and aligning soul aligned clients, which is amazing, and having them being drawn to you, seeing your message and saying, heck yes, I want that. So that's really good. At 10:30, Julie's going to come and speak to us about the art of feminine marketing. This is really cool because with the shift of just the spiritual awakening and people who are coming into their gifts and all of that, the market is shifting from, that hustle and grind to let's have a softer marketing kind of campaign where people are drawn to us because of the energy and they like our message versus the however many email campaigns you get from people. I mean, the emails are good because I read them and they're really informative, but it's not about the hustle. We're really just opening up that feminine, divine feminine, and including that in our marketing. So that is an awesome topic. Abby Ruston is coming back. We love her brain for teaching us how to really view ourselves and our self-concept. You have to be it before you see it. And she's all about that. She teaches Dr. Dispenza's work and Neville Goddard and a couple of others on really, what we believe about ourselves is what we have, is the results that we have. So she's going to talk today about why changing your self-concept will release your limiting beliefs. So I'm really excited what new things she has learned since she's been here. She was here in December on our Conscious Business Showcase. Then at 11:30, Jonathan Quest is coming. He's a yogi as well. He has a really neat story. I don't want to take away from it, but he was in the tech world and he started to get his intuitive gifts coming in and realizing what they were. So now he's an intuitive healer and yogi and really helping people to connect within. So going from that kind of corporate world to really now into the wellness and helping people with their spirituality. Very neat story. 12 o'clock, Allan is coming on, Allan Knight. He's going to talk to us about his program, teaching people how to find their soulmates. Really, it's learning how to connect with yourself first. So his story will be really neat to share. And then Chris Enlightened, he's coming on. He's going to talk about winning and his spiritual journey and the, kind of what he went through and discovered. And winning is the topic that he wanted to talk about. Then for Ask a Healer session. So if you're new to the show, this is our energy healing session where we're having a healer come on and talk about how to heal you from within, from your mind. Maybe they're a medium or a psychic, or they read energies, or they, do some kind of a healing, and you can have that and ask in that session. This is a really great way to tap into someone's intuitive gifts and ask them a question to help heal something that has you stuck or has you wondering. This is your time. In the comments, drop your questions. If you're not able to be live, let us know the question and we're happy to ask for you as well. So Gill is going to come on. She's a modern day alchemist, and she's going to talk about energy clearing and how to do that. She has a meditation for us. And Shani Bella is going to talk about awakening your divine feminine codes. This was the first speaker that I really heard talking about the divine feminine, the divine masculine, and how to heal those wounds. And based on what your childhood was like, she can actually tell you some of the things that you can clear to make things a little bit easier for you and to heal those wounds, which is really cool. So I'm excited to have her on today as well. So that's our lineup for the next 2 days. And ladies, is there anything that you would like to add in? Go.
Yeah, I just think it's going to be another fantastic showcase. Every time we do this, it is just so awesome. We are so blessed to be in touch with so many really cool humans, right? And and I just love being a part of being able to share them with the world, because it's everybody has a story, and just listening to you speak and about the speakers and reading that out loud, common theme. We can heal ourselves. We can We can take that control. We have that power. So yeah, it's beautiful. I really hope that y'all be able to stick with us, because it's just going to be another amazing show. We're happy to have you with us.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Well, if you have been listening and you're thinking, well, I have a message, I'd like to get on the show and have a 30-minute speaking spot, or if you know of someone, please have them DM me. I'll send them information and have a chat with them about how it works and to come on the show. These Conscious Business Showcase are the last Friday and Saturday of the month. So you can plan ahead with your calendars. But if you are someone who is conscious, or a healer, or you have a soul-led business where you're helping people, but you also know the importance of going within, we would love to showcase your business. And really, just as a community, we are locking arms together for that. So yeah, DM me if you'd like to have a speaking spot, or if you know someone, please connect us. We would love that and be honored. We've already started taking for March and April for those spots. Dr. G is going to run this morning until I come back at 11, and Virginia, we'll see her tomorrow. So Dr. G, we're going to turn the show over to you. Thank you so much for being here and for helping us with the show. Oh, are you on mute?
Yes, thank you. Thank
there
you.
We go. Okay, cool.
Great. So we have 15 minutes before Dr. Elena comes in, and what's really coming through is to start the morning with a gentle, easy meditation so that we can just kind of come into our bodies. And there's one that I just love. It's really easy, and it reminds us how to be the highest conduit for ourselves. That's really what we are on this planet. As we connect to the higher source of God, creator, universe, whichever word you would like, and also remembering this deep connection with Earth. So when we have all of this stress happening around us, it can be really easy to forget how essential we are to be this conduit. We are an expression of both of these beautiful energetic sources. And when we can really remember that connection, and even do it every day for a minute, if we just connected up to source, up to earth, down to earth, it could be up wherever you are, then that really makes a difference. So I'm going to walk us through just a really simple meditation before Dr. Elena comes on. And so I like to be sitting in a seat. If you're sitting cross-legged, great. That's okay too. And it'll be about, 5 to 8 minutes. And so go ahead and close your eyes. We'll just start our Friday morning coming into our bodies so that we can, and if you're catching this later, come into your body, and you can use this anytime. So just by closing your eyes and taking 3 deep breaths. So on the inhale, expand. And on the exhale, let everything go. Expanding and releasing. One more time. Good. Coming into the body, feeling the hands and the feet and the legs and the arms. Our physical body wants to communicate more with us and give us more messages, and we just have to come inside. Feeling if there's any tension or tightness just starting out. Maybe it's in the shoulders or the back. And then we're going to connect all the way up to source. So whatever that looks like for you, I always imagine a brilliant golden globe up, kind of in the universe. And straight from that globe, a light comes down and connects all the way into the top of my head and just pours this golden light all around me. Even my energetic field can just be released and infused and just loved and just tingles, relaxing all around me. And then all the way in through the top of the head, there's a point here called Dew 20 acupuncture point. We're just going to invite it in through there, and we're going to let this golden, just love, pure energy flow into the head and flow into the brain and the facial muscles and the eyes and the nose and the teeth and the ears, and just feeling this pure absolute love. And it washes away all the thoughts that separate you from God or source. It washes away all the discomfort, any tension in the head, feeling it wash away, either being flow into the earth, or it just dissolves. Love is the highest healer. Love for ourselves, love for others. And then imagine it going down the spine. And down the spine, it branches out all through the muscles and the nerves and the blood vessels of all of the parts of the spine, through the arms, to the organs, to the muscles of the back, every part of our torso. And let this light flow down the legs, through the nerves, the bones, the muscles, the joints, washing, nourishing, supporting all parts of your body, all organs, filled with this beautiful golden light, this pure love light from God, dissolving any separation, flowing it out, whichever feels better. And now from the bottom of your feet, if your feet are on the earth, or even the sacrum, just imagine roots coming out of whatever is touching the earth, and allowing that to root all the way down through the layers of the earth, the energetic, the physical, the spiritual layers. And I always imagine inside the middle of the earth, it's actually these big, beautiful crystals. Rooting into these crystals, being in the beauty and the crystalline energy of the center of the earth. Another source of pure and absolute love, of healing, of connection, of ascension, of growth. The other half of the reason we're here. And inviting this light all the way up that root system, all the way up through the feet, through the legs, through the sacrum, through all of the body, all the way up to the head. And let this white crystalline energy and this golden energy just flow all through your body. And we're going to do 5 breaths that connect us, just bringing this flow. You can move your arms. I always like to move my arms when I do it. So we're going to inhale in. And on the exhale, we're going to connect all the way up to source. And on the inhale, we're going to bring in that source energy all through our body, all the way to the feet. And on the exhale, all the way into the middle of the earth. If you need to take a pause in your breath, you can. I'm going to go with the breath. So inhale up through the middle of the earth, all the way up through us. Exhale all the way up to source. Inhale in. Exhale. Middle of the earth. Inhale in. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Middle of the earth. Exhale. Inhale. One more time, all the way, exhale into the earth. Inhale up. Exhale. And inhale. Letting the source, this earth energy flow through you. Placing your hand on your heart or placing your hand anywhere there might be tension. And letting that energy move through and open up any tension in your body. Bringing in these pure source energies of love and light and connection. Opening up and reminding your body, your physical body, your emotional body, your spiritual body of your true purpose, that you are a conduit. You have your own message, you have your own connection. and embodying all parts of your being and dissolving any separation, any judgment, any projection, any resentment. Feeling it dissolve and ripple through your body, coming, moving. What creates our sense of dis-ease is a disconnect from our bodies and a disconnect from source and a disconnect from each other. Ooh, yeah. So to end this, we're going to imagine the entire planet and every person on the planet having this deepest connection with themselves, with source and the earth. All the billions of people. Good, bad, right, wrong, none of that exists. Everybody gets to be reconnected to the truth. Yeah. Those you love, those you don't love yet. All the way around the planet. So it's almost as if we're one of those globes where they are all connected up to source and they're all rooted into the planet. And their channel is clear and their purpose is clear. And we are all connected. I'm taking two or three deep breaths here. And breathing out. Knowing it's true. Knowing that we are infinite beings here to connect together, individually, and we are ultimately one. Ooh, good. Okay. That was amazing. Just take a few minutes to kind of shake and stretch and move and know that that was a little bit longer. It can be really short. It can be a few breaths. It can be a minute. And just remember, this really has come through more and more of, it's so funny because when I was doing acupuncture in the clinic, I really felt like the conduit. I felt like as I was placing needles, real physical needles into people, I was just reconnecting them back to themselves and back to source and really got that message. And then as this energy healing form came through that I created, it was really given to me, as I get to teach it, and was that to continue this connection, that we are a conduit, and how to clear the conduit to be closest to the highest version of ourselves, and remember that we really are connected, and that our dis-ease comes from that disconnect, both with ourselves, God, and Gaia. And the more I do this meditation, even if it's a minute clearing, then it really just grounds me. I feel open. I'm ready to share. I'm ready to expand. So thank you for sharing that with me. I would love to hear what you guys experience with that. And we have more people showing up. So Lynn, June, Christine, of course, Pam, good morning. And I know we have Dr. Elena here in the back, ready to rock and roll. We had somebody drop out yesterday and she was willing. I just had been thinking about, I'd really wanting Dr. Elena on here anyways, and she's just graduated from the Ray of Light Meridian Therapy Certification Program. I'm going to bring her up. Yes, so I'm gonna just say a little bit before she starts talking, because so she just graduated from the Ray of Light Meridian Therapy Program. She's a naturopathic doctor as well. We actually both went to the same undergrad schooling, and now I grew up in Alaska, and now she lives in Alaska. So there's this congruency and, just pure support and love for Dr. Elena. She's taken her business and expanding it to amazing new places. So welcome, Dr. Elena. Would love to hear if you want to just start with a bio. You have a little mute button. Yeah. And also just letting you know, I messaged her yesterday, like afternoon, and I was like, hey, can you do this spot? Because I really had wanted her in here. So it was perhaps very good synchronicity that the spot opened up. So I'm excited to share this space with you and have you just share about yourself and where you are in your business and we get to talk. Oh, I'm new at this part, so I'm going to do, yes, the frequency of health too. So take it over.
Hello, thank you. Yes, I was kind of wondering this morning as I was getting up, I was like, man, this must have been meant to be, because I had a late night dropping my husband and son at the airport. We're having to fly home. And so, yeah, I've got about 3 hours of sleep, and but I'm here and I'm super excited though. Like this, the topic here, the frequency of health, like it actually fits in perfectly, because even through those little roller coaster rides we experience, I feel you can still be energized and kind of regain. I'm really excited that we were able to, I just finished or was able to jump in that last little bit of your session, and like just that little bit felt just like feel awake again. And it's amazing how quickly, as you mentioned, it only takes 5-10 minutes and you can just completely shift your energy and how you feel. So yeah, as you mentioned, I also trained as a naturopathic doctor. Prior to that, I did some studies through neuroscience and psychology education. That's kind of been my background. And we both were able to travel abroad to Zambia, which I think really also was a kind of, that heart connection is still there, I feel, of this amazing way of life and being, and just, awakening in itself of how other people are living and what that looks like, and how we still hold that within ourselves. And really kind of my turning point of how I found naturopathic medicine and this other way of being, healthy and vibrant, and, taking care of ourselves on our own. And that's kind of how my journey has taken me. And I think I'm right in the middle of that transition right here of really shifting into that space of my purpose is kind of going into each person's home through internet and this amazing source that has opened up this last year of reaching more people, so they can also take care of themselves and their families and their home through different tools that I'll talk about as well. So yeah, as I started, I graduated in my husband's military, so we ended up from the Seattle area and then going down to Texas and starting my own practice. And this journey is kind of the first place where I couldn't do any hands-on medicine. We're not recognized as, physicians or doctors there, so I couldn't do anything hands-on. And I found this system called Nest Health, and it's a bioenergetic system that you can do a scan just by having them put their hand on this device. And now they just opened it up where you can do it through voice, because frequency of the body, we carry it everywhere. Like it's on our surface. It's how we are presenting ourselves to the world. And that is amazing, because we can also shift that through everything that we choose to change. How we're feeling that day comes across in our complete vibration and how we're living that day. So that was really, everything seems to happen for a reason on this path of you're not really sure of what's going to come up, but it really has it. I still use it every day and with all my patients and clients, and I love it. So, I'll say a little bit about it is, as you're looking, it comes up with this whole scan of the body and different areas. It bridges Chinese medicine, which is really amazing, since the meridian therapy also brings in this Chinese medicine aspect. And I had a couple of years of that in naturopathic school, so I got this kind of foundation of it to make it all blend together of where I'm at now. I think like all those things have really tied together. So it really helps us look. It gives us images and words to maybe what people are feeling or maybe have not felt or aren't aware of. It brings it to awareness so that then they can process it easier to make this shift into feeling better overall. So that was kind of the first turning point and kind of my guide that obviously is telling me you've been wanting to go into medicine and helping people, but not through the conventional route. And this is going to be, you're going to be doing this frequency medicine, this frequency health. And from there, it has expanded into the tools that I use through essential oils, which Dr. G also uses. And we, talking about frequency still, like they are, especially, rose and some of the spruces, they are the highest frequency oils that we can use. And that just further enhances our own frequency and vibration to nourish, kind of bringing all of this into the collective.
Yeah, and
So,
like even with the
yeah.
essential oils, it's like they call you. Sometimes I'll have them
Yes.
on my like in my I have them all over my poor husband. He's like, so can we put these in one place? I'm like, no, they need to be in the kitchen and the bathroom and the bedroom and like all these different places. But I can feel that how they call, and I always love to use them on different days of like, is it rose? Is it blue lotus? Is it jasmine? What am I using? I diffuse every single day in my office to just lift things up. And it's so true that their frequency, and especially when you have the higher quality brands, when I was in naturopathic school, I would buy them from Freddy's or I would buy them from a grocery store because I just didn't really think about it. And then I noticed such a difference when I really up leveled into, there's several higher end brands and I could just tell such a difference in how much more healing they are. But it's like they are of the earth and they are calling us because they want to support us too. So I love that. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And with the one you're mentioning too, like it really resonates with how the company is very conscious minded, which falls perfectly into what we're doing of everything you're putting into your body is coming from a source that is pure of intention and really supporting everybody along the process. So yes. Yeah. So that was kind of the big transition for me there. And then finally it came, the meditation was the kind of, I think the third piece that really helped me bridge the mind, body, spirituality all together into this program where I can now offer all of that worldwide to whomever is needing that support. And we can work together and do all of that, which is amazing. So yes.
Well, and I love that because so when Dr. Elena came into the program, she was like, well, there might not be people in Alaska that are going to be interested in energy healing. And I said, well, the thing about this is that you get to support, because we're doing energy medicine, is you get to support people anywhere in the world. You're not putting a real needle in somebody and you're, and you've created your own system, which I really love. So that's going to be specific and that's really my goal is each of us have our own gifts, like what we just did. We are the conduit. So we get to come forward. And so now I don't remember, that was like early fall or August or something. And now here, Dr. Lane is in a place where she has a 6-month program. So walk us through how, I know we were talking about the frequency of health, but how does that look like the path of taking somebody from anywhere in the world to a higher level of health and how that looks like for you, because each person is going to, and you and your program, because each person is going to be a little bit different. So how did that really, I know you combined a lot of your skills. So how does that look for you?
Yes. So this was something that was definitely a process. And I feel just kind of within the last couple of weeks, finally felt where like, this is the right fit. And so what I do is with each person, I'm still doing one-on-ones. So with each person, especially within those 6-month plans, of really meeting with you in the beginning and walking through all your stuff, like walking through what are you working through, where are you at. Most of the time it's going to be this picture of not having enough energy and vitality, or like this picture of burnout and maybe successful in many areas of life, but feeling like they're not really able to show up with their fullest energy. And so taking from that picture and going through the scanning regularly with the Nest system I mentioned, doing the liquids that go along with that, which are called infoceuticals. They are this idea of taking and imprinting frequency into water that you take daily based on your specific scan. So doing those regularly, bridging in essential oils from the beginning so that you and your family are all around you. They're receiving this the support and nourishment every day. And you have that toolkit that in any moment, whatever you're going through, you have something you can reach for in that moment. You don't have to wait to talk with somebody to do that or make that transition and shift. So really it's about empowering through those, through those tools and individualizing it. The other big part of this is integrating in the meditation regularly, because most of you on here, I'm assuming, know like the power, and this has been a discovery for me, something I've resisted for a long time. That stillness is challenging in this day and age, but it has been a life changer over, thinking of everything that's gone on worldwide this last year. And by starting your day with that meditation and this ability to, again, cleanse, restore yourself from the DNA level, that is powerful. That is how we create transformation and shift into the end of that container, end of that 6-month period. We're looking at, you've got tools for working with whatever might be coming up. Your vibration is higher, like you have more vitality. People are commenting that you have energy, and you're like, what are you doing? Like, that's going to be you at the end of the program, of really showing up. You're able to have better relationships with your family members or whoever is around you, with your coworkers. And just, they're going to notice this shift. You're going to notice this difference in how you move through life, on all levels, physically, emotionally, spiritually, like just better movement, which is how we create change and where we want to be, really aligning with your purpose. So that is kind of a brief walkthrough of what this, my dream for the 6-month program is.
Mm-hmm. And you've combined all of it. Like, I love that you have the NE. And tell me a little bit more of the NES, because I actually don't know much about it. It makes me think of the Healy. So do you know much about the Healy? And because I know that the Healy you can do via voice as well. So how does that look like, just so people can have, a visual of what that looks like?
Yeah, so it is a kind of in that categorization of a bioenergetic system. And it's based on bioresonance, quantum physics, kind of that realm of how we measure energy throughout the body. And it comes down to frequency, or this kind of pattern of what the body looks like. This scan, what it does, it does this question and answer series within a couple of seconds of, I want to say it's hundreds of thousands of questions that it's asking your body to create this picture of your scan of what's going on in your body. And so it's resonance matching of, does it match this frequency of optimal health, or is there something else in there? And then it gives you a measure through various screens of your energy level. Is there something within nutrition or hydration or movement, or your centeredness even? It's called the big field aligner. Are you staying grounded and centered? Or are there things that shift you off, which is very common with empaths, or, it's easy to get shifted out of alignment if we're not aware of it yet. And so it really helps coming back into centering our energy. Other scans are showing, do we have enough energy in each organ system? This is where it bridges a lot of the Chinese medicine, and is that a physical thing? Is it emotional? The scan doesn't tell us that, but it shows, something's going on, that there's not enough energy in the liver, or it's needing more support. It basically gives us the guidance for what is needing more support. And then we support it by either getting the device, which the most complete 6-month program, you get one of those devices as well. And you program those individual points back in. And then you have 8 points that you can do each day of realigning the meridians. And it'll show you on one of the screens the meridians we're working with. And they're not exactly Chinese medicine, because there are a few differences as the developer created it. He was doctorate in Chinese medicine, and he also had he was able to walk in this world of quantum physics as well, which is why it was able to be created. So it is this really powerful system of, like, it's your individualized program that you then put those frequencies, and you basically are giving that frequency to your body like a patchwork quilt. So now the pattern matches again. So then you feel that shift, that up leveling of your energy and how you're functioning. So it's just amazing. And it looks, through all these, meridian channels, as well as a mind body screen, where it looks at emotional stress, like emotional stress release. One of them is called chill, which is very commonly coming up, of this ability to relax or just let things go. Liberator is another one of, like, you're needing to get over some kind of a hurdle. And those are some of the liquids too that you maybe kind of part of your protocol to help shift that energy even faster. So I think, like Dr. G mentions, it's really about the speed of transition, that you really can create a huge amount of change in 6 months is a relatively short amount of time, depending on what you've gone through in life.
Yeah. I'm like 6 months, that's nothing. Let's just do it, So I love that. And I love that it really, just when you're talking, I can see how it relates into the Ray of Light Meridian Therapy too, because you're supporting it, you're becoming aware. I think awareness, right? So you're getting these signals, you see the frequency on a screen, and then you're learning how to tune in through meditation, through visualization to also change your frequency. So you're like, oh, I have this physical condition, but there's energetic underlying things that we can shift. So combining that ray of light meditation and with this frequency and then oils on top of it, because I believe in your 6-month program, they get a whole kit, right? Like they get a kit, which because it's like the full, and it's just so exciting because it really is true. It's like when we can really dive into our health and be empowered with some different ideas of what is health, because what we're seeing in the outside world, we're going through some type of infection and nobody is talking about our health. Like, hey, let's exercise. Hey, let's take some, vitamin C. And so it feels really refreshing to have this perspective, to have healing transformational programs to support families that are really ready for that, because people are, but they just don't know how to access that information, or what is right or what is wrong, and we need more and more healers and leaders. And this is one of the reasons we have this conscious business showcase, because you really are addressing the frequency of health on all different levels. And not only, let's say it's a mom that comes to you, or a dad, or a single person, but if it's a family, like I love what you said, like you're getting into the home and you're shifting all of that dynamic, because really parenting, how does parenting shift? If your kid is acting up, it is not them, it is us. And I'm always like, damn it,
Yes.
Being an entrepreneur and a mother is just, it's this whole spiritual journey of really taking responsibility. So say more about, I just would love to hear you say a little bit more about that family unit, because I feel like it's really strong for you. And then there's another thing that I want you to talk about a little bit too. So, and we have a visitor.
It's funny because I still do some telemedicine prior to all of this with clients from Texas, and there are several of them, and their cats always show up when we're doing our sessions together. So it's so much fun. And the family part of it. So I am a mother of 4. My oldest is 9, and my youngest is gonna be a year next month. So it's been quite this journey of learning and how to do all of this from home with, homeschooling and all of these different things. And we've been fortunate enough that my 2 oldest have been able to shift and go to school, at least for part of a day. And it was amazing how much energy that takes. So all of the parents out there who are working from home and doing the homeschooling, like, give yourself a break, because it takes so much energy, and it truly is that reflection. As if you're feeling frustration, if you're feeling, anger, irritability, or just whatever emotions might be coming up, and it's showing up in your kids reacting back at you of this pushback, exactly like you said, like it's really going in and being like, okay, yes, I know this is not them. This is me being like, all right, I'm done with this. Like, we're ready to move on. And so the solutions we use in our home and that I created this, that others have the same opportunity, since it is still lingering and going on, is the oils. Like your kids will choose, like you said, they will choose which oils are calling to them that day when they have the option to have, the kids kit or whatever that might look like. There'll be certain ones that they will naturally gravitate toward, and you can see the shift immediately, whether you're at home or in the car or wherever you might be. And the other part of that too is, since it is a reflection of us, it shows even more so the importance of the meditation each morning to really start your day off centered, so that as they try to shift you off balance, you can come back and say, okay, where's this coming from? What do I need to do to help transition? And I say, am I perfect at this? Absolutely not. This is such a process of like day to day. What's gonna fit me? And I'll say I have 3 boys, and my daughter though is the one who like definitely is my mirror of like, all right, what do I need to do? And I, at that age, like I also had that little bit of that, like, just pushing buttons of whatever might be coming up. So I do, throughout the whole thing though and you mentioned it throughout, is this ability to take action in the moment, that it's giving you control over your own health. And I know more people are looking for this. They are not trusting or not, whatever might be going on with kind of conventional medicine, they're feeling that doesn't resonate with them anymore. And there are solutions out there that are different, that you can take control of, because it is ultimately your body, your health, and you know it best. I hear this so often of I got 15 minutes. So, and they didn't understand what was going on. I got this medication and I don't want to take it. So what do I do? So that's why we're here.
Right. No, I love it. And this is what comes in. It's so true, because now when I don't have patients anymore, I have clients and I'm more coaching. But I'll do some one-on-one, either trades or I have like some healing packages one-on-one. And so it's like almost feels too easy when I'm like, tell me what's wrong with you. And then I go and I listen to them and I ask, how do we fix this, energetically? And I get the answers. And it's like, this is almost too easy, because we do know what's wrong with our bodies. I mean, and it's magical when somebody really feels listened to and you're like, let's follow that. Let's listen to that part. There's most likely all these other things. So I just love that part, because as naturopathic doctors, we'll often, Elena's still in a clinic, but in this 6-month program, you're going to listen to them and you're going to give them tools, and you're going to just you get to focus on what they feel is wrong. Like, what do they want to start? It may be over here, it may be something else, but that comes up naturally. Like when I do a session, it just comes up. Like, I'll kind of get a sense, like, this is not it. Like, I did a session with somebody on a photo, like how to help them look better in a photo, and we went down this deep dive. But I just addressed the beginning, and we just started with what she wanted to work on, and then it took us on this journey, which was really incredible. And so I love that I love what you're creating. I love that mention about the oils and how it really is. I have mine out. I'm not quite as like, hey, let's do this. It's not an everyday thing, but I have the little kid pack, and it really is empowering for them to start to learn how to emotionally regulate. And because they are a reflection of us, it teaches us like, oh, I need to emotionally regulate as well. So I love that as an integration into this system. So what else do you want to add, and what do you feel like is really important? So in this Conscious Business Showcase, we're not only giving people, healers, tools and ideas, but how can people get to know you more? Do you have a freebie? What else do we want to explore today?
Yes. So one thing that keeps pushing out in my mind is that I'm supposed to mention intuition. And this is something that throughout this process has grown for me. And I know we all have this amazing sense of intuition when we're young. And oftentimes we go through different events that we have to go back and process to redevelop and reconnect with our this other way of knowing, with guidance. As you mentioned, you can meet with somebody and just the thought will come up or whatnot. And you're like, all right, I'm supposed to share this with them. And for them, it's like this, like, why did you ask? How did you know to ask that? Because that's what I was trying to not mention to you, but that's what I need to address. And it's this power of being able to listen with a different lens. And that is definitely what I'm shifting into, of this being able to just meet and listen with a different lens without having to have any other kind of agenda in the background. Like, our purpose is to create more positive, a higher vibration energy within you. Yes. So my website, I've got kind of all of my different plans on there, and it's Guided Trails Natural Health, which, interesting, again, like a guide. I see myself now. I'm not like the authority. I'm not the person to tell you anything, but I'm a guide to help you understand and navigate your own journey. And within that, I am still working on kind of that freebie page, and it's going to be on kind of rejuvenating your health, which is my overall purpose of how do we really rejuvenate through, what I've learned in naturopathy. So really looking at what we're eating, what we're putting into our bodies, these high vibrational foods versus what a lot of people are having to go to for convenience or whatever it might be, through movement, through meditation, through, self-care. is one that I bring up pretty early on too, of are you able to take 5 minutes? And that's something that has come up with the meditation. I'm able to get up early and do it and feel more energized once I'm done and be ready to go for the day. So that will be part of the freebie coming up. But for this month, with my plans, they're actually kind of built in because of the company that I use for the oils. There's $131 in freebies this month between a promotion, if you're new to the oil, new to that company, and then also with the On Guard products with everything going on. So that gives us, so you basically, if you do the 1 month plan with me, I think it's like $16 is what I would go to technically towards my services for this 90-minute meeting and the scan and all this other, the amazing stuff. But that's kind of just what it pencils out to be with the promotions they're offering this month. So so this is a great time over this next couple of days. If you are interested in just kind of dipping your toe in, that's a great starter. And if you're ready to just like go through this, you're still getting all that savings as I'm working on the additional freebie. There's always something coming up that's meant to be at that time. So that's going to be constantly shifting. Yeah.
Right. Well, and I love that I did pop your website in here. And so that people, you guys, this is an amazing opportunity to check out Dr. Elena, see how she works, get used to this system, get some high quality essential oils into your home, and being taught by a naturopath. That's actually, we both use them, and that's kind of how I was drawn to. I was like, ooh, because I love them, and I love that I can use I use them almost always topically, and then internally for these like really major shifting and transitions, guided with myself, and I just love the results. It just blows my mind, and so to have a month long with Dr. Elena would be incredible. So I did post that link there, and she has the month long and a 6 month long, and is really just expanding into shifting our healthcare system in her way with the frequency of health and mindfulness. And I think that is remarkable and really what our world needs. Okay. So one other thing wants to drop in. So there's this other vision of, because the more you talk about it, the more it's going to come, is this other vision of helping people that are traveling and like on the go. So share a little bit, I'm putting you on the spot, but share a little bit about that, like what that feels like, or this, I know it's newer, but just as we speak it out loud, I always feel like in front of people, it can blossom.
Yes, this idea is so many of us nowadays in this global world, we are traveling and we're moving. And I think it's not only physical location, but it's also our travel through our own transitions and transformations of having somebody there to support you with whatever you're doing. But the idea that came to mind with this is the system, you can take it anywhere. So especially with the My Health, that device I mentioned, it has frequencies on it to protect you. As you're flying, it helps keep you grounded, even when we're among all of the radiation and things, when we're highly unprotected in an airplane, or even when you're in a car and you're moving, there's different frequencies you can use the device for to help keep you centered so that your energy also stays together and balanced, rather than having this scatter of energy, which happens so often when we are in the state of constant transition and movement, crossing time zones, and just a faster recovery and tools that you can use to really rejuvenate yourself much quicker, so that you don't have that jet lag anymore. You don't have that kind of downtime that would normally take you out of your highest level of functioning. And so that is kind of the one. There'll probably be a plan coming, but right now with what they have, like that too, with all the tools, you can have your oils in just little mini vials, and you have your device, and that's all you would really need. And you can take that anywhere as you're going, and you can come back, you travel, and then you come back to your family, and you're still centered and you are energized, instead of like needing some downtime where you're like pushing people away. You can really bring everybody back in again.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Cool. I love that. Well, thank you for joining us. Is there any last little tidbits or shares that you would like to leave us with?
I would say trust. Yeah, trust comes to mind of whatever process you're in. looking in each moment for the positive. I get that a lot, of looking for, why am I receiving this message? What is it meant to teach me? And really learning the lesson from it. From every day, get out in nature as much as you can and connect, because that's how you're going to reset the quickest. Really, really connecting with that sense and this beauty that's all around us, that oftentimes we get so busy. This week it was, kind of stop and smell the roses. I had a moose right outside my window that if the window weren't there, I could have reached out and touched it. Like, that was like this message of like, all right, we're supposed to stop and enjoy this amazing moment no matter what else is going on. So find that time every single day, and you'll already start to shift your energy, shift your vibration, just by bringing in that positive.
Yeah. Well, awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. And again, I popped her website in there, and you can find her on Facebook as well. So much love to you, Dr. Elena, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day.
Yes. Bye. Great. Well, thank you guys. I am going to move rooms because now my kiddos are up. So I'm going to just come off of camera for one quick second. And then if I can, I'll be right back. So give me about 30 seconds.
Hi, I'm here. While we're waiting for Dr. D to change rooms with the littles, I get it, especially, well, mine are homeschooling, hers are still a little bit younger, and she'll be back in just a moment. So yeah, up next, Dr. G is going to talk about your business and aligning with soul aligned clients. And I just want to take this opportunity, and I'll share a little bit about Dr. G and her program and working with her, which has been really neat. So I am in her certification program, the Ray of Light Meridian Therapy. And also, through that, we have 2 sessions a week. One is talking all about the form and the meridians in the body and how to move energies and where stuck energy is. And that's really helpful for people who have some kind of a disease or are sick, or maybe those joints are hard to move, or you feel a pain where you're storing grief or you're storing anger, any of those harder emotions. And when we're all tight, that's really just energy that is stuck and wanting to move. And so the Ray of Light Meridian Therapy is really, just moving that stuck energy energetically or through a meditation. And on Thursdays, we have our business class. So it's really neat. I'm glad to hear her talk about this topic today, because I get to work closely with her, talking about different ways to bring in our soul aligned clients. And hi, welcome back. I was just talking to them about Ray of Light and being in your program, and how your topic today is so fitting, because it's what you do with your mastermind, and then also in our class for the Ray of Light, when you talk about, getting yourself out there and how to attract the clients to us. So I was just giving them a little bit of what it's like to work with you.
It was so funny. I was moving and it said, "We have to restart your computer." And I was like, "No!" Like, oh no.
Oh, good.
So,
I was just here hanging out, so it worked out perfect. So yeah, take her away. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Oh my gosh. Life is so funny. Okay. So welcome again. So I'm going to just do a brief introduction. So again, I'm Dr. Andrea Greiner. I'm a naturopathic doctor, acupuncturist, and creator of an energy healing form called Ray of Light Meridian Therapy, which really came through right around COVID last year. So I held this higher question of knowing that, well, I've worked in urgent care for almost 2 years, where I was on the, front lines of urgent medicine. And that taught me a lot, and I was really good at it. I became a really good diagnostics. I could still give really good naturopathic treatment plans in 15 minutes, which was incredible, because we saw a lot of viral infections, and bacterial infections that didn't need antibiotics, or there wasn't, a medication to fix it, which in my opinion was really nice because I could really deliver these natural treatment plans. And then through that, so once COVID happened, I really had the question of like, how can I be of the most service here? How can I support the most people? And I was thinking about all the acupuncturists that all of our clinics closed for at least 2 weeks or more. And then I thought about all the people that couldn't receive acupuncture because they, for their pain, for grounding, for emotional support, for all of the reasons that we go in to see our physical acupuncturist. That wasn't happening. And I said, well, why can't this happen energetically? And I had a mentor suggest that I was really here to create an energy form of healing that integrates the meridian systems and then also teaches us how to shift physically, emotionally, and spiritually. So that I really jumped in March, created a certification program, knew it could be open to all different types of healers. So I do have naturopaths, I have acupuncturists, I have OTs and PTs, and then I have people that don't have, their coaches, and as a way to integrate that into their businesses to really give this empowered sense of healing. And lo and behold, from that journey of creating this energy healing form, the business aspects kept coming up. So by fall, my mentor said, hi, or someone said hi, so I'm saying hi. My business mentor was like, well, I really think you're here to also support businesses. And I was like, no, that's crazy. And then it just kept coming. And really what came through, because I was so in tune energetically and I was taking responsibility of my clearing and helping with, the certifications and all of that, that it really became clear that there's so much more energetically that can happen for us within our business when we're really tuned in, when we're really taking responsibility. And it actually is really exciting. I was sort of taught my whole life that business was boring or blocky, or corporations and all of this is shifting just with my understanding and actually integrating the meridian system into how do we align with our business? How do we have soul aligned clients? This is really a shift. And I'll teach a little bit of how I do align with my business and then how do I call in soul aligned clients? And it's a muscle to build, right? So it's a belief system. It's something we get to shift. And as that happens, the magic starts to happen. We open ourselves up because just like we started the meditation earlier today, when we are the conduit, we start to see the magic. And then I would say add in another healing story, which Christine, would laugh, is that to really start to address our money stories really does open up us to magic. Because magic is all around us and we're just sort of not taught about that. It's like when you're a kid, you get to, have an imagination, but really things get to shift and expand and it starts with us being aligned. So some simple things. How do we align with our business? I was doing a lot of meditating and with Ray of Light. And I was connecting with my business and really knowing that it wanted to be expanded and knowing that Ray of Light is a global enterprise. It's supporting companies, it's supporting conscious businesses, it's supporting all of these different systems. And it's really, I just kept being shown it was worldwide. And so when I was talking or feeling into my business, Christine says I may start calling myself a witch. Yeah, absolutely. Why not? So I was recognizing my business was kind of floating and it was off of the ground. And I thought, well, that's interesting because, as an online business, that's how I wasn't going into a physical structure anymore to see patients. I was literally, I show up online and I thought, well, I think it would be a really big shift to really ground my business into and onto the earth and start doing some visualizations with that. And again, we'll do this at the end. I'll talk for another 10 minutes and we'll do another visualization to really connect into the consciousness of our business because this is so important. And I'm also trained in the Akashic Records. So you can open the Akashic Records for your business, which I didn't. I was doing all this meditating with my business and I didn't quite realize that until a colleague of mine had said that. And I was like, oh my gosh, why have I not opened the Akashic Records for my business? And the Akashic Records are essentially the source of truth. for our souls, for our home, for our families. We have them for groups. So whenever I'm opening up the entire group Akashic records when several of us come together. I have a healing membership. So we've been doing that, and it's been mind blowing because it really is the source of truth. So when I opened up the Akashic records for my business, it was almost like cobwebby. Like I had been meditating with it, but I hadn't really asked it these deeper questions of deeper alignment, how to really have more clarity in the programs and my offerings and how I'm showing up so that people know, oh, you have this program and this program, this one's for me, this is maybe for me later. That made a really big difference. So aligning with your business energetically really can be as simple as meditating with it every single day or a couple times, like starting your Monday, meditating with it. It can also be as simple as journaling with it. So I journal with it a couple times a week as well, because if I'm feeling frustrated, like, hey, what's happening? I get so much insight by just journaling. I'll write the date and I literally write business and I start to ask questions. I'm like, why isn't this moving? Or what about this? And I was guided to do this and now it's feeling kind of blocky. And that alone, that writing, that connecting, it opens it up because your business has a consciousness. And you've actually been most likely been connected to your business in other lifetimes as well. So it's almost like a soulmate. Like when I opened mine up, it was just like, it felt like home. And it was like, we've done this before. We get to do it differently here. And so those are really powerful. And on top of that, when you start to connect with the consciousness of your business, you can connect into those soul aligned clients. It can be a visualization. I'm taught about, we're woo here, right? We're talking about conscious businesses, taught about how to send telepathic messages to my clients to then come, and it can be fun. It can be easy. It doesn't have to be this masculine sense of marketing where you're doing a ton of launches or you're always kind of like working and going. It can be something where there's a lot of enjoyment, right? Like how do we bring love and joy into our business? And last month I really went through all of the organs and talked about the emotions of our organs, and the heart is love and joy. And when we're entrepreneurs, the roller coaster can be intense. And how do we start to bring in that joy back to our business, back to calling our soul aligned clients? And even adding on top of that as a healthcare provider, so I call in a lot of clinicians, we are taught that you're supposed to treat everybody. You don't get a choice. It's whoever comes through the door. That's who you're there to support. You take insurance, so you see everyone. And that's not really very fulfilling. And as we expand our business and really nail in and call in our soul aligned clients, you just know. It's like when I talk to clinicians, I'll be like, who your aligned clients are. When you look at that schedule, if you're in the clinic and you're just like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to see so-and-so and so. And you know who your unaligned clients are when you're like, ooh, that person and that person and that person is coming. So if you have anyone on your schedule where even as a coach or anything like that, where you're not feeling it, that's not your soul aligned client. And the more you invest energy into somebody that is not your soul aligned client, the more you're going to your business suffers, because it's like, hey, it wants you to have joy. It wants you to have the movement. And so really important to just even start by looking at who are you seeing, who are you having in your business that you love to see, and focus on that energy and get really excited about that and those people and say, I'm ready to replicate and duplicate this type of person. And then who do you not love to see? And know that you can also fire people. You don't have to be having contracts with people that aren't in alignment with your message, that aren't leaders in your healing program, that aren't able to really show up how you, and this has been a rapid learning experience for myself, starting, I was a clinic owner, and I would say you're not really an entrepreneur until you are online and expanding in some different senses. It just is such a different rapid fire growth. So at first, when you're first starting out, you're like, well, I'm going to take anybody. I'm going to take, if they can pay me, I'm going to take that. And that's going to be enough. And it's not enough, because what happens is that you give up parts of yourself. And you just don't have the juice and the love that really wants to go into your business and your purpose. So if anybody has any questions about how to align with your business and soul aligned clients. I would love to answer any specific questions. I will do a visualization that I really like to start with. And because aligning with your business is so essential in your success, in getting up every single day. Having a business is challenging. If it feels heavy, we want to shift the energy. We want to connect in with that. And I just remember when I did this with Christine in our Ray of Light Meridian Therapy program, she just messaged me the next day. She's like, oh my gosh, all of these doors started opening up. She started having like a deeper understanding of her business and what she's meant to do. And she's taken that and she's simplified and she's done these different things that have been really transformational for her. And she's been on her own transformational journey, being within my program and other programs as well. And it's really incredible because having a business is not just a 3D world thing. It really, right now, our businesses want to be a contribution into the ascension, into the 5D world, into this more magic, into creation from ease, into having those juicy soul line clients. And that's all you have. You actually don't have, ooh, and Julie's going to talk about this too, that's coming up. You actually don't have clients that you don't like because you don't have to. Like, you literally don't have to have clients you don't like. So I love that aspect because as a healer, that's not what we were taught in naturopathic school. It was like it wasn't even actually talked about. Like, there was no talk about having soul line clients. It was like, you're going to take insurance and you're going to do this. And it felt very blocky and medically. So I'm going to take a breath. I'm going to take a drink. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask those. I love tuning into businesses and seeing what can shift. If there is something out of alignment, then we can really tackle that as well. And let me just check here. So I can see the comments. I don't see any questions. So we're going to go into an amazing visualization that can really help you connect into your business and start opening up this communication and relationship. And then we're going to call in your soul line clients at the end, which is so exciting. So expect 2 to 3 people to message you after we do this soul line clients activation, calling them in. It's already happened. So join me in a quick, I didn't think I'd be doing 2 different visualizations, but this really does want to come in. And it's so beautiful. I've had people message me crying because they had finally connected with their business and they saw the bigger purpose and they were excited and in love and a little overwhelmed because the vision was really big. But if we can do this at least weekly, your life will change. So go ahead and close your eyes. Whew, the baby's joining us. And again, just taking 3 deep breaths into your body, relaxing. We're already quite relaxed from that first visualization we did. We'll just meditate every hour in this conscious business showcase. That would be really funny. We'll be really grounded and expanded. Good. So we're going to just bring in that source and Gaia connection again. So we're just going to breathe up once, up to source. Exhale up to source. Breathe in, source. In through the body. Exhaling to the middle of the earth. Inhaling that Gaia energy. And because I would like to activate and expand and move quickly, we're going to place a pyramid around us. A big, nice, juicy, beautiful pyramid. Golden, 3-dimensional, lots of space. And we're actually going to insert a upside down pyramid around us too, creating what's called a Merkaba. So we're inside of a pyramid and another pyramid comes and it just creates this beautiful, it's not squishing our head. The upside down part of the pyramid is here and the middle is pointing down into the earth. And from the tips of both pyramids, they're going up through Gaia, up to God, down to Gaia. Fully activated. Your Merkaba may want to spin, so go ahead and let it spin. That's okay. And then we're going to imagine in front of us a structure of our business. And maybe it wants to be in a pyramid or a Merkaba. Maybe it's a castle. Maybe it's a beautiful earth building, whatever visualization comes through you. Mine also wants to be in a Merkaba right now. So allow the colors to come. Imagine it in front of you, but also grounded on the earth. So if it's a pyramid, imagine the pyramid, edges of the pyramid rooted in. If it's a Merkaba, I actually allow the Merkaba to be grounded on the earth, and the roots again to go all the way into Gaia, and welcome that Gaia energy into the business. And there's a straight up connection to source, and allow source to flow into your business. And there's doors on this structure. So allow beautiful doors to open up with this amazing red carpet leading into your business. Open, the lights are on, the sign is up. It says open for soul aligned clients, and your business name on the structure and the colors that your business wants to be and share, and frequency of your business. And then I always like to remember a very key element, and that is the exit door. So exit for people when they get to leave when they're done with the program, people to exit when they're not the right soul aligned fit. So there's a nice exit, and the exit actually ascends, and it's beautiful, and however you want to visualize this beautiful exit. So anybody that leaves, it actually does, there's no drama. They just leave. It's not the right fit. Good. And as we have God and Gaia flowing into your business, feel into the inside of the business. What is the energy that you want to invite and that your business wants to bring and share with people? It could be love, joy, transformation, acceptance. And what does it feel like? Are they walking around? Are they entering a program? Is it just really flowing and like an amusement park? I have a train, so I have the different cars of the programs that I offer, and it's magical, and it moves in a figure 8, and people are always coming in. And then imagine the people. Is it 5? Is it 10? Is it hundreds? Are they trickling in? Do we get to imagine the thousands of people coming into your business, into the programs, just into your space? So maybe they're just coming and getting a freebie, or watching your Facebook lives, and they're in your business, and they're just like really loving the energy that you contribute into that business as well. And take away, listen to the vibration and the frequency and the excitement of having these hundreds or maybe even thousands of people coming into your business, and they're leaving too. Some people are going to come in and they're going to do a program and they're going to leave, and that's perfectly okay. Ooh, juicy. And there's colors coming for you, and there's take all of that in. There's sounds. Maybe there's a song your business really likes. Listen to that. And then what we're going to do, we're going to take all this juiciness of how the business feels inside, your door open, hundreds of people there, thousands of people in your space. And we're going to take those colors and the sounds and even the smells, and we're going to allow that to just diffuse and infuse into the Earth's crust. And we're going to allow that all the way around the ley lines of the planet, to all the countries, all the land areas where people live. And it's like dancing and singing and going into all of these countries all around the world. And from that, imagine either flowers or trees or some type of plant that pops up in all these places, from Alaska to Canada to the US, Central America, South America, Europe, Africa, Asia, New Zealand, Russia, all over the world, Australia. And these beautiful seedlings are popping everywhere, and they turn into flowers or they turn into trees. And these plants hold that frequency. So feel that frequency coming. The people, it's calling your soul aligned clients. They're coming in to smell. Right now, mine are these beautiful lilies that are just fragrant and glorious. So this is calling in your soul aligned clients to your frequency, to your business frequency, and feel how many there are all around the planet. And as they smell it, they just immediately find a way to contact you. And maybe setting an intention that every day, 1 to 2 people contact you that are your soul aligned clients, ready to work with you or join your programs. And feel how that changes. They come and they smell this flower, and then they go home, and it changes the frequency of their home, and it changes the frequency of the city they live in, and then that changes the frequency of the entire planet, because your business is here to change and support this whole planet. When you support one person, you support 1,000 people. The shift you create for one person allows 1,000 people to be shifted. So feel that in a global, beautiful sense. So there's lots of colors in this one right now. So just feel the colors and the joy and the vibrancy of all of that. And we're going to take just a few breaths into this space. Feeling that joy and that expansion. Knowing that it is done, that your soul aligned clients can message you every day just because you're showing up in your business. You make it available. You have a website. You have doors to your business, your energetic business if you have an online business. And then as you're done, go ahead and take a few minutes to write down, what are the frequency, what are the colors, what are the smells, what's the flower? And maybe the flower is, for mine, it's this lily. I actually haven't bought a lily, but maybe you go out and you buy those flowers and you put them in your office and you allow those to just be in your presence, and know that just by being in that energy and that movement and support that it is done. And it might feel that that's a little too easy, but this is magic. And this is how to energetically connect with your business. Good. And so if anybody has questions, let me know. I encourage you to connect with your business as frequently as you can, once a day, 3 times a week. Especially if you're feeling stuck, writing with your business, connecting. If you don't know how to open your Akashic records, that's for your business. That's something we can explore. And we have the most amazing Julie Foucht coming up. I'm going to let her in. So feel free to ask your questions below as well. Actually, before I invite Julie in, I'm going to share one more thing because I have one more minute. So aligning with your business and soul aligned clients. So I do have the Ray of Light Meridian Therapy certification program, which helps healers and coaches learn a healing form that they can give their clients. And then I also have a business expansion program, which helps clinicians and healers really have more detail, learn how to move online to really bring into that influencer and impact that you're feeling is your soul aligned purpose. And on top of that, I get to offer a membership program of healing. And it's really fun because we do the Ray of Light Meridian Therapy one time a month. And then we also do some activations, which are in the Akashic records, whatever is needed that month to really activate, to shift, to allow in more and more. So I will provide some of those links below once I'm done with the beautiful Julie. And feel free to message me with any of those questions about the certification program if you want to expand your business online, and then the membership, which I love. They're all juicy and incredible, and excited to share that with you guys. So we're going to bring on Julie, the beautiful Julie. Hello.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am good. I had you get up early today.
I know. I didn't actually get up early, but I didn't do all the normal stuff I do. So
I know.
yet haven't done the grounding, but
Yes.
I'm here with you. So
I know. Yes. Well, I'm so excited to have, I know Julie. We are both in the Akashic Records Mastery, and we get to be partners in that. So I really see Julie every single week, and we are soul aligned. Souls.
We are so
meant to
aligned.
be together. We are so aligned. And let me just change this one banner. So we are going to do, just 1 second. So Julie is going to talk about the art of feminine marketing. So I would love for you to give us a little bio. Tell us about the juiciness of your business and how you really show up and support people, because I know you're also in some exciting places in your business as well. And then yeah, the art of feminine marketing is just a magical topic. So
yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me here. I'm so excited to be here. That's such a big question you asked me. I'm like, where do I start? Basically, for me, when I started my coaching practice, the marketing that I was taught was find people's fear point, make them feel really, really bad, and then position yourself as the only way they'll ever get out of pain. And of course, I went, that's not why I got into coaching, right? To make people feel bad. And so I didn't market. And I spent the first several years of my business. The only thing I did is I'd go out and network, and people would be attracted to me. And that's how I got clients. But I wasn't actually doing any marketing, no strategy to it, just show up and see who was there. And then the whole housing bubble burst. And you all, that will date me, how long I've been doing this. But the whole housing bubble burst, and my husband's business went with it, and I had to learn to make money. And I hired a high-end coach. I learned to make money like a man. I learned to do take a strategy, follow it exactly, ramp up, push till you were just so exhausted, and then get up the next day and push again. And, it wasn't unusual for me to do 12-hour days, 6 or 7 days a week. And then I had a car accident and I couldn't do it anymore. And I got, I got rear-ended, and I could lay on the couch and I could get up and do a client call, and then I could go lay on the couch on ice again. And that was it. And in those spaces, I started to hear the whispers again of my soul and the connection to source saying there's a different way. And that's how the art of feminine marketing was born. And in the art of feminine marketing, we really first connect with your highest self, with your connection to source, I loved the beautiful meditation you just did, connecting with the energy of your business and your right clients. All of that comes before you do any strategy at all, before you put a single post out.
Yeah.
And it's all directed and aligned from within. And I'll never forget, I was running a networking meeting, and, it was my networking meeting, but these guys were showing up, and I'm fine with that because guys can use the art of feminine marketing too. But a woman was there, and she said, well, I'm not really sure what I should be promoting right now. Not really sure. And my answer is, have you talked to the energy of your business, right? Because your business knows what's right. And the man sitting next to her says, well, you need to go out and do a market survey. And you need to do some research, and you need to have some charts up of what people are saying to you. And it was such a different way. It was such a go out into the world first and then come back to you, and never anywhere did it honor the soul of who this woman was. And so in the art of feminine marketing, in the art of feminine marketing, we start with you. We start with your connection to source, and we start with your purpose for being on the planet. And then everything evolves out of that. I need
Ooh.
to sip of tea.
Yeah, take a sip. I'm just double checking. Can people say if they're seeing us on Facebook? I think so. Hang on one sec. Okay, I see Christine there. Can you see us? 1 second, guys. Okay, good. We can be seen. I just saw a message saying that we're not in Facebook Live, and I was like, oh no. Okay, perfect. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not repeating all that.
No. Oh, are you sure? I'm just kidding. Okay. Woo. I just had a little heart attack. So, yeah, and I just love how you work through that, and I know you have other tools of the feminine marketing, and you know, we're woo here. Christine in the back said, make sure you can bring as much woo as you want. So
Should we bring some more woo?
yeah. So how have you felt? Well, we'll just go from that moment of like the masculine of like, go do a marketing, thing, and how different. And I really feel like the feminine is calling us to show up differently in our businesses, to market differently. And what does that look like? I know you have clients and you have some programs, and how are you seeing that really impact and support your not only your business, but that of your clients?
So here's the thing about working in the feminine. The feminine is about creation. It's about connection. It's about following rhythms. It's if you look at the ocean isn't the same all the time. The ocean, you don't walk out there and it ramps up and then it just pushes you along. It has a cycle. It has a flow. And so the first thing in the feminine is to recognize that we work in a flow. So, what are the days that you're most productive and the days you're least productive? And then design your business around that. Like Mondays are not a productive day for me. Mondays, I get to about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and then I can start ramping up some production on Mondays. But I like Monday mornings, other than a client session, Monday mornings are not going to be the time where I am writing content or, doing a lot of posting or anything like that, because it's not in my energy to have that happen. So yeah. I know that, and I plan accordingly. The same thing when I look at the month, and I'm pretty tuned to the moon. Most women will be tuned to the moon, but some are going to be tuned a little off, And
right.
So look at in the month, when are you most productive? Is it on the new moon? Is it on the full moon? Are you, at the waning or waxing? Which part of the month is your most productive? Plan your launches for those times when you're going to be most productive, most on, highest energy, most attractive. Mm. So that's one thing about the feminine. The other thing is the way, can I talk a little bit about how we actually do the marketing?
Of course.
Awesome. So one of the things that we do in marketing is we actually create a set of magic words. And these magic words are, one of my clients said, we call them spells for a reason. When you use your magic words, your particular magic words in your marketing, it acts like a beacon so that your right client finds you. And we find those words by looking at your childhood wounds. So marketing, we have the away from and the towards motivators. And when I first started, I was taught, focus on those away from marketers. Well, you got to have both. You've got to have, here's what you're getting away from, and here's what you're going towards. And those are emotions. Those are always emotions.
Yeah.
And we get those emotions from looking at your childhood wounds, how you felt in those childhood wounds, and what you wanted to feel. And when we can pull those words out, those words become your magic marketing language. And I actually have mine right here behind me, behind my computer on a chalkboard, so that as I'm writing marketing, I can use those words in my marketing. And what happens is the people that I'm meant to serve hear those words and their eyes light up, right? And the people that are not yours to serve, they don't hear it. And so they don't respond to the marketing.
I love that.
It's so awesome. It's so magic.
We are doing that today. We're doing.
We may need a little more time, but
No, I know.
I'll set up time.
No, but I love that. Even in the visualization we did, you can add your magic words. I love that. Like, how do we infuse more magic into our businesses and our life, and knowing that we are sort of, what did you say? My pregnancy, it's like an incantation, or what was that word? A spell. Yeah. So like, there's another word for a spell though, isn't there? There's like a
incantation.
But I just love. Yeah, Christi is already like, how do you find the words for us? We're like, we want the words.
I'll do a little tiny example of it with you if you want. Okay. But I want to add one piece to that, because the other part of it is that's the technical. So I can take these words and I can fill it in. And if I don't add the energetic part to it when I put the marketing out, it's still going to fall flat, right? And so the energetics for me, I do a ritual. I'll light a candle, and then I do a ritual where I actually send energy out to the right person, not knowing who the right person is, but I send this energy, this ray of light out in 360 degrees to the right person to find it. It's not actually when the email goes out, because that's done by my team, but when I send it, I just infuse that into the email so that the energy is there of it too. Mm-hmm. So you want to see, I'll show you the beginning part. It takes me about 90 minutes to actually go through the session to pull out the words, but I'll show you the beginning part if you're willing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. If you want to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
No, this is fun.
Because everyone's going to be like, oh my God. And Julie's going to drop some stuff. We'll drop some links for Julie too. So, yeah.
So what I need to start from you is a childhood wound. And a wound is a trauma that's not processed in real time. And it can be something that was like, Dad came home drunk every day and told me, what do you know? You're just a stupid kid. Or it could be something like a particular moment where something happened.
Yeah. And for me, we've worked on this together before. And I
know.
It's like, a big one was like the day that my parents told us they were separating. And they decided to separate my brother and I as well. Okay. And when I think about that wound, it's like dark, it's sad. I didn't have a voice. I didn't know what to say. And
How did you feel?
I felt a lot of grief and sadness.
And when you're feeling sad and grief, how else are you feeling?
Like heavy. Like I feel like this like drain kind of in through my throat and my heart area. I've worked on this one particular a lot. So typically I would like cry, but I've come into this place a lot. So.
Yeah. And sometimes you remember the emotion and it doesn't hit you.
Yeah.
You worked on it.
Yeah.
So when your parents separated your brother and you felt sad and heavy and grief, how else did you feel?
I felt, so my brother and I were soulmates in another lifetime. And I felt like by separating us, I just felt like so alone. Like I felt like my soul was almost being torn in two, because I my childhood was going to change because I didn't get to be with it was like we got to come back together and like have this lifetime together. And so I really felt, I can feel this energetic of like really dark and alone. And then I also went with a mother who was emotionally unavailable. So I was just like, oh my God, like hopeless. Hopeless would be a good word.
Okay. And when this happened, now, if we were not doing this in a normal session, I'd keep going with that.
Right.
But for the sake of time,
we're quantum leaping.
How did you want to feel? So your parents separate, they separate you and your brother. You feel sad and heavy and alone, what did you want to feel instead?
Wow. I could see the images sort of cross through, so that maybe it could have been an adventure. It could have been.
So if it had been an adventure, how would it have felt?
Almost exciting, because it's almost like we come in knowing our parents aren't going to be together, like that it could be. Gosh, that is so tricky because it's such a big, heavy moment to then say, how would I have wished to have felt?
So think about being in this heavy moment.
Mm-hmm.
You're feeling really sad and alone. And what do you want instead of feeling alone and sad?
Oh, so I would want to feel comforted and supported. And like I had that my voice was just heard, at least.
Great. So we're just going to stop there. Yeah. Like I said, I would normally take about 90 minutes to do this. We dig even deeper and we'd find some commonality. Now, one of the things that happens to you is when you're in this moment of it being so heavy and sad, and you really want to be heard and supported, is that you'll find ways of getting your emotional needs met. And those ways are the unique skill set that you use today to help your clients. So that's one thing we can pull that out and position you as unique and special, because you've got skills nobody else has because you did this.
Right. Yeah.
Now, here's how it works in marketing. And so those of you who work with Andrea know this to be true. And those of you who are thinking about it know that if you're in a position in your business where it just feels really heavy and you feel like you're all alone, and sometimes it's even dark and hopeless, she's really going to support you so you can be heard out in the world, and so that your wisdom can get out in the world in a really exciting way. Right? I just wrote down your words and put them into marketing right there.
Wow. That like makes me so excited, because I'm like, oh my God, of course. Like, it's like so.
Yeah.
Simple.
Once you hear it, and I have to tell you that when I first heard this, gosh, time is just flying by. I was in a networking event for 6- and 7-figure leaders, and this guy got up and did this process. And afterwards, I went to him and I said, I have to learn how to do that for my clients. And he said, yeah, a lot of people are saying that to me. And 6 months later, he called me and he said, Julie, I'm going to certify. I'm taking the first 8 people through, and it's by invite only. Do you want to be one of those people? And I had just signed up for a very high-end, very high-end coaching package where I put all my money. And I said to him, yes, I'm going to do this. How much time is it going to take? What's the payment? And can you give me 2 days to figure out where to come up with the money? And then I did. And it was amazing, because I knew it was the right thing. When you know it's right, you just go, I got to figure out how to pay for this. And I think that's a mistake that a lot of entrepreneurs make, is they think, oh God, that's the right thing for me. And when I have the money, I'm going to take it. But I pulled out frozen credit cards. I, dug into the pillow cushions. I did everything I could. And I went into debt with those 2 programs, tens of thousands of dollars, which, because of those 2 programs, I was able to pay off that debt before the end of the year and create a huge leap in my income for that year, because I said yes to something rather than letting money make the decision for me, which is another energetic principle.
Oh, I love that you're touching on this, Julie, because it's so true. This is so important. Like, it's so good that you said that, just because we let money rule our life, and I've had those people, they're like, oh my God, I want this, and the money's not there. And then they don't trust that the money's going to come in, and they don't dig into it. They don't look for it. They're just like, and just that you, and I, cause you know me, I'm similar to I've invested heavily in this past year because I have this really big vision and I knew I needed help, and I just made it happen. And every month it happens, like the payment happens. I know that expansion is so possible. So I know I kind of cut you off, but I just love that it's because some people say, well, I don't want anybody to go into debt. But the fact that you said that you went into debt and by the end of the year, you were out of debt. That's what we have to believe in. That's what we get to. That's like motivation, but not from fear. It's just like you knew that this was going to contribute. And like just what you did in 5 minutes blew all of our minds. And there's more people that will come in and watch this too. So
let me tell you about debt.
Yeah.
Because I regularly have conversations with money. So one day I was having a conversation with money, and I was like, oh my God, money, like I keep putting things on credit cards and I have debt, and then, I have to pay off the credit card, and and money got pissed. Money got so angry, and I could feel this energy. And money said to me, how dare you? I gave you a way to pay for what you needed. You knew you needed it, and now you're complaining about it? How dare you complain about it? And what I recognized was that if I was using my debt to buy Louis Vuitton shoes, then that would not be good debt. But I was using my debt to invest in something where the return was greater. And when I did that, money supported me. And it was the correct use of debt. And if you look at wealthy people, they use debt all the freaking time.
I know.
I gotta do something, guys.
Okay.
It bugs me that I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at you here, and then my eyes are over here. Let me move the camera a little. So debt is really a tool that money has given us if we use it correctly. And by correctly is, looking at, is this something that I'm meant to do?
Yeah.
Is this program something I'm meant to do? Not this is the next shiny ball thing, because a lot of us can get caught in shiny ball syndrome.
Yeah.
But deciding, I love that, Christine. We're getting a little messy.
I know. I didn't read that. I knew Christine was like, oh my God, she's going to love this. Because we talk about this and you and I haven't, Julie and I haven't talked about this specifically. So this is super juicy. And yeah.
Yeah, I love talking about money. I'll talk to anybody.
I know.
So we don't want to follow the shiny ball. We want to listen to, and this goes back to feminine marketing or feminine being in business. We want to go back to what's the correct decision making for us, right? Now, for me, I am an emotional decision maker, which means I hop on a webinar. I want that. I go through Facebook and see the ads. I want to buy every single one, right? Because they're all beautiful and shiny. And for me, I have to stop and take the time, which is usually between 1 and 3 days. I have to take the time to know that it's the right decision, not just a shiny ball. And when it's the right decision, then I look at, okay, now how am I going to pay for it? I never look at the bank account first, because then I'm letting money decide. For some people, they need a gut, and they just need a yes or no question. Is this the right program? And they'll know, or And then they need to follow that. And then they need to go, okay, now where's the money coming from for this? Whether it's a program or, piece of technology, whatever it is, there's a correct decision making. And the correct decision making is never let me look at my bank account, ever.
Yeah.
That comes after you decide.
Yeah. Whew, I can feel just the people like that. This is like creating some stirring. So anybody that has questions, because it's like, that's not what we were told. I was told to be responsible. I was told this. And I would, so anyone that's having that, I can feel the discomfort that people are having. So message any questions or post any questions, because I have done that. I've asked my pendulum. I joined something recently, and it was not a huge, massive investment, but I'm doing other programs, and I was like, really? And I asked the question, is this going to support my business and its greatest expansion? And the answer was yes. And I was like, is this going to greatly support my clients? And the yes was like, and I was like, okay. Because always what I do is I learn and I bring it back to my people, so it's like, I'm like absorbing and I'm giving it out and I'm absorbing. So like every time I invest in myself, it goes to my clients and it goes right there. And then it's a little bit of, it's a lot of trust.
Trust.
So I guess let's talk about that because that's coming up. So how does that trust, because I'm also working with money in some different receiving circles, and I feel like I know I'm here to rebuild my trust with money and expand my wealth consciousness. So when people feel stuck with that trust, is there any like quick tips or what you have found to really help people make those bigger decisions? Because really we're talking about conscious businesses, right? So we're all here to make a big difference, and money is often the block.
So the first thing is to have those regular conversations with the energy of money. And that, you want to be in relationship. Trust is when you're in relationship. And so having the conversations, and you can do that. I'll do it with 2 colored pins. So 1 pin for me, 1 for money. I just have a conversation. Or you can do it where you're switching hands. So you are your dominant hand, money is your non-dominant hand. And you have to do these writings without any editing. Oftentimes I don't even know what I'm writing. And I have to come back and read it afterwards. How do we shift from having money just cover what we are into being able to cover all prior debt? That's a really great question. Let me tune in. So first of all, money says, I got you, sister. And that the real trick here is to recognize that source is your source, right? So your source is not clients, your source is not debt, your source is not even money. Money is an energy that comes from source that flows through you. And so when you're looking, and there's some technical kind of ways you can deal with prior debt to bring it down, but when you're looking at that, you just need to lean into the trust that source has got me. And that's what we're all about anyway, right? That's what we're here in the conscious business world to do, is to say, I'm here as a representative source. And when you look at prior debt, you've got to get rid of all the guilt and shame that goes with it, because we are taught, and this is a way of controlling the middle class and the lower class, we are taught that debt is bad and we are bad if we have debt. If you go into the upper 1%, they're like, use other people's money, right? Like 100%. Think about it. You could pay off your house, and let's say your house is at 3% interest. If you are given a chunk of money, $500,000 that you can pay off your house. I live in California, so $500,000.
Oh yeah, and Oregon too. Oregon is exactly like almost that much. Yeah.
So you could pay it off and save yourself that 2% interest over the next 30 years, or you can take it and put it into some other investment that pays you 5% interest. Keep the freaking debt. It's doing you good. And that's how we have to look at things. We always have to look at it as, where is my money going to be leveraged to best serve me? And part of that is to be able to talk to money. So I've started actually playing myself with a little bit of day trading. And my girlfriend's like, you're supposed to take all emotion out of it. I'm like, okay, yeah, I can take the emotion out of it, but I can't take the energetics out of it. I'm going to go talk to money and say, is this a good buy or not? Right? So I'm constantly having those conversations with money that take me away from being in any kind of shame or guilt or any of the lower energy emotions around the fact that I've used debt my whole life to get me to where I am today.
Yeah. I love
And
that.
the interest I paid on the debt was worth what I got out of it. Like, I'm grateful that money showed me a way to use it. Now, there's one thing that you have to know, and I know we're getting really close to the time, but when you pay that debt off, you've got to have a plan for what to do with that money, because your brain is used to paying off debt. So now it's like, okay, where is the money going?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, I think we'll have to have like Julie continued for next month. This is super juicy, and I agree. I used to have I have $400,000 of student loan debt, where the guy laughed at me and was like, "Oh my God, you'll never pay this off." And I was like, "Excuse me." And I used to have a lot of shame and guilt around it, and I really I shifted it, because now it's like, I'm either going to pay it off or it's going to go. Like, it doesn't affect who I am. It's helped me become who I am. But I love what you said about that, because before, right when I graduated, there was probably 2 years of this shame and guilt. So, great. Well, Julie, thank you so much. And I know we're going to move on. We're going to do a whole switch house of Christine and bringing on Abby. So thank you. And if you want to pop any links into the Facebook group for just, your group, or how to connect with you, or your freebie, or any of that, go ahead and pop that. You can pop that into the Healing Soul School after this.
I will.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I love you. Okay.
Thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
Yes. All right. Bye. Hello.
Hi.
We do like which way? How do we tag off here? Which way? Which way?
I don't know.
That way.
This way.
I know.
There you go.
Okay. I love you.
All
right. I know you're gonna bring Abby in here. So
oh yeah.
So juicy, and yeah, we'll chat soon.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so let me just whip up. I was enjoying listening this morning that I didn't do any of the banners for our speakers, but I'm bringing Abby in. Here she comes.
Here I am.
There we go. Moving
Good
everyone
morning.
around.
Yeah.
Hello. How you doing?
Good. That's so fun, where I'm like, I was watching and, really loving the conversation between the last two people. And then I'm like, oh, look, now I'm on the screen. So that's pretty cool.
I know StreamYard is like a different world, because you're backstage and we can have like whole conversations back there. And then like all of a sudden you're just, here you are.
Here I am. Yeah.
You have to be ready. Awesome. So excited to have you. And if anyone has been following us along with the Conscious Business Showcase and the Healing Soul School, Abby is one of our favorite speakers. We had her in December, of course, for the first one, to talk about self-concept and what we truly believe about ourselves. I happened to come across her YouTube channel. I don't know, I was searching for something, and I don't remember now.
I was like, aren't we all? And then we just, get these little nuggets. You're like, where did that even come from? But it made perfect sense in the moment. Yeah.
Yep. It was something around like self-image, or I don't know, something to do, or maybe even law of attraction, or Joe. I know what it was. It was Joe Dispenza. I was looking for something for Joe Dispenza. And since you talk a lot about his work and Neville Goddard, so I'm in YouTube, and your video just happened to be there, and it was a short video, like 10 or 12 minutes. I was like, oh, I'll try. I'll give it a try. And I was like, holy smokes, we need to like have her on the show. And I sent it out to everyone that I was helping, like coaching, and my mom, and I'm like, oh my goodness, you got to see this account. It's brilliant. And so I'm so excited for you, because I think I found you were around 600 viewers, and now you're at 2,600.
Yeah. I mean,
in like 2-3 months. So that is amazing. So proud of you and how fast you're growing, and other leaders who, I was just watching a couple of videos this morning, and I love the comments. They're like, wow, you're amazing. And I love this. And thank you so much for taking a concept, around law of attraction, vibration, law of assumption, all of those, and just making it really easy to understand. I heard your tuning forks example around the law of attraction yesterday, and I'm going to ask you a question about that today.
Oh, yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, that is just, it's so brilliant on explaining it. Because, yeah, we'll get there. Slow down. So, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah.
Do you want to do an intro on who you are and what your heart likes to do?
Yeah, I'm in a constant quest, searching for who I am and really weeding out who I'm not, right? So that's like the, philosophical question. But yeah, so I, like you mentioned, I do have a YouTube channel and looking to expand what I've been fortunate enough to get from other teachers and from my own research and seeking and whatnot. But I love talking about neuroscience, law of attraction, metaphysics, and seeing how it all blends together and really fusing different schools of thought so you can kind of streamline it. Because I was struggling because, things can be all over the place. It's like, what am I supposed to do with all this? And it's like, oh, it all fits together, and seeing just different perspectives on how that is to simplify it so you can apply it to your life easier and really understand what you're trying to do, get your analytical mind on board so that you can, help the conscious and unconscious blend more and remove those blocks and live the life you want to live. So, yeah.
Right. That's right.
I love learning.
Tell us a little bit about your woodworking and your squirrel tables.
Oh, yes. So I've lived, I guess, many lifetimes. I went from being a professional athlete, training for the Olympics, made a world championship team. And then my next iteration so far has been actually a woodworker, which I don't consider myself I consider myself like a contemporary woodworker right now. So through wood, I actually have learned a lot about myself and kind of different components, because essentially I'm taking this discarded piece or this piece that's meant for one, it has its concept, and reinventing that and seeing it in a new way. And essentially that is a way to use the idea of self-concept and recreate it into more purposeful thing. But yeah, so really just having an idea, like there's a book by Elizabeth Gilbert called, I think, Big Magic, and she talks about being an ambassador to ideas. So I think woodworking really helped me get ideas and bring them to the real, to the tangible physical world. And that's now what I'm doing with just ideas in general, but trusting myself that, hey, what about this idea? And the squirrel tables were actually that. It was during quarantine and a lot of time by myself, and I saw squirrels, and it was trending that people were making these little picnic tables. Well, the work I do is a lot of live edge work with metal contemporary bases. So I thought, what if I tried to make a little tiny table for these squirrels? And I had a lot of time. So basically, yeah, I did. And I ended up selling them, which I never thought. But yeah, it still sits outside my window. But yeah, that was a very magical moment of laying on the couch and like hearing something and being like, what is that sound? And looking over the couch and seeing a squirrel standing on the baby table. And we can include a photo because, you don't really understand what it means until you see the photo. So, but yeah.
That's so cool. If you can whip up a photo right now while we're chatting, and then I can share the screen, or you can share the screen. And
okay, let me see if I can get on my phone. But yeah, continue on. And
okay, cool. Awesome. So yeah, I popped up her information there about today's topic and her YouTube channel. Go and
get her off of my phone.
There it is. It's so cute.
And then this was the one I originally saw where that little squirrel was literally sitting on the table eating his pistachios or her pistachios. But anyway, yeah.
So cute. Well, thank you for helping the collective with their mind and who they are. And thank you for helping squirrels have
absolutely.
What do you want to be known for, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Why not everything? Yeah. Just do it all.
Yep. Awesome. So for everyone, follow Abby Ruston on her YouTube channel, and you'll learn lots of stuff, good stuff about, how to go within. There's meditation tips on there, really just about how important the self-concept is. So today your topic is all about like how changing your self-concept can release limiting beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
Before you start into the topic, what is a self-concept for those who've never heard of that?
Yeah, so basically it's the concept you have of yourself, the ideas you have about yourself, the ideas you have about the world, who you can be in the world, how you can be in the world. And essentially those are ideas. A lot of times people go through life thinking those are concrete. Like if you went to a house or a building and you push, like that is like a limitation, that is a barrier. And these ideas are more, you can transmute them, and they're flexible and changeable and adaptable. And a lot of them have come up from what you've gone through and meanings you've given them, and, you know, different things you've seen that you've stored unconsciously, a lot of times from an earlier age, and starting to uncover, oh my gosh, I was giving meaning to this, and that, about money, about relationships, about literally different career paths you can have. So those are all can have little limitations within them, and starting to see where you do have that starts to create this huge ripple effect of, wow, if I can change that. Essentially, I was an athlete to an artist to you know, teacher digitally, you know, or, you know, via video. So all of those basically required transitions into seeing who I was and giving myself permission. But really, I think when you change your self-concept, you don't have to give yourself permission, because you release the thing in which you would need permission to go through. So yeah, just playing around with that stuff is basically what I'm fascinated by.
Awesome. Cool. And then how, like, maybe, well, yeah, let's tie it. How does this help then our limiting beliefs and where we are? And if you want, tie in a little bit about law of attraction and the manifestation, because we had talked about that on the last show, but I think that's really important, because people think manifestation is, oh, the big truck or a car, or
Yeah.
car, truck, whatever, or a big bank account, or the job, or a dream lover. But we're manifesting all the time. So
Yeah.
how does that all work in with limiting beliefs, and then where people maybe can be frustrated and wanting to change, wanting to see better things in their life?
Yeah, we might have to go back, because I'm like, wait, hold it all in my head. I'll just start with it. Well, essentially, you're right. Manifestation is such a, in my experience, it was like, oh, when you do this thing, then your life will change. And the more work I do, I understand, oh, I'm doing it right now. The only thing is there was parts of my life that I didn't like what I was manifesting. And I'm sure people watching this, and to some degree that might just be true in all of us, you know, you're like constantly, oh, what about this? So it's like, okay, well, I'm doing it. Well, what am I doing to cause that? You know, you are the ultimate cause to the effects. That means you're the origin to whatever you're seeing. Now, I do think there are like outliers where, you know, extreme physical abuse, emotional, that's like, you know, you're not asking for that, but also saying, okay, well, how did this series of events get there? Looking at generational trauma, you know, ancestral stuff. Like, what did that look like when you were growing up? Are you just repeating essentially those echoes when you were growing up? But yeah, and that's all it is. It's like when you hear a song on the radio, and then you're like in the store, and you're like, or you're in the store, and then you're still hearing it. You're like, oh, I'm still singing that song. Where's that coming from? Because your brain just keeps playing it. And that's a very simple way to say what you do when you're growing up. If you had money issues when, you know, you were a child with your parents, or even a lot of fighting, or just even neglect, all of those things are still echoing. And then so that's the song that you're looking for, you know, and like you talked about the tuning forks, that is what you're vibrating. So the things that are going to match up that you're attracting are in line with that. And recently I was using Dr. David Hawkins' chart of consciousness, and that's from the book Power versus Force, which if you like science, you should tap into that book, because it talks
What's the name of the book?
Power versus Force.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he has a different way to say, basically kind of along the lines of self-concept, but, you know, there's like different levels of anger and guilt, and, you know, all of those are radio stations, you know, and like when you tune into those are the things you're going to manifest out, because you're on that wavelength of guilty, I'm in shame, oh, I'm bad because of this. That's an echo. Then you have this thing, your reticular activating system in your brain, that filters out. You have 50 million bits of information every second. Like right now, we just had 100 million, right? So there's way too much. Yeah, if we were to process it all, we would just be buffering. Like we'd just be like stuck, right? Because we couldn't. Because our brain, our conscious brain that we're communicating with right now, that we know of, is processing 40. And so there's this huge discrepancy between these numbers and how we're going to process that. Well, we're like, okay, well, we're going to use all the things we've been through in the past and deem what's important and not important. That doesn't mean that you want to experience that, right? But that does mean that it's what's familiar. So you're going to use your RAS to filter out the things that would disprove, you know, that you're worthy, disprove that you're lovable, because that's what you know. It's not there to have a subjective experience. It's there to be objective. Like, okay, you don't think you're worthy? Okay, this proves that you're not worthy. I'm going to match it. Right. So that goes in line also too with the self-concept and starting to understand how these all work, and that goes into vibration, that can go, you can talk about chakras or energy centers, and those all are in line. They're all working together in the same concept, which ultimately is labeled as the law of attraction, because you're doing all these things in these micro environments. And ultimately that's what's coming into your life. That's what the law of attraction is, what you're bringing into your life, and dissecting into that is all these micro things such as the self-concept. But yeah.
I'd heard someone talk about the law of attraction, and he's talking about you're tuned into a certain radio station. So if it's like a jazz radio station and you want a heavy metal song, I don't listen to heavy metal, but if you wanted a heavy metal song, the jazz station's like, no, that's not the music we play. And so it's just tuning into the right station. You just change the station. But how do people do that? So they've had these beliefs. Can you give some suggestions on the how?
Yeah, the first step, it's like drum roll please, is really awareness, because you are the one responsible for the thoughts that are going through your head and the feelings that are basically then the byproduct of that. How you think and how you feel on your default, like, out of 24 hours in a day, if 16 hours of those days are lack and scarcity, that is what you're sending out. Electromagnetic, the thoughts are the electro and the feelings are magnetic. That's what's bringing it back. So you can even think, oh, I'm so abundant, but you're feeling lack, and that's what you're going to draw back. Those two things are basically how you turn the dials to the channel of abundance, to the channel of scarcity. Again, it's all objective. The universe is not saying, okay, you know what, you're bad. We're going to throw a lot of lack your way. You know what, you're the good one. It is literally just reflecting you and starting to be like, wow, okay, well, what am I thinking? When do I start getting it? What triggers it? I've recently been diving into jealousy, which I always thought was simply about you and a person, right? You and a romantic partner. Usually it manifests, sometimes friendships.
Right.
But what I'm learning is that jealousy is essentially when you feel like you're going to be abandoned or left, or you're going to feel like something's going to be taken from you, and you have anxiety. Well, a lot of times you want to put down the other things so you don't feel inferior. So anything that's equal or superior to you in your eyes, you want to bash. So looking through social media and getting a zing of like, oh, this person, and you get irritated, or you might feel, annoyed. Well, really, that should be signals back to you. Okay, well, what is it that I'm really feeling about? I'm annoyed at this person because what? Oh, I think they're being arrogant, and what? You really have to start following it back to how it's making you feel, and then understand why you're feeling that. Your job, number one, to change this is to become aware of what you're thinking, of what you're feeling, and start to find the seeds of that behavior. Why is it? Nothing you're doing is wrong. You're doing that because something's happened, and having the compassion for yourself, but also the responsibility that you're the only one can do it. You can have the best coach, the best guru, the best teacher, and you're the only one who can do it, which is very empowering. But you have to take responsibility that you played some part in perpetuating it to get you to where you are right now, which means that you can get yourself to the channel of abundance and love and all the things. So yeah.
What's the shift then to get from like a scarcity mindset or poverty consciousness to the wealth consciousness?
Yeah. So I would say the first thing again is becoming aware. So you have to see, okay, where am I? What station am I on? Because if you're like, oh man, it would be so nice to be on that jazz station, and you have no idea, or even like, you know what, I really want to go to the Pacific Northwest, and you have no idea. Am I in New York? Am I in Texas? Am I in Southern California? Well, how do you know the instructions on how to get there if you don't even know your origin? So you really have to do the due diligence and surrender yourself to, okay, there's no shame in this. There's no guilt in this. This is where I am. There's been certain things that have come into my life. A lot of people talk about, well, as a soul, you signed up for this, regardless of whatever you believe. Just being real with yourself and being honest with yourself about where you are. So step one, awareness. Seeing really where you really are, and then starting to practice what would it feel like to be in a state of wealth and abundance. What would it feel like? What would my life look like? And not just in one capacity of like, I'm at the store and I'm buying whatever I want and I'm not nervous, but all aspects of your life. I just did a video. I think actually it releases right now that talks about this. And that's one of the secrets, is because one thing I was realizing, as with Neville Goddard, he talks a lot about living in the end. And I realized, and it's very subtle, that I was living in the end and thinking from the end in certain ways. But even though I was thinking of that, where I was viewing was from my current state, like all these obstacles that I was going to need to go through. Well, if I was in the end, the obstacles would already be done. So really being aware of, that would be this very peaceful. All these things would be done, and starting to really be, it is done. And being in that state and practicing, because that's going to help your brain start looking all the previous neurological connections you've ever made from past experiences and reweave them for new possibilities, which is going to give you a vision. Dr. Joe talks a lot about this, for potential new you. But if you're just stuck in that addiction of the old thoughts and the old feelings, you're going to get a continuation of where you've been. And again, my psychic abilities, people want to change. And the power is you, and realizing what you're thinking. It's like if you had, a pitcher of water and you have one liter. I know you're Canadian, isn't that your measurement? We're gallons. And you had cups. Yeah, you had cups all around, and you're putting it in fear, and you're putting it in worry, you're putting in anxiety. Well, what about abundance and love and joy and peace? Well, if you're over here tending these, or if they were plants, you can only be here, or you can be here. You cannot be in two states at one time. So starting to be honest with yourself, where are you the majority of the day? And you can write notes, sticky notes. You can put reminders in your phone. You can send emails to whatever it takes for you to remind yourself. And the two big main times of the day that are really going to help to focus on that new feeling is right when you're waking up and right before you go to bed. I'm talking like right when you're like, am I awake? Am I asleep? Having gratitude for that dream already being fulfilled, feeling what it'll feel like when you put your feet down on the ground as that abundant person, as that person that's loved and full and complete. And then right before you're going to bed, which is going to basically have that influence on your subconscious when you spend the next 6 to 8 hours or 10, however many hours you sleep. But just starting to plant seeds. It's not going to be one, you do this thing and everything changes. But in a blink of an eye, you could realize something from your past. You could realize recently, I realized, oh my gosh, I hadn't been living that I was my inner authority. Very subconsciously, there was this idea that this part of my life was outside of me. Oh my gosh, I took that, and it, the changes in a blink of an eye when you realize, when you're aware. That's the biggest thing, because then you take ownership and it's instant, and you never see the world the same again. So it's very powerful.
That's awesome. That's so good. I'm going to come back and listen to this when I digest the information again. So great. 2 questions. I'd like to know, what are your thoughts going forward with your YouTube channel, or kind of where you see things going? And then also, I know you have a love for astrology. Where does all of this fit in with, your YouTube videos you've been doing for a long time? And then, just kind of like the direction of what you're thinking.
Yeah, so my YouTube, I'm an Aries sun, Aries rising, Sag moon.
An Aries moon, I found out.
Yeah, Aries Mercury, Aries Mars. So I'm very Aries. And so I'm like, I like to go and I like to push it. That's what helped in my athletic life. Where it's like, okay, what's the biggest goal I could get? And let's just push as hard as I can. Mm-hmm. So for me, actually, this journey has been a lot about how do I embrace that? Also, too, realizing I want to help. It's okay for me to take my kind of smashed, let's bulldoze and forge a new frontier, and that tenacity and kind of pulling others and let's do this. And people might not understand at first, but that doesn't mean I need to stop. And, giving myself permission. And you actually talked about astrology. So I actually used astrology for one, really understanding how much I love to learn and how that really excites me, and it changes my world every day. Just little nuances to helping me see myself differently, the world differently, and affect myself differently. But I actually used astrology to give myself permission, learning more about me. And it's like, okay, well, what if it were true that I'm I love knowledge and I'm a teacher, right? It's where my moon is. So inside of me, a Sagittarian is known as a teacher. So they love learning. And so using that and different things to kind of, when I needed more confidence and reassurance, I basically use astrology to help me with that, and also to understand other people, understand the world. Now, when I do birthday presents or a gift of some sort, I look at people's Venus. Like, oh, okay, I have a really good friend, and her Venus is in Cancer. So I was like, okay, Cancers, they love home. I swear they love robes. Like every Cancer placement, I know robes, or something with a bath or their bed. And so
I never
that's
thought of that before.
yeah, my Venus is in Taurus. So I'm like, give me something that smells good, something that feels soft, something that looks pretty, and just kind of seeing people in a different way. It's just like another layer of information I've found personally. But yeah, for my YouTube channel, ultimately, I want to make it as big as possible, seeing the impact that these messages can have, and then the ripple effect. Like sometimes I see people comment with each other, and like I'm like over here like crying, like, I'm like, oh my God, it's so beautiful. It's like I haven't gotten to the comment yet, and somebody else helps. And they're like, oh, thank you so much. This is so great. And I'm like, I love y'all. So that's really beautiful. And I mean, that started with me in my living room, having no idea what I was doing. I didn't even have a tripod at the time. I'd put my phone in front of the window to get some kind of light, and I had to like sit on my knees, which I don't do for a long. So a lot of my videos were really quick. So I was like, oh my gosh, this hurts. And that was the best I could do. And rather than being like, oh, I'll get a tripod and do this, or I don't know where to shoot the video, I just started. And I look back, I'm like, oh boy, those were some, and I'm sure maybe I'll look back in the future. And rather than being like, oh God, I can't believe that, it's like, wow, you had the courage to start. It wasn't really that pretty, but something was happening. And then somebody made a comment, and maybe I learned a little something else. And then I kept going, oh, they like this. And there's these like just different, ebbs and flows that you don't know until you start going, and maybe make a couple mistakes. But the mistakes are what is literally, everyone's looking for the wisdom on how to go. The mistakes are really the biggest ways, because you don't know right now what you don't know.
Right.
So the mistake will help you get there. But yeah, going as big as possible for YouTube to help as many people as possible. And yeah, I just see it so like, I started doing like collaborations and talking with people and seeing like, this helps me talking to you today. You asking me questions, things come out of my mouth. I'm like, I've never even thought of that, and exchanging information with you, having this time it can help you. And then the people watching. So just like, oh my gosh, a triple win. My Aries really is delighted by that. So yeah.
That's awesome. And I love that the comments in your YouTube channel, people are asking you for requests on what videos to do. And I just want to give you a shout out, because I think I watched one that was up a day or two just recently, maybe even this morning. There was over 600 views. And I was like, yes, that's really strong and powerful, right? They are just following you, and they feel that. They know you've got that magic that's going to help them ease their anxiety, or to give them their questions.
Yeah. And that's another thing too. I've suffered with so many things where, my things, and I think that this happens with money, this happens with relationships or careers. Everyone's looking for that security, and it can look different in the external world, but really the seeds are mostly the same. And mine happen in relationships a lot. And it's like these moments of just like such suffering and just terrible emotion. You just feel terrible. Yeah. And like, helping get myself the medicine or the instruction and the wisdom from the teachers that I've gotten, been fortunate enough to work with. And then now I'm like, how can I help? Because I know this changed my life and it has helped so much. How can I help others? So yeah. When I see a lot of people or somebody says something and like how much it's helped them, or there's a realization of like, oh my gosh, I keep getting abandoned in my a romantic relationship, specifically this person. She's like, I see now how I was the one abandoning myself. So now that if I put myself first and invest in me and start having better, healthy boundaries, I will have to get back that reflection, because that is how metaphysics and the universe work. It is a law of nature. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's so good. And what an encouragement. I think anyone who's watching who is a coach, wants to start to be a coach, like just start a business and help the collective. Just start whatever the passions are of your heart. I mean, talking about the tripod, I started with cans and a Kleenex box. Your phone sits so perfectly in a Kleenex box. I love it. I mean, a tripod's $50. So
yeah, and it's like, oh, this was so much easier. I'm really making it. Like, look at me go. It's so easy now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I remember you saying, like you were doing the videos and there was some discouragement, like, I don't even know if people are watching, or it's crickets, and you kept going. And I'm so proud of you, because now you have over 2,600 people who are subscribed to your YouTube channel, but you have viewers who are watching, over 600. That is so powerful. And so anyone out there who's watching and you have a passion or you have a story to tell people, keep going.
And here's one thing I'll say about that, because I just heard it. And again, like, this is how it helps me, because I'm like, oh, I hear it in a different way, because I'm thinking about myself back then. And it's like, oh, if I would have stopped because no one was watching, like there'd be a time where it's like no one watched in the first hour. And I'm like, is the connection, did the video upload? Like real confused, because I'm like, waiting. But if I would have stopped, I would have said, oh, the opinions of others and what they're doing is more important than what I'm saying and what I think is important. When you say, no, this matters, I don't really know where or how, but it matters. So I'm going to put it out. You said the universe, you said this matters. And so what's going to be reflected back. And it might not, some of my videos, like the one, I made a video in like April of last year, and then somebody had shared it with a bigger audience, and then it like doubled in views after like 8 months, or like, so anything can happen at any time. But you voting yes to you rather than waiting for somebody outside of you, because that means your internal authority is based on outside of people, or people outside of you, which means that if they change their mind, you're collapsed. So, part of your self-concept being you are your inner authority, and what you say matters. And it does help. It be one person or 1,000, 1,000,000 people. It is helping in some way. So, yeah.
So awesome. We have a comment saying, Tracy Ann can't wait to watch your YouTube channel. And we got a comment when your picture went up in our Facebook group. She said, she's looking forward to watching. I know she's working, so she'll come back for the play. But she says she's been watching her YouTube channel, and it's been helping her a lot with her self-concept. And so I just want to thank you, because you are really helping the world. You're helping people to shift and really understand that self-concept and who they are. Law of attraction won't work if the self-concept is off, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Before we see it. And so thank you for sharing your magic with the world. I could talk to you all day.
I know, I feel the same. I'm like, oh, thank you for having me. This is always such a fun time for me.
Awesome. Cool. Well, we'll see you online, and thank you so much for being here today. Appreciate it.
Y'all have a great day. Bye.
Thanks. Take care. Awesome. Okay, let me just flip up the banners, and next we have Jonathan coming with us here today. Hello, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good, thank you. I'm really excited to share your story. Jonathan and I met on Clubhouse. He was in a room speaking, and I just love Clubhouse. If you've been on it or haven't, Christine33. What's your Clubhouse?
It is John Quest.
John Quest,
yes.
Yeah. Follow us both there. It's a really neat platform, because I heard him speaking in a room, something spiritual, and I was like, wow, he's really commanding the room right now. So I followed him on Instagram, and then I just, one thing led to another. We had a chat, and I was like, oh, your story is so empowering, and I love what you're wanting to do for humanity. Can you come on our show? And here you are. So this is really exciting.
Super happy to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let's start. So do you want to just talk a little bit about your spiritual awakening and kind of how you found your intuitive gifts?
Yeah, we could definitely start there. My journey was a little bit different. My spiritual journey, it was kind of in stages, really. I think the beginning of my spiritual journey started after my divorce, right? When I had to really dive into myself and figure out who am I in this present time, and what do I need to change, and relearn about Jonathan. So I did a lot of work, internal work, just learning about love, even diving into going to church, reading the Bible, just really developing and evolving to a new being, new father, husband, son, whatever. I knew I needed to be a new guy. So, that happened first. And then the big awakening happened through, again, another stage of pain. And that's what I noticed during my journey, is that each stage of my awakening was like an extreme amount of pain and suffering that I had to go through. The second one was the death of my mother, and she raised me. She was, just my mom and I throughout my entire life. And she died unexpectedly from a heart attack. And that's when my whole life like really, really shifted around, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it was the death of my mother. And I think like 3 days after she had passed away, she started communicating with me. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? You know? I really had no idea what was happening.
Wait, you got to get into how did she communicate with you?
So yeah, the first time she communicated with me, I was sleeping on my couch. This was like the day after she had passed away, and I could just hear her voice in my head just telling me that she's sorry that she had to go, but this was her time, and she got called to the other side, and she's sorry that we didn't have more time to communicate. She didn't know. So, you know, that was the first time. And then the next time that she communicated with me, I was at work in a meeting. And I'm in the tech industry, right? From techie to intuitive healer. I'm a DevOps engineer, and I was in a business meeting. And as I'm sitting in the meeting with other people on my team, I see a light orb just floating around in the meeting room, but no one else can see it.
Wow.
And, you know, it had this feeling of love. And I'm watching this thing move around in the meeting room, and no one else can see it. So the meeting ended. I went right to my computer and started Googling.
Wait, that is crazy. You're sitting in a meeting and like there's an orb that's there, but you have this feeling of love, which is so beautiful.
Right.
But I mean, like not everyone has had that experience. I think that is just so amazing, you know, and that you felt love. And I think that's so good if anyone is going to have that kind of experience, you know, what I've been told, because that would, I think, not having had that experience right yet, I feel it would freak me right out. And so for me to like calm myself, if that were to happen, just simply I was told, ask, hey, what's your name? You know, I can say that. I feel like I can say that in that moment when I'm like, oh my God, does not anyone else see this?
Yeah.
Like, right?
Yeah. I couldn't ask that, but, you know, I definitely had a feeling that it was my mother in the room, you know, it's like a certain feeling that you have. And I 100% felt that. So from that meeting led me to finding a spiritual mentor that I surprisingly never met in real life. And it was kind of like a movie was unfolding in front of my eyes. It's something like this. It's totally unbelievable. And my spiritual mentor that lives on the other side of the United States taught me how to meditate. And I opened up my third eye fairly quickly within like 2 weeks. And that's when a lot of my gifts quickly came online, and I was able to channel my mother. And then that's when everything really started to develop and happen fairly quickly. So being able to channel my mother helped me through my pain, because it started to make me happy again, because she left unexpectedly, and now I'm able to communicate with her, see her and feel her and get guidance from her. So, you know, once I got that feeling, I was like, I'm all the way in with whatever the universe is throwing my way. I'm putting both feet in and going for it. And yeah.
You're getting a lot of wows and amazings from the chat. And Tracy Ann says, I see orbs quite often. That's really neat. Tracy Ann, I want to have a chat with you about that. Yeah. Can you, before we move on, I'm just wondering, can you go back to what is it like to have a third eye open if someone in the audience has never had that? Or maybe what's happening, I feel, is a lot of people are attracted to us at the Healing Soul School because their gifts are coming on board and they don't know what to do with them, or they're just like, can you give me some answers? So what was that experience like for you? I know you said that it took 2 weeks, but can you kind of walk through what that was like for someone who's a newbie to understand that?
Yeah. So what it was like for me, meditation was a huge, huge component with opening up. We'll do that. Opening up my third eye. Like I was meditating in the morning and again at night for like 5 to 30 minutes, just as long as I felt was the right amount of time for me.
On your own or guided?
This was all on my own, actually.
Okay.
This was all on my own. You know, I would put on some music, normally go to YouTube and find some music around the 432 megahertz, you know. And one of the tricks that helped me learn how to open up my third eye was visualizing a safe place that I felt was comfortable for me. So in the beginning stages, I was kind of like piecing together a puzzle. My safe space is the beach. So in my third eye, as I was meditating, I would put the sun and I would actually see the sun right there. And then I would bring in the ocean, and then I would bring in the waves, and then I would bring in the sand. So that would be my tip for anyone that's kind of working on meditation and opening up their third eye. They go hand in hand, right? Because you can also tap into your chakras, all of your chakras through meditation. You're able to tap into, your spirit guides through meditation.
Right.
Super, super important. So it really started with visualizing the beach. And then from the beach, it transitioned. I would start to see no longer the beach, but now I would start to see colors and people walking around, figures kind of.
Wow.
And I started to notice as I got deeper and deeper into my meditation, much more relaxed in the breathing, I would enter into, this is how I would know I would get into like a super, super meditative state. It would be an all white room. And then that's when my mom would walk in that room. So it really started just visualizing what is comfortable for you, so if that's the mountains or, the beach, or if it's, even just the garden, I would say start to visualize that, because that's practicing with your third eye, because you're seeing everything with your third eye. So hopefully that answers.
That's so cool. Did you feel different in your body when that happened?
Yes, actually, yes, that's a good point. So the energy starts to rise around. And that was also something that I had to get used to. Being an empath, I'm able to feel so much. And this was
watching can relate.
Yeah, it was this was like something that had happened my whole entire life, but I didn't really realize what was going on until I started to do a lot more research on what it meant to be an empath. Energy flows within our body. And during meditation, this still happens now, and I'm pretty sure it happens to a lot of people, but I would feel rushes of energy from my root going all the way up to my crown chakra. Sometimes it'll go flush down to my feet. It's kind of like a tingling feeling, right?
Cool.
And you kind of get used to it, and you start to know and identify what the feelings mean. Because now, as I develop my gifts, I'm able to sense when there's a spirit around, because I practice that feeling during my meditation. Sometimes I'm just kind of like hanging around, and I can instantly feel that I have a guest that wants to communicate or say whatever,
Hey.
Yes. So the energy flows is definitely something that you can practice and get used to through your meditation. I definitely just feel like for me, meditation was the first move, and it's going to be the last move for me. Like I have to meditate because you're quieting your mind and allowing things to flow through you, the universe, the messages, your guides. That's how they speak.
That's so awesome. Now, for the body tingles, I get that more when I'm doing breath work. So I'm wondering if you have that, or maybe, what's your advice on breath, because you're a yoga teacher. So you would, you've got some good deep breath, being able to teach others how to do yoga. Is there a correlation, do you think, with the body buzzing or feeling that, as opposed to someone, what I find I have to be careful of is how is my breathing? If it's shallow, then I'm in anxiety, right? I'm not in a calm, relaxed state. And I think that really is important when you are meditating and getting into that deeper state, or, wanting to call on the intent to call on any gifts or messages from source, is your breathing and to be in that calmer state. What are your thoughts?
So there are so many different techniques of breath work, right? So what I'll share is what I do. So in the beginning of my meditation, I will inhale for about 4 to 6 seconds, and then I'll hold it for about 4 to 6 seconds, and then exhale for another 4 to 6. Those are very slow, deep inhales and exhales, and I'll do that for about 5 to maybe 8 times. By the 8th time, my body is super, super relaxed. And I personally like to keep my breathing very shallow, because for me, it gets me into a very, very deep meditative state. It actually gets to a point where sometimes it'll feel like I'm not breathing at all. And I'll have to remember to do that. And, because I get so deep. So that's just what works for me. There's also another, being a yoga teacher, there are different, again, many breathing techniques. There's one that a lot of people use in Kundalini yoga. It's called the breath of fire.
Okay.
That is a different breathing technique. You're literally you're putting your hand on your abdomen and you're breathing through your nose super fast and just holding it in. So I'll give you an example. It's kind of like this. Breathing super, super fast. And then you hold it for like 20 seconds until you can't hold it anymore. Exhale, and then you continue to do it again. So that's another breathing technique that actually will raise the Kundalini energy from the base of your spine up to the crown. But that is, I will be honest, raising the Kundalini. I see a lot of people rushing to raise the Kundalini energy. That is something that you should not rush, right? That's something that you should naturally progress to. And how I got introduced to that breathing technique, again, it's called the breath of fire, was through my Kundalini yoga teacher. And you'll see a lot of texts and books that will talk about raising the Kundalini energy. And it's totally fine to do, but you have to be very, very careful, because if you rush to raise your Kundalini energy to the crown and have a Kundalini awakening, your gifts and things will happen too fast when you might not be ready for it. So, no.
Right. And it can flatten you out. Like,
yes.
You'll be tired, you won't be able to move. Or you'll have some kind of symptoms and it's just overwhelming. Yeah, I agree. Definitely. That's an intuitive thing to go with and not to rush into that. Absolutely. The Kundalini is like a coil at the base of your crown, your root chakra.
Root chakra, yeah.
Yeah. And so a lot of people do talk about that, but you're right. You do have to be careful. And Virginia's in the comments here as Healing Soul School. And she said that her breathing is very shallow through her meditation too. I don't feel we talked about it before. So this is really good. And that it's important that whatever feels right to you as someone who's meditating, you can't do it wrong. Like just get into the practice. But yeah, whatever is right for you. That breathing that you're talking about, you breathe in for 4 or 6. So breathe in for 4, hold it, breathe out for 4, and then wait, and then breathe in again is the square or the box breathing technique. If anyone would like that, or if it's useful for you, you can kind of just even imagine, a box and if you need to focus your attention and just to calm yourself down and to get into that state, which is so beautiful and delicious. We love it. Let me see. Someone's talking about chills. Tracy Ann. So chills down her back, her left side, and her legs. Sometimes I get extremely warm. Is that from breathing, Tracy Ann, or is that from an earlier part of what we were talking about? Curious there. So yeah, that's good. Anything else you wanna talk about? I do have another question for you, but is there anything else you want to just know?
Yeah, I do. Let's go into the question. Question.
Cool. Okay, good. I love I put his, is that right? Quest the Yogi on Instagram.
Yes, it is.
Yes, you can follow him there. I love your chakra yoga classes that you're having. Do you want to just share a little bit about that, or what you have to offer, and how that is helping your business or helping other people to heal?
Yeah. So Quest the Yogi, again, is on Instagram. So the program that I'm promoting right now, it's a 7 class workshop focusing and educating people on their chakras. So within my class, we started with the crown chakra, and we're working our way down to the root. So we will dive into the meaning of the crown chakra, the history of it as well, what kind of foods you can eat or exercises that you can do to help balance your chakras. Also, ways to notice if your chakra is unbalanced or blocked. So it's really focusing on keeping those centers open. We're also talking about if your chakra is too open, right? Because that can also happen. There's a point in my life where my third eye was way too open. It was too much stuff happening. I had to reel back a little bit. So in the 7 class workshop, it is $69, and it's happening on the third Wednesday of every month. So we'll have the next one coming up in March, and it's a 2-hour class. So we'll first start off with a presentation on the chakra, and then we will also go into a yoga session with poses that will allow you to open up that chakra as well. There's also some journaling exercises included in the workshop. That's something I really, really like. The questions that are geared towards, the intention of our chakras and how we can open up, and just really asking yourself questions and allowing that to flow. And then we'll finish it off with a meditation that is also geared towards that chakra as well. And it's a guided meditation with myself and all the students in the class. So it's been really, really nice. Again, we started off with the crown chakra. The next one that we have is the third eye, which will be coming up in March. I don't have the date in front of me. I'll have to look it up and I'll say it again. But yes, it's the third Wednesday of every month. And you can find that information on Quest to Yogi. Also on my Instagram, you will see a lot of yoga classes that you can sign up on Zoom or in person if you're in Pittsburgh, PA. That's where I'm at. Yeah. And then also, I'm offering Reiki and readings. It's kind of like a combination package that I, again, naturally kind of fell into. As I was doing Reiki on my clients, I was channeling so much information.
Awesome.
Numbers, messages, images. And what I like to do, if they're open to it, I will share that information with them and, look up the spiritual meanings of all of the information that I downloaded during the session. And, 95% of the time, it's been accurate to what they're going through in my clients' lives. So, yeah.
So cool. So cool to be the conduit, right? Like, hey, this is a message from God.
Yeah,
it's a message for you.
Wow, especially for me, I've always been spiritual my entire life, but I've been somewhat terrified, right? I kind of always had one foot in and one foot out. Even as a kid, I was reading about the occult and esoteric texts and stuff like that. Right. But I just didn't really, I was scared. And again, just being able to contact my mother when I feel like, I lost my whole world. It's like, okay, I have to get rid of this and just go all the way in. And even then in the beginning, I was still somewhat terrified of what was happening. But, working over that fear and getting through that was somewhat of a challenge. But breaking through that and elevating is what helped me to go through, and knowing that, my guides are here. I am protected. It's not to be scared of. It's the ego in play. And, yeah, I'm here working my way to be this healer that I am.
That's cool. If anyone's interested in the chakra yoga classes, we had talked about maybe doing even a private class for the Healing Soul School. Could be an option. So if anyone watching is interested, pop in the yoga emoji, and then I'll know to include you in the talks about that, or when we're ready to roll out something, because I think that's really neat. I think, being able to have the movement and to move people's energy and to help get unstuck, but also learning, about the chakras and how, even with the food and, different things, just for overall balance and health there. So yeah, if you're interested in that, something that I am interested in doing, and there's a couple of ideas that I have in my mind. So if anyone's interested in the chakra yoga, please put the yoga, we could just even say yoga, the word, or the emoji, and then I'll reach out to you separately after the show. So cool. What's next for you? Or, how do you see things unfolding for you in your business and helping others?
So what's next for me right now, it's really funny that you say that, because the universe is so behind me and my purpose. Again, the death of my mother, I discovered my life purpose, and that's to be a healer.
So beautiful.
And around November, December, when we had a lot of energy flowing around in the world, a lot of changes happening, that's when Spirit was like, okay, John, you need to stop hiding and tell the world about your gifts. Go out there and start putting them to use. So, thankfully, that's when Clubhouse came along, and then I started hopping in gaps and came across you. So, being a yoga teacher is a way to introduce healing to people if they are not ready for Reiki, right? Because when I tried to promote Reiki, a lot of people were like, what is that? I don't know what's going on. So yoga teacher is like my entry way. So the yoga is picking up a lot. It's picking up a lot. And, right now I'm teaching in the studio in Pittsburgh, PA, but I do have plans to start offering private lessons online. My Reiki sessions will be hopping back online, distance sessions, and also in person. And then also, I have been stepping into the psychedelic healing space as well, because that's something else that in the Black and Brown community, they are not educated on and have been told a lot of nonsense that I also was told. So that's another step coming in for me. Really stepping into my power.
I'm laughing, sorry, because my ex-husband's from Jamaica, and they would talk about duppies or ghosts, and people were afraid of them and scared. And it's like, I'm so glad that you're able to offer that, because they're not to be scared of, right? Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it's just, that's my mission, and really bringing to the forefront the importance of balancing and embracing the divine masculine and feminine within us. Those are energies within all of us, especially as men. Even for myself, right? I was in that wounded masculine state for a very, very long time. And my divorce switched that. So, I want to be a mascot, a champion, whatever you want to call it, for men to be vulnerable, emotional, and just know it's okay to cry. And then also really for anyone that was in my position in the beginning of their spiritual awakening, because, I was grateful to have several teachers along my path, but there was also points in times where I didn't have anyone to get any answers from. I had to figure out stuff on my own. So, I want to educate people in that, because a lot of people are starting to waken up right now and they're looking for help. And, it's very, very important to use discernment when finding the teacher. So, I'm a genuine guy. I want to make sure that people are pointed in the right direction and just kind of help them go along their path and, help heal the world. The healing school, right? That's what we're all in.
Yeah, that's awesome. So good. So again, they can find you on Instagram or on Clubhouse if that's where they find themselves. But really love it. Any last? Actually, I did want to say one thing about the divorce and how that kind of was one of the times where your spiritual awakening was coming on through pain. I really feel 2020 was a divorce for everyone. We are divorced from our old lives, and now we're at this place where, how do I move forward? Or, what is next? Where am I to go? And, it doesn't have to be something that is super traumatic. You can even start now. Why am I here? What is my soul calling? What's my purpose? And when you start asking those kinds of questions, you're going to get the answers. You're going to see numbers. You might see the spiritual gifts coming on board a little bit sooner because you're ready. And I think it's so powerful. Just as a collective, there's so many of us who are here and we're ready. We're just saying, how can we help? How can we help people heal themselves or, come to this awareness so that they too can live a life of happiness and freedom from within, that we're not always chasing and the hustle and the grind. And you're like, is there anything more to this life?
Yeah.
Being able to really just sit in calm and peace with ourselves. That was the biggest thing I feel that meditation has taught me, was to be okay with being alone and to be with myself. I'd spent many years disassociating and hiding and running. And now it's like, it's okay. It's safe. And just allowing those gifts to come through. So it's super powerful. I really love your work and your mission and how you're helping people. I think it's so great. Definitely making your mom proud. And for your kids too, right? As you're healing and you're teaching other people, you're also lifting up them as well and teaching them, which is super powerful. It's the next generation that they have their gifts, but you're showing them it's okay, and it's okay to be empowered to use them and to help others. So it's amazing.
Yeah, totally agree. I think it's, like you said, 2020 was definitely that moment for a lot of people to be forced to sit with yourself, right? And reassess what's going on, and also be removed from the things that we were so caught up in. And 2020 for me has really been it's been pretty good. I'll be honest, it's been pretty good. But I will say that it's super important to operate in the heart space constantly, because love is the frequency. When we work on ourselves, right? We work on ourselves first, we are able to help everyone else out. Starts within. The work starts within. And we are moving forward. I will say one more thing. Cool. Something else that I just recently discovered, how easy it is to communicate with your ego and your higher self.
Cool.
Get these answers, right? So
good power to have.
It's super simple. So for me, I didn't learn it this way, but Shaman Durek, if you may be familiar, he has his book called Spirit Hacking. Very, very good book.
Okay.
Again, it's as simple as taking a few breaths, relaxing your body, and then simply saying, higher self, what is my purpose? And see what answers come in. And then you're able to dive in deeper by addressing your ego, right? You can say, ego, why are you stopping me from doing this? And then it's going to give you an answer. Then you can go into your shadow. You can go into your body. You can go into your heart. It's just simple as asking the questions in the meditative state. And I've been able to get phenomenal answers from my ego, right? I'll give you an example. Abby, that was just speaking about the YouTube channel. That was something that I planned to start, but that fear was holding me back. And I was so happy to see her and hear her story, because now I'm like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and do this. But I had asked my ego, like, why haven't I done this? And it said that fear, because you're not ready to be out in the open. But that's not true. I'm ready. So now that I identified that, it's time to move past it. So I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's so great. Yeah, tapping in. And I heard a coach say actually a couple of days ago, with the ego is just simply tell it, you're not going to die. We're okay.
Right. Yeah.
The ego's there to protect you from dying, right? It helps you run from that tiger. But if it's a case where you're wanting to move forward or start a YouTube channel or come out of the woo closet, or, just sharing your gifts of what you have or what's inside of you, it's just simply saying, it's okay, ego, we're not going to die.
That's it.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Such a pleasure. And I'm excited, we can follow you on YouTube, on Instagram, and then your new YouTube channel when you have it. Once it's up and running, and we'll come and support you there as well. But such an honor. I am just so grateful for you listening to those nudges and that intuition, and then now helping other people. So beautiful.
So thank you so much for spending the time with me today.
Yeah, you're welcome. Take care. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Let me switch some banners here. Next up, we have Allan Knight. So I'll bring him to the stage. Hello, Allan.
Hi there, Christine.
How's it going?
I'm doing well. How are you doing? Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. So excited to have you on the show today. We had a chat. We met on Facebook, just networking, and we saw we were both in a similar kind of industry, and we had a chat. And I said, yes, let's share your message with the world as well in the Conscious Business Showcase, because you are also helping people to connect with themselves and to learn some very, very important things about themselves. So would you like to start and just maybe share a little bit? Tell us your story. Like, how did your spiritual awakening come, or, where did this feeling come to want to then help others?
Well, It really started when I was 13. My mother was diagnosed with cancer and told she had 6 months to live. And she lived for about 15 years. So my mother was my first role model of the power of the human spirit. When I was 19, taking a psychology course, my father died. And I knew that I wanted to help people, but I was really too screwed up myself. So I took a year off and traveled the world. And I went to this country and that country and this city. And oh, that's nice, that's nice, that's nice. Is that all there is? And then I had my first life-changing experience where I came that close to dying on the desert in the Mediterranean Sea, near the Mediterranean Sea. And that scared the crap out of me. And when I came back to Montreal, where I'm originally from, I kind of went from being atheistic to being open to spirituality and personal development. And then I met these people that were living in what was called a Zen meditation center at the time. And their eyes were calm, clear, centered. I went there was about 25 of them. And I said, I want that. I moved in. I became a Zen monk for 9 years until I missed women too much. And then I left the monastery.
That's amazing. Where was that monastery?
In Montreal.
Oh, it was I'm imagining it somewhere exotic, like Bali or.
Hey, it was exotic. Montreal's exotic, man.
I'm about 8 hours away, so yes, Montreal is a beautiful place. That's cool.
Well,
What's that?
That's an interesting point, because when we practice Zen meditation, a lot of us felt that people were getting off on the Eastern mysticism and the cool look of how that was, when we wanted to live a very North American style of Zen that might not have the sexiness, but had the practicality, things we prided ourselves in.
Right. Out of those 9 years being there, what would you say is your takeaway, or what changed the most for you, or that you would want people to know and understand in your healing?
Well, first of all, I was always very grateful that I had the experience, because I got what I wanted. I meditated very intensively and learned that there was more to life than the physical body and the rational mind. Now, having said that, when I left, because when I went back into the world, I quickly realized that you don't have to become a monk or nun to learn what I learned and to get in what I call the Zen zone, but that unless I was a bit of a basket case back in society, and I learned that unless you integrate the Zen zone into every facet of life, it was going to be limited. And that's what led me to creating what today is a 9-step formula that I teach people how to master their relationships by mastering themselves. So that's what I learned from that experience.
Nice, very good. And was that I know you were also a communication coach. Was that around the same time? Is that where that started from?
Well, really, all through my career, over 25 years now of coaching and training, one of the things that I looked at when I moved out to Vancouver at some point, and I said, I didn't come here to get a job. I came here for a mission. And I started to look at the whole self-development world. And by the way, when I was 19, as early as 19, I had a very strong passion for soulmates, which we'll talk about in a minute. And so the concept of soulmates always attracted me. And even though I spent years training and coaching entrepreneurs, my real passion was the soulmate, which I've just recently wrote a book called The Soulmate Revolution, and launching really the soulmate revolution after many years of procrastinating. But when I looked at the self-development world when I was in Vancouver, I realized people were coming to me, and I'd ask them questions on how much work have they done on their personal spiritual development. And some of them would say, oh, I've done tons of work. Some of them had spent $5,000, $10,000, even $20,000 on self-development. And then when I did my X-ray assessment, many of them still procrastinated, still had a hyperactive mind, still were lacking confidence, social anxiety, and the list goes on. And I said, something is missing here, something's wrong. And then the light bulb went on, that so much of when we think about self-development and this expression, knowledge is power, that a lot of times we go to rah-rah seminars or we take a lot of coaching or counseling. It's all great, and I'm not putting it down in any way. But I felt that at some point, if I realized that if I was terrible shape physically and you were a physical fitness trainer and I came to you, you probably wouldn't ask me to read a book or go to a rah-rah seminar. You'd get me in the gymnasium with a workout. And so I decided at some point, if that's true for physical fitness, the same should be true for inner and verbal fitness. And I always wanted to combine the two of self-development and communication mastery, because again, I felt in the self-development world, the communication part was often left out. So that's why I merged the two in my program.
Cool. That's awesome. And then tell us about, what is the soulmate revolution? Where, like, how did that start? I know you had that, you know, the desire or an interest in it always, but was it from more of kind of seeing what was missing out there from your coaching experience?
Well, even as early as 19, I saw that, you know, there was a real challenge, and we live in such a so-called developed world with all the technology developed, but yet when it comes to human relationships, we were pathetic in many ways. And I was very attracted to heart-centered community. I mean, soulmates, we use the word soulmates. What I mean by it really is deep connections with other people. I believe we have many soulmates, business soulmates, friend soulmates, family soulmates, but we also have romantic soulmates and even twin souls. But I knew that at some point I really wanted to do something. I was originally going to call it the nightclub, KNIGHT, and bring a little chivalry back, which I think we need a little bit of. But I ended up calling it the Soulmate Revolution. But it's been in my heart for many, many years, and I've been blessed with soulmates. Many soulmates, still have many wonderful soulmates in my life. But at some point, when the light bulb again went on for me, Christine, when it wasn't that long ago, but a year ago, and I said, you know, there's way too much talk about drawing in the one, finding the one. There's a lot of pressure in that. And I realized that's not even in sync with my philosophy, because my philosophy is that in order to have deep connections, which I'm sure you'll agree with, we have to have a deep connection with ourselves. And it starts with the inner soulmate. And if we could learn to unconditionally accept, adore, and love ourselves like our own child and walk around like a love machine, we're going to attract other deep connections, including at the right point, if it's destiny, the right one will walk into our life at God's time, not our time. So it changed the way I view soulmates, and the soulmate revolution is all about attracting. That's why the tagline of my book is Soulmate Revolution: find all your soulmates, including the one.
Awesome. Now, when you talk about the one, is that referring to themselves?
No, well, what I mean by the one there, I'm talking about if somebody is really desiring to meet their soulmate, their soul partner for however long that lasts, it's finding all your soulmates implies we have many soulmates. And when you work on your inner soulmate and your own self, you can't help but have that vibration that's going to attract quality people all around you. I have tons of them. I've already talked to 2 or 3. I call it emotional polyamory. But what I mean by the one is, if it's your desire to be with the one partner for life, or a partner for long term, or however long you're blessed to have it, it includes that if you so desire it. But it comes as an extension organically, not with the pressure. I got to find the one. I got to find the one. I got to find the one. That's the intention.
You're in repel mode then. Okay, good.
Sure not to happen.
Yeah, right. How do you know if the person, like, let's say you're already in a relationship, how do you know if that's your soulmate? Or what if it's just someone who is there that you recognize maybe something in them that has to do with childhood hurts and wounds, and there's a codependency as opposed to there being a soulmate?
Well, first of all, I don't get caught up and attached, even though I use the term soulmate. I'm just there to help people get deeper, more fulfilling, heart-centered relationships. What we call it, I couldn't care less. Right. If 2 people are together and they're 2 great companions and they don't necessarily have even a deep, deep spiritual soul connection, who cares? It's about living the life that you want to live. Yeah. What I mean by soulmates is, because I've had blessed with a number of soulmate experiences, it was so profound and so connected on so many levels that the only way that I would ever consider being in a romantic relationship at this point is if I had that. And if I don't, I'm happy to be alone the rest of my life, because I got the soulmate right here. Right. But even if you do meet soulmates, whether it's twin souls or so, it doesn't really matter. Many times one or both have dysfunctional stuff that they haven't worked through. So sometimes you could be with a soulmate, but you run from each other. That's why they call it the runner and the chaser, because you might be connected, but soulmates are not coming together just to have fun and go bungee jumping. They're there to grow, and they mirror each other. So unless you're ready for it, as Kubler-Ross said, it's not for the faint of heart. You could be in a relationship that's quite dysfunctional, yet it could still be your soulmate. But that soulmate quality is an intangible that is not just two people together, but it's two people in God, spirit together in a tripartite relationship. That's how I view it anyway.
Right, right. So what would be your advice? Let's say someone wants to find their soulmate, or they're ready, or they're doing the work, you know, what are some starting things for someone who's new to discovering what that would be for them?
Well, the first thing that I would recommend is sometimes we think we're ready for our soulmate. That's part of why I do an assessment where I'll ask people to rate themselves from 0 to 100% in about 25 categories, because quite quickly we can both discern whether they're really in the solid, they're solid emotionally, they're solid spiritually, they're solid mentally. And, you know, we all have things we need to work on, but they're really sort of ready to be in a high quality relationship. Other times people think they're ready, but there are issues that are there that they need to work on, because if you don't, it's only going to get triggered when you meet the one. So I would say the first thing is to make sure that you're sufficiently on an ongoing basis working on yourself, letting go of the negativity from the past, empowering yourself internally, empowering your lifestyle, making sure you're good at navigating the challenges of life so you're living in that Zen zone consistently. If you're at that place, then organically you're going to meet wonderful people. Get out there like I do. That's how I met you by getting on Facebook every day. I connect. I do more networking now than I did when I was networking out there in the world. So I take proactive action, and I'm meeting. You could be a soulmate, for God's sake. You know, we could be soulmates. So it's about taking care of yourself, and then be willing to connect with the world, and then everything effortlessly will happen as it's meant to be if you do both the inner work and the outer work.
Mm-hmm. Very good. When you said emotionally ready or emotionally strong, what does that mean?
Well, what I mean by that is that a lot of times, you know, when I've met some amazing soulmates in my life, and I could tell you that, I'll give you a simple example. About 15 years ago, I had done some intensive inner work, and I was proud of myself, and I thought, oh, do I feel fantastic, you know? And for about 3 years, I was on my own, feeling great. I said, wow, I've never felt as good as this. And then one day walks in this young, well, she wasn't that young, but a lady where I was working at the time on a contract, and my knees actually buckled. My knees buckled. And I could hardly speak. And I went home that night. I said, what the hell is going on? First of all, I saw her from another room. Just her presence. It wasn't just physical. There was much more than physical there. And that night I went home and I had to gather myself up, you know, from the floor. And I realized then and there, I thought that I had worked through a lot of issues, but I was triggered in an area that I've always been triggered, is I would be attracted to women that on some level were emotionally unavailable. I knew I couldn't have, and they're somewhat bitchy. And I realized what I learned from it is that my father, who I loved, was an angry man, but I was very scared of him. I loved him, I was scared of him. So what did I do? I think when we want love, we think we want love, but we're looking for mommy and daddy in a younger body. And so until we work out those, and then I realized I had more work to do. So with the work that I've done, now I think I feel great, Christine. I'm ready for anybody. I don't have a problem now, I think.
So was it, like, go back to that lady then. So you were attracted to her. So would someone confuse that, where they have that energetic feeling in their body and they would think, oh, there's a connection here, but that's a trigger. So was she really someone that, you know, you would continue to investigate that with, or not? Because you realized yourself.
I did, but I was scared out of my wits. I pursued it in a very half-hearted way. I tried to be her friend just to make sure she wouldn't reject me and we'll be friends. I did all those things for actually a year or two, long distance. And then one day I had the balls, excuse the expression, to finally admit how I felt about her. And it was so scary to do that. And at one point we tried to make it happen, but it didn't. And I was so angry at all the energy I put in it. We haven't talked for many years. She's a soulmate. Sooner or later we'll meet each other in this lifetime or future lifetime. But I thank her for that lesson, because anytime I've been challenged, part of what I teach people in the 9-step program, the 6th step is facing our obstacles, challenges. I call them the Scud missiles of life. So she gave me the biggest gift in the world, because she gave me the gift of tapping into my fear and insecurity so clearly that I had to at one day look up to God and say, either I'm going to end up in a mental institute or I'm going to love myself. And I chose to love myself. Never look back. Thank her for coming into my life. So it was a karmic soulmate. That's all.
Right. That's cool. And I love that you said that, you got to a place where you could thank that thing for happening. And I think that's so important for people to hear, is things happen to us and we can learn from them, definitely, but being able to get to a place where we're actually grateful for that contrast, or that thing that helped us to heal more, is such a blessing. Because I just feel that, you just kind of move up another little notch of maturity and that level, and even in vibration, I feel. So that's really amazing to be able to observe that.
I would say, sorry to interrupt you. I would say that when I speak to people, whether it's my friends or people I teach, I always say to them, to me, much more important than positive thinking and rah-rah seminars is how we navigate the challenges and obstacles in our life. It's easy when I am wonderful, I'm going to do my vision board, and now that's part of the process for sure. So I'm not putting it down. But the real growth, the real significant growth, in my estimation, comes when we're faced with the challenges from outside ourselves or inside our own mind, and how quickly we navigate out of that, pick ourselves up by the bootstraps, and get back in the zone. That has been more life-affirming and has catapulted me to greater levels of contentment and happiness and so on than anything else I can think of.
Well said. Life is going to happen. It's going to continue to happen. I raise a little one. Your life happens all the time, right? Where you're a mirror to the people that you come across, and whether you're triggered or there's always something there that you can learn and grow from, take into a meditation, just really get into, am I being the fullest version of myself, or, who I'm here and meant to be. So I love that. That's great. Yeah.
Absolutely.
What is I'm really curious about, what is your take on, this year and the spiritual awakenings that are happening, and people who are really realizing that, life as they had it isn't going to continue as it was. And it's more of this going within and more of, spiritual gifts and that kind of thing coming on board. What's your take from, the communities that you're involved with?
Well, the people that I talk to, because I think a lot of them are into self-development and spiritual development, tend to have they're not happy, of course. None of us are happy with what's going on and people that have died and all that, of course. But in terms of it being a teaching lesson and learning lesson, I think it's an extreme. Either people have embraced it as a time to go inside, like your previous guest said, go inside and do the work that we finally need to work, or the opposite. People are going to be horrified and terrified by going inside, and it's going to be the toughest time in the world. And that's why we have so much loneliness, sadness, and, suicides, etc. For me, it's because I'm used to the self-isolation living as a monk. For me, it's not difficult to do this because I'm already used to that. I'm social, but I'm very introspective. Right. But I think, like anything else, my friend Joanne, many years ago when we had conversations like this, she said, the universe gets you by the balls. And I think the universe has gotten us by the balls, so to speak. It's a wake up that we needed. We live in this society where we think we can get instant coffee, instant tea, and even relationships. I'm really encouraging all my clients and friends, go the courtship route, get back to courtship, because if you don't, you're just going to lose out on a lot of great relationships. A lot of my women friends come to me, I met my soulmate. I said, okay, I'm really happy that you got to first base with a good chemistry now. Now I'll be impressed if it works over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 months, why not go step? No, this is really different. I say, don't sleep with him. Don't sleep with him. And inevitably they come back in a week saying, God, I slept with him and he's gone. So I'm a big believer now in emotional intimacy should precede physical intimacy. Not always, of course, there's not a black and white thing,
Yeah.
but in most cases, I'm a big believer in emotional intimacy preceding physical intimacy. That's the key to the soulmate revolution, by the way.
Yeah, it's so true. And I'm laughing because I saw a meme the other day that there's a lot of pee in the dating swimming pool. And because a lot of people are really frustrated with the whole dating experience, dating online, and then especially being home this year, most people only have that opportunity to meet someone online. And to me, it feels like a drive-through. It feels like drive-through dating. And I came off about almost 2 years ago off of online dating because it was just like this, people are just looking for the next quick fix. And, you know, you could be chatting and have this great conversation and it's almost like they've disappeared and maybe the vibration wasn't right or whatever. But it just seems like, you know, there isn't that emotional intimacy, or people aren't willing, from what my experience, to really be invested, because either they're so distracted with their life, and maybe it's different now because this has, you know, definitely been a different year. But for me now, it's like, okay, I know that the next person, when I'm ready for that, has to have done some of the work, because you can't, you know, no one's perfect, definitely, but it has to be that match. And it just comes back to the vibration, right, of where you're at and what you're putting out there and what you're attracting. So yeah, it's just really, that word of caution is to go within and heal yourself before looking for, you know, that other person, so that you're not caught in that trap, I feel, of having your emotional childhood needs met through that dating, when really you can come into it as a strong, mature person with boundaries and knowing that security and being okay with being alone, and your worth is not tied into that other person. It's just simply they're there to complement you, not complete you, because in and of ourselves, we are complete. We are whole as soul beings. It's just where, you know, those other people can add to us, whether a soulmate for business or friends or a deeper relationship through love. So yeah, very good.
Yeah, having said that, well said. Having said that, I certainly don't want to give the impression that I think we need to become perfect in order to attract our soulmate. I think it's more of a sufficient level of emotional, psychological, spiritual maturity, and if we do, and you know, it's funny when people say relate. One guy said to me yesterday, Allan, relationships are complicated. I say, well, many of them are complicated if you're complicated. I find it the opposite. I've simplified my life. I accept and love who I am, and I organically meet wonderful people, and I don't have much complication. And any relationship I'll get, it'll be fun relationship. We'll make it fun, you know. So, and by the way, I found the greatest dating site in the world, Facebook. So last year I looked at 4,500 people that I had on my, 4,500 people. I looked at my friends who are not friends, and I said, no, I'm going to be more personal. So I reached out, like I reached out to you. I had a friend, did a little audio text. Some of them would audio text me back or write back. Before you know it, we're on a Zoom call. Now, I didn't do it as a dating thing, but what I've realized looking back at the last year, the relationships, the business, the colleagues, the collaborations that have resulted by me, I have more rich network than I've ever had before. And my focus right now is not romantic, but because I believe that, you know, if it happened, I'm not 21 anymore, and I'm happy as I am. And if I met the right person, I'm totally open for it. If I don't, I'm totally open to it. But I have all that I need right here with the love on my own and connecting with people online. So I have it all.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. We have a couple comments coming through. So Virginia, through the Healing Soul School, she says, 100% agree. Emotional connection before physical, with a heart. I'm married to my best friend for 23 years, and that was exactly the process. The emotional intimacy first. So good. And then Tracy Ann says she's okay with being alone because she's never alone. That's true, right? We are not alone.
Wow,
Even
beautiful.
if you live alone, you have a spirit team, you have God, you know, and community. Content with her own company. My family used to say, don't you miss the companionship or anything? And Tracy Ann says, no, because I can go outside and enjoy Mother Nature and just be in the moment. They don't seem to understand that. Yeah, true.
Beautiful.
That's really beautiful. And that's so good to be at that space where you're content with just being yourself. That is, you can't
Absolutely.
put a price on that. That is just priceless.
Absolutely. I agree.
Yeah. What's your vision kind of going into 2021? I'm curious. You know, I know you have your business and teaching people how to go within and connect to their soulmates. What do you see, like, or what do you want to help humanity with or hope for 2021 for people?
I would say right now I'm at a place in my life I'll be very transparent with you. 8 years ago, I was diagnosed with an essential tremor that later they said is Parkinson's. And although at the beginning it kind of set me back, it's been a big gift for me because I really intensified my spirituality, my personal development. I've never felt better in my life, and I'm managing it quite a lot of people don't even know I have it. So, but what it made me also realize that I have one passion and mission that I never really accomplished, and that is to help people transform their relationships from the inside out. So now I've got an amazing person. We just launched our book, Soulmate Revolution. We've got our new brand look. We've got a website which gives people a free the 9 mini videos go out to them so they get an idea of the 9 steps. We're setting up an online course. And then ultimately what I'm hoping as people grow in training in their inner soulmate and communication, that there'll be like a soulmate network that comes from it. So maybe it could be like an alternative to Match.coms and Plenty of Fish, so that when you meet people, you're meeting men and women that are relatively conscious goal for the next phase. And then the last thing is that I have a certified coaching program. My goal is to have hundreds, if not thousands of people training people in my duplicatable system, because it's not limited. Not everyone's going to resonate with my personality and my audience. So the 9 steps is bigger than Allan Knight. So a la Dale Carnegie, that's the legacy that I would like to leave.
That's so beautiful. Please come back and pop in your link into the chat for the video today. So if people want to click on that and just learn a little bit more about you and what you offer, then they have that available to them. Cool. Well, thank you so much.
I will do it right now.
Okay, awesome. Good with the tech.
Thank you so much for having me, Christine. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. It was a pleasure. We appreciate it. Can we do a healing or something for you, or send you energy healing for what you have? Are you open to that?
Absolutely, because one of the things I learned is I had trouble receiving love. I was more the giver than the receiver. So I'll take it all. Whatever you want to give me healing-wise, I'm open to it.
All right, I'm going to pull up Dr. G, see if she has any words to say. Dr. G is a naturopath and an
Hi, Dr. G.
Hello. I have now showered, and I have a new outfit on. I was on earlier, and it was we're on the Pacific Coast, so yes. So healing. I love what you're doing, Allan.
Did you say it was Parkinson's?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do we want to can we just do a visualization right now? Are you good with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's do that.
I'm absolutely good with it.
Okay. So I also have a certification program, and it's called Ray of Light Meridian Therapy. And it's an energy healing form that I have created from 2020. As a naturopath acupuncturist, I wasn't able to be in my clinic, and really, God, source, creator just sort of showed me that I could be integrating and teaching people how to heal from anywhere. So what comes through with just the Parkinson's, that it affects your nervous system, is starting a really simple visualization. We're just going to I use honey as a clearing technique. So we're going to do that just in your nervous system, but we'll kind of start with a visualization and allow that to come in and clear and kind of reset all of the nervous system neurotransmitters and heal and kind of plug up any blockages in the system, if that sounds good for you.
Sounds wonderful.
Okay, great. Well, we have, this was perfect. This was meant to be because I think our other candidate did not show up. So we're going to just do this online, which is perfect. So we're going to go ahead and close our eyes, and anybody watching, you guys, everybody has some nervous system overreactivity. So this will not hurt you either. So let's just come into our bodies and close our eyes and take 3 deep breaths into our body, breathing in, expanding, and breathing out, releasing all the stuff from the day, all the stuff from the week, allowing it all to go into the earth. Good. Just really coming into our bodies and letting our bodies know we're relaxing. So I really like to use pyramids. So just imagine a beautiful golden pyramid around each of us. We all have our own, just as like a grounding, healing support system. And if you want to invite any of your, what I call spirit posse or God, creator, angels, anybody in that wants to just support this healing for us today, that are the highest benevolent beings. And we're going to start by, just from the top of the pyramid, imagine honey, this beautiful golden honey coming through the top of the pyramid and pouring over each of us. But it's not this like sticky honey. It's just really nourishing. So we're going to clear around our energies. So just clearing through the outside of our body, about 3 inches down through the head, shoulders, body, legs. And what it does is it just is going to bind any frequencies you've taken on from the day, anybody else's kind of crap you've taken, or the electromagnetic fields from the phones and computers. It's just binding all of that, just allowing your energy system to be really clear on the outside of your body, allowing yourself to feel nourished and relaxed. And for Allan specifically, we're going to come into the head, and we're going to let this honey come in through the top of the head and all through the brain. And it's just resetting all the brain itself. It's pulling out any toxins, any imbalances in the nervous system that's in the brain, all the lobes and the beautiful twists and turns, really focusing on the brain here, finding any excess of neurotransmitters or pain signals. And then from the brain, there's actually a lot of nerves that come into the face and all over. So we're allowing the honey to just ooze and flow through the nerves. So any twitching, any overreactivity, over signaling, we're going to allow the honey to really release that and nourish the nerves and fill in any holes that are there. And then the same thing, really focusing on the nervous system. So from the brain, the brain stem down the spine, we have this beautiful spinal column with the nerves that flow through the spinal column. And the honey is just nourishing and resetting and bringing all of your signals back to its highest functioning, back to normal, clearing out any imbalances. And then as we've done that, we're going to come back to the neck, and you have these nerves that come through the neck, down the shoulders and into the arms, all the way to the fingertips. So really imagining the honey flowing through these areas and nourishing, taking the excess signals, the overreactivity, any underreactivity, and really binding all that is no longer serving you. Usually our body is sending signals when we have, in quotation mark, dis-ease. So now we're listening to the body. We're coming into the nervous system. We're asking and filling and removing that which is no longer needed. You're receiving your messages. And then from the middle of the spine, you have these beautiful nerves that come out to the muscles and the bones and all of the organs. So we're imagining the honey oozing into all of these beautiful nerves, again, rebalancing them, nourishing them, resetting, taking away all the excess signaling that's causing any twitching, any higher, like vibrating, bringing it all back to normal. Good. And you might even just notice a release, a relaxation, knowing that your body and your nervous system is being healed. And then down through the legs, the beautiful big nerves that flow down through the legs, and the nerves of the legs, through the knees, through the calves, all the way into the feet, rebalancing, taking any imbalance of overreactivity or underreactivity and plugging all holes. Anything that's needed to be healed is filled up with this beautiful golden honey, very nourishing, supporting, taking toxins out. And as it's taking toxins out, this isn't like a massage, so you won't feel like you have that detox because all the toxins are going to flow out of the body into the earth. So give yourself full permission to release all that's no longer serving you. And as we filled up the nervous system and all the beautiful nerves that are now getting a reset and a rebalance, just imagine that honey flowing out to all the blood vessels and all the muscles and bones and organs through the entire body, releasing any toxins, any belief systems, and letting all of that flow out again through the feet into the earth. Good. And we're going to do one more filling of the nervous system, but it'll be a little quicker. So we've just bound and released everything, and we filled all the holes. So I want to bring in one more light, and that is connecting to God, Source, Creator, whichever feels correct and easy for you. And allow this pure golden love light to flow through the body, through the top of the head again, and through all of the nerves, really just flooding from the top of the head through all parts of the head, including the nervous system, the neck, the shoulders, and really focusing on the nervous system, but just let it flow easily and effortlessly, quicker than the honey, and sending pure love. Whenever we have something that is a dis-ease in our body, we sort of turn away from it, but we're bringing pure love into your entire nervous system with the belief and the knowing that it can all heal. So feeling it flood through the nerves in the hands, through the organs, and through the legs, and into the feet. And this all stays inside. We don't have to ooze anything out. We just let this light flow, as love is the highest healing, and bringing your own self-love into the nervous system and accepting and allowing and permitting the highest healing that can happen here. And around the heart, releasing, imagining any tightness around the heart, kind of relax. Good. I'm taking 3 nice deep breaths here, just feeling this pure love. You are a filled vessel. Good. One more deep breath. Good. And then just slowly coming around, moving as you can feel freely to move. Good.
That was wonderful. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. Yeah. Just see, the nervous, I always just think of the nervous system of really just nourishing it and filling and binding the different toxins that might be stored there. And I like what Christine had said, that shaking and tremors indicate fear, past, present, future. And I felt that a little bit in your heart. So just like some movement in the heart space, I know you're really connected anyways to yourself. So just sometimes we can't always see it, right? Like as healers, we need somebody else to tell us or reflect back to us. So, yeah.
Thank you. That was wonderful. It's so good to receive and to be open to receiving. Felt like a bath, take it like a sauna.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And then you can do that to yourself, just allow that really deep nourishment into your system. And I think it's tricky when we get a diagnosis of something like Parkinson's to not go down this road, because in modern medicine, they tell you essentially, there's no cure essentially. So finding the beliefs around that, really knowing that you're an infinite being and that you can heal. And I think that's the journey.
Yeah, it's interesting that I've sort of gone down the road of saying I have symptoms. I experience symptoms of Parkinson's. I don't have Parkinson's.
Yes.
And a lot of times I was in a pharmacy the other day, and the guy said, "You don't even look like you have Parkinson's." He's used to seeing people hobble in, So for all I know, I don't even have the symptoms of Parkinson's.
Exactly. And I think that's really what I teach too, is that we don't have these things, but as a naturopath, even we diagnose people, and then people take that and then they become identified. They're like, I have Hashimoto's, or I have this genetic thing, and you don't have anything. You don't have to have it. You're moving through something. So I love that you're already, you're taking action and then not.
The interesting thing is that my attitude, because look, the reality is also, no matter how much we can heal, we're still all going to die at some point anyway. But the attitude that I've been having, which has really worked well for me, is I refuse to become a victim of it, and I'm not going to let it define me. So even if I have a bit of a tremor, my attitude is I'm going to do everything I can to heal it. If I don't, I'm not going to let it define me. And it's worked well so far. So God willing, I have many years left.
I agree with you 100%. So, yeah. Great. Well, thank you, Allan, so much for being here.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Really appreciated.
My pleasure.
Your talk. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Allan. Have a good day.
We'll see ya.
Take care. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just organizing speakers. So yeah, if you want to have a chat, or if you want to, what are your thoughts?
No, I think
thank you for filling in.
I think this is great. I think talking about the energetics of healing, and exactly like Allan said. So I've done several just in creating a healing form and having this conversation. One of my first launches was called Reveal Your Inner Healer. So I got a lot of people that weren't quite, in quotation mark, healed, and really have identified with those stories. And when we can look at that and say, wow, I am really identified with this story. And healing is not, and this is interesting because a lot of people will be like, why is a naturopath talking so much about money? But like for me, healing my physical and spiritual story aligns with having to heal my money story, because it's really about finding these emotional belief systems, these different triggers, these different life experiences that then I took on as mine. And so money is like, it's almost like sometimes if we can get into the money, that really expands the healing physically, emotionally, spiritually. And so that's like right in my face sometimes. And I'm like, God damn, like, is this ever going to go away? But it's like, it is. I did a post yesterday. It's a gift that keeps on giving, because it came up in my relationship. And I was able to, with awareness, look at the layers. Why is this triggering me? What is going on here? And then I was like, it brings me insight into my dad relationship and like these other areas. And it was like, it literally was a gift to see these different areas of, holy smokes, And I think part of this, I have like jumped into some receiving circles where you give and you receive. And when you start to play with money, you get to give and receive the joyous of expansion and healing those stories, which is really, once we can look at it as shifting that, it can be fun. Healing your physical story can be fun. We are not shown that. So we're taught to go into a naturopath, or even, we have to technically diagnose you as something. Right. And that's tricky, because as I became more online and really understood the energetics of healing and these diagnoses, and seeing people in the clinic where they are so attached to that diagnosis, they're not free. They have identified so much with it. And even some of my own family members having that. And I'm like, wow, that is it really is another system that locks us into thinking that we are not infinite beings. And like Allan said, yes, we do die. But my other belief is like, well, who said we die at 100? Like, that's crazy. I have a lot of Buddhist past lives that I've been told. And I was like, oh, that's why I'm like, why are we convinced that 100 is it? You know, but because we have the programming of arthritis and, you know, dementia and, you know, Alzheimer's, that you're just, oh, you're going to slowly expire. But what if we had the programming that you are an infinite being and you're going to be here for 200 years? And if we were here for 200 years, how would that shift our world? Because we would think a lot more about our choices and our how we're co-creating as a planet, and like actually have way more sustainable resources. So it's really interesting when we talk about healing and the belief systems around healing. And it just gets me, it does also an area obviously that I get fired up about, because it's like, why we are really infinite beings. And when we can start, there's so much, there's even shame and guilt around our diagnoses and the money. And so when we can start to just like clear house, we're like constantly clearing house, right? Then the freedom starts to come in, and then the true, you start to feel infinite. You start to open your relationship with your body. You start to open up these different avenues. So I'm just going to share, you know, I'm on this like crazy access consciousness kick, because it's so easy. I love it. It's like so easy.
So explain what it is. So conscious. Yeah. Go ahead.
Access. I'm always learning. I have an energy healing forum. I have a spiritual mentor. I have another mentor. I have manifestation mentor, because I just want to like be of the highest service. And so me being able to embody that. So what, and then I actually tried to invite Robin Parr in here today. I said, hey, do you want to come play with me on we have an opening? And she was playing somewhere else. So she really taught me access consciousness, which is the ability to first of all, to decide, to recognize where we are. Am I living? Most of us live in a 10% pool of what life is able to give us. And I kind of call that pool, they call that pool the cesspool, or like the shitty pool. You're like, there's shit floating around me, you know? and what's available to us is 990% of life, if we're willing to choose that, if we're willing to identify the beliefs we're holding on to. And so just by noticing, okay, like yesterday, I was sort of in the cesspool and I was like, how do I get out of this cesspool? I want to be over here. And so first it's identifying if you're carrying beliefs that are not yours. You know, whose belief is this? Becoming aware, asking some questions. What do I choose? Okay, I recognize I'm in the cesspool. I want the 990% pool. How do I get from here to there? And sometimes a part of you doesn't want the 990% pool. And you're like yesterday, a part of me didn't want to. A part of me didn't. And I was like, like wanted to stay mad at my husband or whatever, you know? And so then once you decide like that, you recognize you can have a choice every 10 seconds of your life. Okay, I choose this. I choose this. And you can start to see the different belief systems. So it's a simple clearing statement. I'm going to pull it up here. And I'll pop it in here. It says, it's like, and I'm using this all the time, even with my clients, you guys, because it's so easy. So can I post in there or not? Will it post just to YouTube?
It only posts to YouTube, yeah.
Oh, okay. Can I post it and then you'll
create a banner? Add a banner?
Oh, yeah. I'll create it.
We figured out today that more than one person can be in stream. Any of you coaches out there who go live, more than one person can log into an account and help.
Okay, look at this. Oh, this is so cool. Okay.
Oh, magic.
So I do this every single morning. I did not this morning because I got up at 5:30. But I destroy and uncreate my relationship with my husband every single day. I destroy and uncreate my relationship with yesterday, self, money, business, culture, lineage. It can be other things that are coming up for you. So I literally say this phrase for each one individually. And then I say every projection, expectation, separation, judgment, and rejection, either of, I may have missed. That might have been all we could have done in there. So let me just see. Either of us has had about one another or a relationship from past, present, or future. And so I'll kind of go back and forth between those, or Christine, if you want to do that, so I can just chat a little bit. This has created such an opening in my life because I literally start the day clearing all of these different beliefs that I have been carrying. And as you do it, and it might sound weird, I'm just saying it, it's so different than a mantra because I'm acknowledging these areas that I want to, and destroy and uncreate might sound weird, but these areas that I want more freedom in, I want more expansion in. And it really has created so much more opening within my family unit, with my kids, with my husband, with money, with my business, so that I can bring in more of that love and joy that I want to exude. And so that's a really simple way to start your morning. And you can jot this down. We'll go back and forth a few times with that. And then the other big thing that wouldn't know if it's exactly access consciousness, but living a lot more in the question. How can we live more in a question? Because how much of our brain do we spend on like our limitations? Oh, I hate this. Oh, I hate that. Oh, like yesterday I was sort of in the cesspool and I was like, okay, how do I need a little pyramid to come in and like open my questioning up. Like, how does it get even better than this? So I'm with my kids and they're magical. And I'm like, how does it get even better than this? And then something better happens. Or this morning I'll say, what are the possibilities that I can generate today? How can this get even just juicier? And then, because the universe wants to answer your questions. So as you ask more questions, the universe will answer them. They have to be positively stated, right? So how does it get any better? What else is possible? And so like, when I say what else is possible, I'm like, well, shit, $100 million is possible, or 7 soul line clients, or whatever it is. It starts to provide answers. And then that's like shifting your energy. And the question itself, just finding really exciting questions like, ooh, what would it feel like to have $10,000 a month, or 20 or 30? Ooh, what would it feel like to be, one is like, what does it feel like to be supported in a expansive relationship with those around me? Like, it can get really juicy. And the question itself, and it kind of goes into what Christine talks a lot about too, is it shifts your frequency, because you're willing to start to see that your life can be different. And the questions for me really just create a lot of movement. That I like adventure, I like shifting, I like feeling that my life has meaning and movement, and it's really, really supportive. So asking yourself today, you guys are getting so many crazy tools, right? It's like, how do I take 6 hours of tools and like go implement? But one thing I would say to implement is living in the question and starting to destroy it and create your relationships. And I had done this call with one of the kind of leaders in Access Consciousness. She was doing this crazy, amazing deal. And she told me about this book called Divorceless Relationships. And the title kind of sucks, but ultimately you're learning how to divorce. What happens in a relationship is that we divorce parts of ourselves to accommodate other people. So we're divorcing that I love more adventure, but my partner might not love it. And so you're sort of, and we've done this through childhood, as young adults, we're always sort of trying to fit in. And this divorce, and then it's like, okay, that's not working for me anymore, because I want to be embodied. I want to be in the 990%. And you just have to start to decide, I am living in the 990%, damn it. And I'm going to do this every day because I'm ready for it. Yeah, like making a demand. And I kind of had, and you might make a couple. Last night I had another demand because I was like, yeah, I'm also pregnant. So not that that's an excuse, but I'm like moving through so much stuff. So it's like, I made the demand, like, I am done with this. And I'm ready. I'm reclaiming that 990%, because that's why we're here. That's what we're here to experience, this ultimate expansion. And that's what we're here to do as the Conscious Business Showcase and the Healing Soul School, is to remind yourself that you can heal, to know what your infinite being self is like, to know what is possible, to have a business where you are consciously manifesting and connecting. And it's like this, when you have that flow in your business, you're like, oh my gosh, people are just messaging me and they're connecting with me. And I now have a corporate contract, and now I have this, like, that's where we want to go. And I think really living in the question can help with that. So it's been phenomenal. Christine keeps hearing me talk about it.
We could talk about it forever.
I know.
I put that phrase into the comments of the live, so that your podpoc, so access consciousness, is in there, so that people can copy it from there if they didn't get a chance to write it down quickly.
Perfect.
or make a screenshot, so it's there. But really, I love it. Just really important. I'm going to talk more about that tomorrow, kind of like the how to change their mindset, how to get out of that the shitty feeling pool and move into the, just being alive and grateful, and just more hours of the day where you're feeling up instead of like, oh man, or again. Is how to move out of that, and there's ways to do it. So I'll cover that more tomorrow afternoon. Thank you so much for popping in and filling in. I got a message I missed a speaker altogether, so I changed day timers. Well, with the start of the new year, so we'll have her on next month. And so thank you. Lots of shifting and stuff, but appreciate you and your wisdom and your insight. And I hope you have a great rest of the day. Thank you. All right. Ciao.
Bye.
All right. Next, I'm going to bring up a little firecracker. Hello, Jill. How are you? Sorry, I should have actually said that I'm pulling you up.
It was okay. I was just adjusting my lighting, and my the mic was all not working, so it's all good now. I had a moment of, why can't I hear anything? But we're in.
Good. And I'm just going to put up the banner so people have an idea of the timing and what's happening today. So this is so great. Thank you so much for being here. We met through a friend that I have in a business mindset or business mind or program that I'm in, Claire. So grateful that she introduced you to me. And I feel like you're my soulmate. You are, you're so fun. And we have had lots of giggles and stuff in our, when we had a chat and then in our messages. So I'm really glad and grateful that you're here and excited to hear about your magic and how you are impacting others as a modern day alchemist. So please share, introduce yourself and what you're doing and how you're impacting others.
Oh, big question. Okay. Can you hear me all right, by the way? Because my mic is quite kind of... Okay. So how am I impacting others? So...
Well, tell us about yourself. So...
Yeah, I'm just trying to... So how would I impact others? So there's...
You heal people. That's how you're impacting them.
So how I kind of work is by getting to know an individual, and I also work in groups. I have 3 things that are important, which is around mindset and energetic mastery and finding joy. And I guess how I work is there's healing and there's understanding, but I find that I work with people that have tried lots of different things, different healers, different coaches, and they've got to the point where they've got a very good understanding that energy is absolutely incredibly important, and they haven't quite got it yet. There's something missing. There's something not quite there. They're like ripping their hair out. Like, why is it that I've got so far and things just aren't working? And it's because there's not this cookie cutter approach. And I've got a huge background in sales and marketing. So that was all about relationships as far as sales and that kind of stuff. And my absolute passion was healing. And I'm a psychic, I'm a medium, I channel intergalactic beings, I can do past lives and all of this masculine and feminine energy of people and shamans, shaman guides come through. So I've got all of this big toolbox, but people aren't necessarily interested in that. But it's people that understand that come to me so that they can have those shifts that just get them to that place, get them completely in their truth. Anyone who's having a little bit of an identity crisis, you can be healed. You can go to the root cause and you can keep going to the root cause and you can keep going to the root cause, or you can get really inside and shift it and move it and activate joy and that kind of stuff. And it feels incredible. And it's just those absolute moments of clarity when everything is falling, fitting, coming into place that I do and enjoy the most. And that's how so people go away going, I get it, I've got it, I'm all right, I'm doing this. It's that kind of thing. That's why I was kind of stumbling, because it's that the impact is that kind of, I get it now, I'm here, I've arrived.
Yeah. And I love that piece of it too, because I feel, and what I've learned this year is you can go through something and you can heal and forgive, and you think, oh, like I've done my work there, and then something triggers you and you're like, oh my gosh, still, do I still have to heal and work on this? And for me, it's now coming to a place of, how can I heal and clear this forever, where I get to a point where I'm so grateful for the thing happening. Yes, it was a shitty situation, or, like my divorce, for example, right? But it was this year where I got to a place where I'm actually grateful for it happening. And I see the patterns and where the root was, and patterns and how that came into my life, and all of the gifts that it brought me. What a difference. Like, I just felt this wave of love come over myself when I got to that place of being able to detach from it and being healed. And that, I tell me if you feel this way. I think that when someone can look at it from that objective of healing any patterns or healing the root. And it was just another example of, the energy or whatever you came to this earth to heal. And the universe said, here you go. Here's another example of how you really feel about yourself. And being able to see it objectively and heal from it is when you can have that gratitude for it happening and it being there in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
100%. It's that core residence of your biggest trauma becoming your biggest gift, and then it's the delayering of that.
Oh my God.
And it's actually, I don't want to learn through pain anymore. I would love just to learn because I'm having fun and I'm in a place of joy, and it's just literally moving, shifting, and understanding that that's all right, and slowing everything down so that we're not in force, push. We're actually just letting the synchronicities drop in, and we're making the choices, and we're setting the intentions. And it's like, this is nice. This is all right. Hang on, is something going to happen now?
Then, oh my God, what happened?
Back to another one. Yeah, and understanding that sometimes we need rest, and that mental exhaustion and those kinds of things are for a good reason, rather than going, oh no, what have I done wrong now, kind of thing.
Right. I want to let the crowd know. So Gill is here with us for an hour. So she's here until 2:00 Eastern. If you have any questions around healing, energy healing, she is very powerful as a psychic, a medium, and just knowing, how to get to the root of things. So if you have a question of something you've been trying to heal, or you would love to ask an energy healer, or you'd love to ask someone who has psychic abilities, she's a very good energy healer. She can read energies. If you want to come on the show, then maybe put a star emoji or a heart emoji, and I'll send you the link how to come on the show with us today. If you're catching the replay, then Jill can pop her link if you want to reach out to her and how to reach her. But also, I feel that any of the energies of healing that are here today also go into the replay. God is not put into a time limit of whether we're live or not. And if you really are asking for a healing, it will come for you. So this is really great. What do you want to talk about? I want to ask you about the galactic missions and stuff that we don't normally get to talk to a healer or someone about, because it's something that either isn't talked about a lot, and some people do these great fun things, but they keep it hidden because the world isn't quite ready yet. So let's just open them up. What is it that you feel that someone who has had let's just go, for the newbie, like someone who's had a spiritual awakening and they're feeling these gifts and they're starting to understand, or they're seeing numbers, like you maybe even walk us through, like, what was your spiritual awakening like, and how did you get to the place where you are today?
Oh, wow. That
or
is
did you come out of the womb saying, all right, let's go on these galactic missions?
Spaceship came. No, it didn't. I'm only joking. So It's on the roof. So there was two big experiences. The one was the typical breakdown to have a breakthrough where I was in a corporate life, earning loads of money. I was a landlord. I was going on Ibiza holidays, partying, and had, I was very much into the values of high heels, tight dresses, running all the time, and all of those things that were
Wear my yoga pants.
on the edge. And then, 3 family members got ill at the same time. My entire world changed. And then I had to go into what on earth is human behavior about? And I found all my spiritual gifts again by just going, I did angelic Reiki. I got a psychic coach. I did Ushi Reiki, transference healing, shamanism. I was just like, all right, I'm learning mediumship skills, psychic skills. I knew that there was more to life, and I knew there was something in me that it was time for me to bring these gifts out. And I've forever been, as I said earlier, relationship sales, always trying to match people with their desires, always trying to people please too much, rescuer energy, looking for validation, thinking I'm a problem solver. I didn't realize, but I was actually seeing people's future timelines and then wondering why on earth they weren't doing what I told them to do. It's obvious. It's obvious. I can see if you do that, that's going to happen. I didn't even know what a timeline was.
Right.
So I went through all of that, and then so I was learning slowly. I'd left all the corporate world and went into business consultancy. So I was not teaching leaders, guiding leaders how to sell better, how to get on better with their staff. And then one full moon, my fingers grew. My fingers grew like this, and it was just me and my psychic coach, and we were having a kind of ceremony between us, and we were kind of swapping, and over her in my third eye I saw the entire divine matrix grid system of the planet.
Wow.
And I was like, can you see that? And she said no. I said, you've got an entire grid system of the planet around you. And it was just magnificent. And I was just being shown this to show that the world is completely overlit with light and grids. And then since that, I've learned about ley lines and understanding that it's intrinsic. And this is what our ancestors felt intuitively, that they walked the earth on the ley lines, and they used the stars as the months to be in certain places in different seasons, and they'd meet because they could see, feel and hear all the things that we can't, because we've got digital stuff going on all the time. So it's kind of showing me what we were like before, and that we can still be like that now. Anyway, so going back to that full moon, I was then working with my psychic coach, and my fingers grew and grew and grew energetically, and I felt like my head grew. I was taller. I was working with something from a different dimension for the first time. And actually, I do look a bit like an alien now you come to mention it. Since I've seen the Pleiadians and gone, oh my God, this is what these cheekbones are all about, and that kind of stuff. And on a full moon, which is only tomorrow, I even kind of get a bit more googly-eyed and a bit that kind of stuff. But so over the years following that full moon, I was working healing people with my fingers. So like one lady, a great story. My first ever one was, I was healing a lady's stomach and just going through all of her organs. And I went, are you pregnant? You could have told me. She went, well, it's only 2.5 weeks. I wasn't 100% sure. And I went, you are. and I felt the soul, and the soul connection was still kind of in transit.
Wow.
And there was this tiny energy in there, and I could kind of see the colors and I said, you could have told me, because I'm doing a big releasing thing here, and this doesn't feel quite right, and I was kind of expanding and protecting, and I went into a completely different road then. But it was all perfectly safe, but they were showing me about this new life that was coming. So everything is a gift, everything is a lesson, and it was just beautiful. And Another amazing experience is how it relates to clients is that it allows me to bring out what is metaphysical and say causing problems, say for someone like you who's a coach or someone, you know, you're working in this world, what is causing you a problem? And this particular coach was just had sinusitis so much, her whole eyes were blocked, she could barely breathe. And we've been working for quite a while, and we were walking around a park, and I was like, let me just work with my fingers in your head. And I put my hands on the back of her pineal gland. And as the process was, we were walking, I was doing this kind of thing with my hand. And we realized that it was all worry, the sinusitis, because every ailment disease is caused by emotions and energetics, and everything is connected. And my fingers growing into her head, I literally pulled out the sinusitis, and it had been in there for 22 years. And I can feel now it's crusty, disgusting, a bit like rock salt and murky. And I literally just pulled it out as we were walking and just kind of blew it away. And she was like, it's gone. And I was like, has it? It's gone, you know? So that's the connection that the galactic energy has brought for me to help people, is that she's literally cured of 22 years of worrying that had built up in sinusitis. So it's whatever, and it was showing her that, you know, if she doesn't address these things, they get more physical. But actually, once you want to clear it, you don't have to keep going back down into the pain every time to well, this is my truth. You know, other people are going to go, no, you need to get to the root cause. But I did 18 months of trauma release therapy. I'm a trauma release therapy coach. Anyway, so I've been there, done that, and there are other ways. But with some people, you still need to get into the root of it. But yeah, so that's the galactics, and also they kind of form this blue light around, and other people that have galactic connections naturally feel very comfortable with me, and it's almost like a calling card, but we don't know why. And you know, and everything that's going on in the planet right now, all the fear, we just got to trust that underneath it, the great reset, as it were, they're looking after the whole thing. Everything is being looked after, and I truly believe they're with us in every communication mode possible. So beautiful. It feels like that.
I love that about the sinusitis. I don't know if Virginia's watching, but she might want to reach out to you.
Really, does she have it?
Yeah. I'll let her know. And so then for, like, what is your advice for all of us? Like in 2021, how do we live? Like, how, you know, or do we just keep going within and healing? You know, what is your kind of your gauge of what's coming?
Oh, what's coming in 20? Well, what do I believe for 2021?
There's a lot of fear. There's a lot of fear on the planet for sure, and a lot of, you know, and it's just what I've been doing is just helping to clear some of that. As I, you know, when I think of it, or I'm in a meditation, but as a collective, you know, what do we do? Do we band together and meditate, you know, more as a collective, or, you know, are we going within to heal? Are we being of service some way, somehow out in our communities?
I think I really truly believe, this is my truth, and I'd love to know your thoughts on it after, is that everyone is here to have their own journey. So if people feel inclined to do the community work or to do the meditation work, it's what resonates or what feels correct for them. What's yours? So what's your kind of?
I feel like that's a question from my masculine energy. Like, how do we just get this shit done? Like, come on, we want to go on. Like, I want to go back out. I want to see friends. I want to be able to travel. And like, how do we hurry this along? But you're right. It is a journey. Everyone is on their own journey, and they'll have that inner calling or that inner, you know, desire to do whatever it is, whether they stay home and meditate for the collective or they go out and help, you know, whatever that looks like for them. I agree. It is their own journey.
What's your kind of best things that you've learned in the last few months? What's your kind of go-to?
Oh my goodness. So Well, I would just say, like, overall is to view life as the soul beings that we are, and we're here having a human experience. And I think that is so powerful, because when you can rise to that kind of thinking, and not saying that we're better than anyone else by having that, but just simply when I can tune in or tap into, I'm here as a soul being, what's my purpose? I'm here to, as part of the collective, how as a puzzle piece do I help with everyone else, and that's here as their own puzzle pieces. And when I tap in and when I live from that soul level, here as a soul being having a human experience, the guilt, the shame, the fear, any worry about my future or money or how business is going to grow really starts to melt and go away, because as a soul being, we don't have those worries. That's a human experience. And it's very much, we're here and we're human. We have to learn how to, have those in our life and to integrate them and to rise above them. Because I really do feel we're here to thrive, not survive.
Yeah.
And so just finding, what that is for someone. And for me, this year has been a huge gift. It was a huge turning point. Like, definitely, I'm a travel agent. That's what I was a year ago.
Oh, wow.
So to totally flip and just be, in this space where I'm open. Like, I just kept saying, like, what does the world need? I'm here. I would like to serve, teach me what I need to know, or the things. And so beautiful how everything just unfolded, where I had my first Reiki session last February, and I had never had one before. It was something that in my religious circles I grew up in, Jehovah's Witness, and then married into a Baptist family. We weren't allowed to talk about New Age or that woo stuff. But I never really knew why or understood. And so last year, even before we got, the lockdown, I guess I was just starting to be open, because I was on my spiritual journey already, healing myself from some depression, and really just questioning, why do I believe things and where does this come from? And I think God was just, easing me into energy healing and being able to have an open conversation with you today about this, because a year ago, I would have thought you were crazy and been like, what? But now I'm more open to it, because I've had my own experiences through it. So I had the Reiki session, and the lady told me, she's like, there is an Indian guide who's here. He's one of your guides, and he just has his arms open, and there's a flood of love, like water, like flood of love coming towards you. I have goosebumps right now. I was like, okay. And then another healer and medium told me I have an Indian guide who sits over my right shoulder. I'm like, oh, that's the second time I've heard this. Okay, so there's something more here, right? And I just got really curious this last year, especially with the shutdown in Hollywood, like all the stuff that was happening. It was just like, okay, the world is not like I thought it was. Let me just see what is my truth, what is, here for me. And then I took an energy healing class, the quantum healing. The biggest shift for me was that teacher does an energetic surgeries. And I was like, what? She had helped heal someone who was on another continent through energy healing. And I was just blown away. I'm like, wow, this is even a thing. So then after the quantum healing course, then we were part of a group of ladies that were helping people heal energetically. I thought, wow, okay, this is cool. So I'm in this healing community, and we're on Messenger, and we have these people who have come forward with a request and they want healing. And we I think it was like a week or so, we would send them healing every day, and we had this process, and then they would write back how they were being helped. And two ladies, in that whole time, two examples really stood out. Was a lady had migraine for 6 years, and she was healed from that, from that healer. And I was like, wow, 6 years. If anyone's ever had a migraine before, they are horrible, and you feel nauseous, and you don't even want to look at this like in daylight. It just hurts. So imagine having that for 6 years, and then finding an energy healer that could heal you from that just blew me away. And the other one that I was directly involved with was a lady who had arthritis so bad. She told us she doesn't hold her phone. She texts from like putting the phone down and using like a pencil or whatever, the eraser, to text, to send us the messages, or maybe like the voice note. I don't know, like voice to text. And she had sent us a message after our sessions with her saying, thank you so much. I can actually type a message to you right now instead of like, you've helped heal, you know, a lot of the arthritis in my hands. And I was like, holy shit. You know? I was like super surprised because that was never like my past world. And even, you know, I've been in corporate and I understand that whole, like just my whole life and traveling and all of that. But God just always had his hand on me and saying like, you're like, I've got you, you know, I always had that feeling, but I didn't really understand. And there was so much more that my eyes needed to be open to. And that really happened this year. So I had prayed for a spiritual mentor. One came along and they've really just like deep dive into soul work and, you know, why we're here and that kind of thing. But then also, you know, meeting other healers that do these galactic missions and they're going and they're helping to heal the collective, but like from within the earth and outside. And, you know, a couple of those healers were independently in the galactics and saw each other, and I had heard about it and I'm like, what? Like this, like this can't be just something that is made up, right? Because from my boxed religious beliefs that I grew up with, you know, this isn't something that that just was what we could even understand. And now I'm curious and I question everything, you know, what is my truth? What sits inside for me? So that's been really neat from this year, but then now opening the Healing Soul School. So for me, I feel that like the biggest pivot was when I just said, okay, I'll put down all my fears and this whole woo-woo-ness, and I'm willing, like I'll even go out into the communities and I'll start to talk about it because I've had some experiences that are very real. And once I made that decision to say, okay, like I'm on board, I really just want to help the collective, then the Healing Soul School download came. Then and that was to help people heal. So we have a beautiful program to help people heal from the inside, to connect them to their soul and within, and to give them the tools to be able to heal themselves. Like you had mentioned, when you can find the root of something, but you're not dependent on someone else to help heal you, you can actually do it yourself because we all have that magic within us. And then so the school is to help people heal who need that. There's so many people, especially after this year, they are tired. They are frustrated. They've been doing all the things and things aren't working. Okay, let's introduce energy and energy healing and energetic sales, because that's just a whole different topic, right? And then also for any energy healers, who heals the healer? You know, and I've been involved with a bunch of energy healers the last 10 months, and they are beautiful people and they have these beautiful gifts and they want to share it with the world, but they're lacking the business experience. So I wanted to create a place where it was a one-stop shop so that there's no confusion. People can come in, get the healing they need, or if you want to help others heal, or you just want to, you know, you want to create some kind of an income or career, then we also have the business part of it that can help you so that you're not spending tons of money on coaches or trying to figure out what's the best path for you. We can actually help you tune into that with your intuition and energetically, so that you know without a question why you're here. You know, the clarity is so beautiful. And then strategies and community is so huge in this work because, you know, I had so many questions. And I still do. You know, that's why I love chatting with you, because you're just at a level that, you know, you're just so advanced, I feel, in this work. And I honor the time that we get to spend together, because it's so great to have a place to come and ask these questions. There are so many people who feel alone, you know, whether they've been healing or they've been turned down by their family or ostracized because they think they're witches or weird or whatever. And so it's so beautiful. I love that the Great Awakening is happening and the humans are, you know, well, just divine masculine, divine energy is all coming together, you know, divine feminine and masculine, because the world so needs it. And man, when you can tune in to your own energy and really tap into what do I need for today, life just totally changes. Like you're not stuck in that old, I say the merry-go-round, right? I wanted off of it. I didn't want to be on that hamster wheel anymore. It's like, let me off. Like I'm done searching all these things. I really just needed to tap into God, but in a different way where, now instead of swimming in the fish bowl that I felt like I grew up in, I now swim in the ocean and I feel free. And I think that is just so beautiful. That was a really long answer. And
a couple of things that stuck out from what you said was the importance of understanding our connection with our body. And actually the biggest thing for me is people needing to get out of their own heads. And until you realize what getting out of your own head is, you don't realize what to do with it and how to do it. And it's all about the heart connection, and everything really boils down to the heart. So the heart and our breath are basically how we connect with our soul. It's those two things, the beating heart and the rhythm of the breath. And it's this whole communication and connection. And actually what's going on now in this world is that we're having to reflect, because we are being shown how to find our still point. And this last month, planetary and energetically, a lot of highly sensitive and intuitive people have been going through the mire, because we have been collectively, like, I don't know how many people are watching at the moment, but if there's anyone that's been feeling terrible in the last few weeks, please do tell me what's come up, because I can probably help you work through it. But also be great to hear who only realize now that they're highly sensitive and intuitive, because they're feeling collective energy and trauma release that they didn't even know that they were aware of before, because we are literally moving from 3D consciousness to 5D consciousness. And we've been given a gift in the last few weeks, and it's about tuning into our own bodies and the metaphysics and the understanding of what's showing up. So not only have we cleared for the collective, but we've been given the gifts of clearing our oldest, deepest patterns, just because we don't want to grow through fear anymore. We want to grow through love. And there's a new way. This 5D way is the new way, and that's the softening, and that's where all the noise and the chaos is going along outside. If you can find your still point and your place and let the energy flow through you, because the thing that we do when we're going into trauma response is fight, flight, or freeze, and then we hold the energy in us, and then it gets stuck, and then it becomes disease, and then it becomes a problem, because it then moves into the physical. I was really shocked. This is kind of going off point a little bit, but a guy who I met recently claimed he was really spiritual, and he was a clairvoyant and a medium. And then he said he had tinnitus, ringing in the ears. And I was like, oh, what's the spiritual meaning of that hold for you there? That fingers. And he went, sometimes a cigar's just a cigar. And I was like, what? No, it isn't. It's never just a cigar. If you've got tinnitus, if you've got anything, your body is your biggest communication instrument of telling you there's a gift in this for you. So if you're not hearing things properly, you'll get ringing in your ears. If you're not listening to your soul, you'll get ringing in your ears. If you literally need your central nervous system and all around here is stuck because you're being so rigid and stuff, it might be pressing on some nerves that's causing something in your ears. There's always something. And it's finding that deep connection that we ignore the most, and that the intrinsic changes that we make, the smallest changes that we may never think are related, right? The changes that we want are all in our body. And this is where I can help pick things out. If there is anyone at all that wants to talk about that now, I'm happy to do that. Or we could do a kind of group meditation. We've had a couple of people. What would you like to do?
There's been a couple of people mentioned. So June has said that she's feeling stuck and would like to know if you can tell her anything about her timelines. So she's a grandma.
Will she come on?
She's not one to come on camera.
Okay, I'm not going to be able to just kind of go. I need to ask her questions. It's
Okay.
like a.
Let me see if I can work that out.
I'm on June. Feeling stuck because you're not getting out of your comfort zone, or because you can't find the camera. Is it you or her? Yeah, come on, June. Come on,
ask her.
Come on, June.
Oh, she says she will come on.
Yay! Okay, cool.
Nice. I'm going to put the link in the chat here.
Yeah.
And Tracy Ann, if you want to come on as well, then come. Tracy Ann says that she got thrown for a loop yesterday and trying to sort through what was said to me. I'm not trying to take it on because I don't want to stress and have it affect my health. I'm trying to center and just be still to listen and see what it is, or is that person projecting? She's feeling a lot of shivers or feeling going through my body, her back, left side, down her legs. It happens out of the blue, and I stop and I just wait through it. I also see orbs and a lot more, and felt like I kept seeing like a shadow or something behind me or just in my room. And when I look, it stops.
Yep, she sounds
click on the link, Mum, if you, June.
Yeah, would both of them like to come on? What was the question of the second lady? What did you actually want to know?
I feel that she's being called to be a healer. Like, her and I have had some conversations, and her spiritual gifts are getting stronger and stronger.
Mm-hmm.
I just got to plug in my phone. And so she's having some shaking feelings or shivers going through her body, her back and her left side.
Okay. I kind of need to tune into her energy, so I'd like to kind of see her.
Well, we'll see if they come on.
Yeah, come on. It will be very interesting. It's kind of a bit like the more that they come forward, the more their energy is open. When in my membership, so I've got a membership called the Luminous Collective, and the people that I get the instant readings for are the ones that are being the most vulnerable, proactive, courageous. It's like their higher self goes, give me that bit of information because I'm doing it. I'm doing the stuff. It's the ones that kind of hide and they just keep going round and round in circles, that they'll get the same answers off different people because they haven't kind of shifted the last bit and the last bit and the last bit. It's like procrastination is one of the dirty, swampy, feminine energies that are in the shadows. You know, if we just keep procrastinating. And what would be the opposite of procrastination? Clear, courageous action, coming out, that kind of thing. So that's when the energy comes to me, and I'm like, right, let's go for it. I can feel some kind of excitement around one of these ladies, and I don't know which one.
Yeah, so we have one. So I'm going to bring June on right now.
All right.
Okay, she's ready.
Come on, June.
Hi.
Hello. You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Where are you in the world, June?
I'm in the basement.
What, of Christi?
Into the basement. So there's no feedback up here. We're just outside of Toronto.
Oh, okay. Okay. And what would you like specifically? So I'm not like a clairvoyant and going to read your card. What I need to know from you, what one thing is it that you have stuck in your heart? That's what I'm being told to ask you.
Just not being sure.
Okay. Of?
Which way my future is going.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what's the choices?
Healing.
Yeah.
I would like to do that. I guess I'm more afraid of, can I really do it?
Okay. I would say 100% you can really do it. There's no issue there. What part of your feminine energy feels that it's not radiant enough? Let me choose the right words. What part of your feminine energy?
When you say that, I can tell you I'm scared shitless.
Yeah. So what part of your feminine energy needs nurturing? What are you neglecting in your feminine?
I guess love of myself.
Yeah, that's okay. So daily,
Not
right.
worthy.
Yeah, so it feels like what it feels like. I'm being shown different ages of you. So something around 4 years old, something around 10, something around even older, like womanly, where you're neglecting almost like the fruits of your labor. I don't know if you've given yourself away to a man, or you've given your power away to a man, or the masculine energy is sort of being more dominant around you. But it's what I've been shown is this. It's a version of you that's almost been squashed in, and it hasn't been able to be in its full expanse, which we can move out a little bit now. Trusting in your desires and your joy to be fruitful, something around fruitful. And I don't normally say fruitful that often, so I have a feeling that might be either some kind of connection in that word to something that feels relevant to you. Does that feel relevant to you, those kinds of terminology, feeling fruitful and fruits of your labor?
Wow. Maybe from my last 30 years of experience working with people, I learned a lot.
Okay.
I taught a lot.
Yeah.
And so I'm having different experiences come back in to show me, I guess, where I was helpful in that right place.
What's keeping you small, June?
I don't know.
Yeah, you do.
But when you say it, I want to cry.
Yeah, there you go. There it is.
Something I can add in. So Mom has had her natal chart done, a reading, and was told that she's here to be a shaman. And she has a hard time with that word, out of respect to the Native community that she has been hanging out with and doing drum circles and stuff. And I feel it comes down to the worth part, but that's what she's brought forth from her past lives, is this not a medicine woman, but like all of this knowledge and what she's learned over the last 30 years, and now being able to express that and get that out there.
Yeah, your light is okay. So that makes so much sense. I need to show. Right. Okay. I'm just going to find random things. Okay. So this is you, and this is the bit that you're showing, and all the green bit that way. All the green bit is what's being hidden. That's what I'm being shown. So that's how small you are, but that's the bit that needs to come out. So that's how I'm being shown. You're being shown as narrower. Yeah, so like this, narrow. That's you in there, nice white. That's nicer than the green. Whereas where we need to get you, it's like this. It needs to come out. That's what, and it's like, how can you be so, you've got nothing to lose by doing this, apart from identity. And it's self-judgment, and it's blame, and it's shame, and it's, what if I do this and someone judges me? What if I do this and I lose the love of this person? What if I do this and my neighbors think I'm crackers? You know, it's like, so what? What if they all just disappeared off the face of the planet, all the people that you're worried about, and you just enjoyed yourself? That's it. Go and enjoy it, and just see it as an experiment for a month or 2 months. So what I would love to see you, June, is being this big. Not this big. And that's it's telling me that you've been kept small. I don't know if it's the religion thing or something, where you've not been able to be this amazing thing for so many years. And you know, the trouble is with religion, it's riddled in judgment, and it's almost ingrained in you that you should. If you write on a mirror, as soon as we get off this call, stop shoulding all over myself. Every time you say, I shouldn't be doing that, I shouldn't be doing that. And then you just laugh at yourself, and then just do one tiny thing. What would be if you'd stopped shoulding all over yourself? What one thing could you do in the next couple of weeks to just have a go at it? Just practice it. What stage are you at?
The beginning.
Okay. So you've done any practicing, or you've done any learning, or have you not got to that stage yet?
Oh, I've done lots of learning.
In shamanism?
In all areas.
Okay.
Everything fascinates me, whether it's mental, physical, spiritual.
Okay. Give me an example of if you okay, I'm going to give you a visualization. Shut your eyes for me for a minute. Okay, June, you're on a boat. You're on a huge boat, and this boat is pulling into an island. And this island is a brand new island for you to live on. And you've realized, you look around on the boat behind you and there's no one else on the boat. And the boat goes, June, this is your new place you're going to live. All of the people that you used to know are still back on that other planet, but you've just arrived on a new planet on this magic boat. And as soon as we take you off, you're going to meet the inhabitants of this new amazing town. But they need you. They need you, because we need people like you in this town. So what you do, the boat pulls in, the key opens, you jump off the boat and you stand on the key, and you go up the steps, and then you're on this kind of hard standing, and it's all beautiful and white and shiny, and there's people there, and they're like, June, we've been waiting for you. We know that you've got something wonderful to bring. We've been told in advance. And they say we need healers, and we need coaches, and we need therapists, and we need people to connect us with our truth. What is it that you actually could bring to us, June? And with your eyes closed and not thinking about any of those past, explain to me, imagine I'm that person, explain to me what gifts and talents you could bring to them.
The first thing that came to my mind, I had this dream many years ago where I was in a community like that. And I said I wanted to be an apprentice. So it's an apprentice of life that is in all areas. It's not just one. But my first reaction to this village is I need to understand them. I need to understand their ways before I can step in to give my gifts.
Okay. Imagine if you don't. Imagine if you're like, I know that there's going to be people here that I can help. And what I do, I bring these changes to them. What problems could you solve for them if those people were there? How would you do it? What would you do? And you, and your joy, and you knew this was your opportunity to bring your magic. What would you bring? How would you help them?
I am absolutely drawing a blank. Okay, absolutely a blank.
Okay. So the young lady walks up to you and she says, "This is my daughter. She's expressing signs of anxiety, and we think she's going through a spiritual awakening, but we don't know what's going on with her. She's feeling a bit of a recluse. She's turned into a bit of an introvert, and she wasn't before. Can you help her, June? What can you do?" Visualize that little girl. Feel into her heart. What does she need? Deep breath. Connect out of your head into your heart. Ask your heart what your shaman self could do, what your healing self could do, whatever it is that you bring, your gifts could do for this young lady. What does she need? Take 6 deep breaths if you want to.
She needs love.
Yeah. And how can she find that in herself? You're connecting with your little girl now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to share, I pulled some cards for you, Mom. And it's very interesting because this is another question my mom has. So I pulled the abundance card. So that's awesome. And I pulled the time card. These are the sacred geometry cards. So time is the energy of time, supports our understanding of the relativity of time and our capacity to be present in the moment. And then the third one I pulled, and this is really good, is the third chakra. And I'll read it first, actually. The energy of the solar plexus chakra helps us to realize who we are and who we want to be so we can set a course toward our goals. Huh. How appropriate for this conversation right now. Mom has feeling her solar plexus like around money, almost like a punching in her solar plexus and a pain. And she was asking, how to relieve that. So I don't know if that's something that you can feel into or not.
Okay, let's go back to this. If we can just go back to this, what I want to do is connect. So what's come up for June is the connection with the little girl and her little girl.
Cool.
So let's go into that, because that will be the we said about what our trauma then becomes our gifts. That's where I'm going with this at the moment. So June, come back to me.
I'm here.
Talk to me about this little girl. What does she need?
Love, a hug, someone to listen.
Okay. And what does she need to say?
What does she need to say? I love you. I care about you.
Okay. So if you were bringing your gifts now and you were going to offer yourself to this little girl as a coach or a therapist or as a helper, how could you do that for her? As you just walked onto this island and her mum's like, how can you help my daughter here? Could you see her once a week, or could you take her to a ceremony? What would you do?
Yeah, I would spend some time with her once a week.
And what would you bring to her?
I think I would bring to her a walk in nature.
Okay.
And just letting that peace, the sounds of the forest, just kind of seep in, and just to enjoy it. And a ceremony is pretty special. It's very special. Thank you. We have a full moon coming up, and I am going to a full moon ceremony. So I want to say thank you.
So what I would like you to do when you're at that full moon ceremony is just focus on one thing that you could bring to the world as an experiment to young ladies like her, whatever age you imagined. It might be worth just journaling on her and what it was that you felt immediately that you could help her with. That really,
you were absolutely right on with the age of 4 and 10.
Your own child, yeah, there's definitely stuff there. We can talk about that another time, or I can help you with that another time. But if you're doing the ceremony, or you're doing, hold on a minute. So maybe that you identify with the 4-year-old more, and you identify with the 10-year-old more, just with some journaling. You can do it with Christine. about what that little girl needed and what she never felt heard. And it's not about finding a solution, just how she didn't feel heard, because that was the first thing that you said. And then that's the gifts that you can bring to other people. And that's where you start. And if that doesn't work, I'm happy to have another conversation with you. But what I feel is that the thing that is causing you not to make a decision is because you can't 100% identify with the problem that you can solve for people. And once you get that, because you can feel authentically what your little girl went through, you know that you can get through it because you've understood it. You've not just intellectualized it, you've felt it in every bone in your body, every cell in your body. And then that's where you will come out of this procrastination stage, and you will come in through the full moon and ask the full moon to, I hold full moon meditations too. So you ask the full moon to activate the clarity, activate your gifts, activate your release of the things that are holding you back. And then simply try on an experimental level to work with someone, and then, ask someone maybe in Christine's group if they would like to practice and trial with you for a month as a healer or as a coach or as a shaman, whatever it is that you actually feel that you would like to do. And then it all feels a lot more possible than making it a massive big deal and worrying about the money right at this stage. I know money's like, oh, how can I even ask for this? This is, money for this, because I'm feeling new about it. Does that help?
A great deal. Thank you so much.
Does it? Okay.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. So if you can do some journaling, and then I'm sure Christine can help you along that next bit, and then get something very gentle, very experimental, and very just a little trial, so it doesn't feel big, because our ego can't handle big. Our ego will throw it back.
Yeah. Awesome. So good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank
Mom.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mum. I didn't realize you were Mum at the beginning, but the wallpaper does look very similar. I know we've only got 5 minutes left, haven't we?
Yeah. And we have one more person backstage who's going to come out. I'm going to bring her up. This is Tracy Ann. But I just want to share, this is energy healing for those this is new for, or maybe you've never hired a coach. This is what we do, is we just talk to you. We actually talk to your heart and to your soul, and we pull out what has been wanting to come out, what has been asking for that healing or asking to be brought into the light, so that you can heal and release from it. It is so beautiful. I love it. Thank you for that. Here is Tracy Ann.
Hi, Tracy.
Tracy Ann, I had mentioned a little earlier that she has some shivers down her legs. So Tracy Ann, I'll let you two just chat, and then if you want to take it over, Jill. What I can say before is that Tracy Ann and I have had conversations, and she's being called to be a healer. She has gifts where she sees, and so maybe just kind of chat with her about her shivers and whatever else comes up.
Okay, cool. I haven't got lots of time because I'm holding a cacao ceremony in my collection soon. So I'll see what we can come up with. Your energy feels very open, Tracy, which is beautiful. Thank you for having the courage to come on too. It's always nice to go in front of a live audience and go, this is what's going on. So if you could have one question answered right now, what would that question be?
I guess the most recent thing that I've noticed is the feeling that I see like I feel like somebody, or I can see like a shadow sometimes go past me, and then when I look, it's like in front, and then it just kind of disappears. But and now I've got the shivers going down my right side, down my legs. But it's more, I'm feeling that a lot more constant of having it go down my body. Sometimes my back, but it's always on the left, the shivers. And then, but it comes and goes. So is that signs of someone or something, or, because it doesn't scare me. I'm not scared at all of it. I see orbs here and there all the time. And none of this scares me. It's just, I don't know what it is.
It could be a number of things. So number one, shivers. The number one reason people have the shivers is it's confirmation. So whatever you're thinking or feeling at the time, your spirit guides or your energy beings are giving you confirmation of the truth. So it's like, yes, you're right. Yes, you're on the right. Your body is actually your biggest communication channel. Have you lost me?
I'm sorry. Are you there?
I'm there. Have you lost us? Oh no, she's gone.
I still see her on my screen.
Yeah, I can see it. We can see you, Tracy.
Yeah. The camera's still on you, Tracy, so go ahead. Tracy Ann, yeah, keep talking.
If you guys can still hear me?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't hear you on my phone, so I put you on my computer.
Okay.
Okay.
So a couple of things. I can hear feedback, so you're a little bit delayed on that one than that one. But so it's confirmation that you are getting information. The second thing is that you might be a trance medium. So have a look into trance mediumship, because trance mediumship is when spirits actually come into your body, and it takes a lot of practice because it's very finite. I can hear myself catching up on her screen. She's on a minute delay.
Can you turn your sound off on one device, Tracy Ann?
She can't because she's behind us, so otherwise she won't hear what. Oh,
if she turns it off on one device, it should be fine.
Okay, so you might be a trance medium. The other thing is that your guides are trying to connect with you. So it's part of your higher self is saying that you're ready, and your human self just needs to catch up and decide what you're ready to do. So it's literally about making a clear decision and a clear choice whether you want to be a clairvoyant, or you want to be a medium, or you want to be a healer, or you want to do all of those things. But just pick one right now and follow it. The other option, the other potential, which I could probably work it out if we had a bit more time, is that you're working with masculine and feminine energies and metaphysics. So on the left-hand side, everything is feminine. On the right-hand side, everything is masculine. And it's just about which one is in play at the time. So your body might be talking to you in that way too. So it could be any of those kinds of things. It's definitely nothing to worry about. And I would say that you're on the verge of a big breakthrough, and it's literally trusting the flow of it and understanding to talk to it rather than not talking to it. So it's trying to get your attention. So say what you would ask them, what they're wanting to tell you, and then write it down. Go into a kind of automatic writing. I'm getting automatic writing for you. Do you like writing creatively? It's going to catch up now. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to have to wrap up.
Yeah, no problem. Jill, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah, appreciate you, and thank you for all of your help today and sharing your light. Drop your link, if you like, into the chat of the video.
Awesome. Yeah, so just Gill at gillkirkham.com. Literally just email me, GILL@GILL Kirkham.com, KIRKHAM.
Perfect.
Yeah, and then I'll happy to talk to anybody.
Okay.
I must dash.
Happy birthday and enjoy your ceremony. That's very exciting.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Oh, everyone just popping off. Okay, I'm going to bring up our next healer, Shani Bella, to the screen. Here we go.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you? I was funny. As she said the masculine and feminine, I was just about to. I really wanted to jump in and say, especially, I don't know, Tracy Ann, if you can still hear this, but if it's on your left side, it is more than likely connected to your feminine energy. And I just wanted to resonate with her that I always feel the shivers, particularly down my left side and down my left leg. And I actually had I had a healing session with someone the other day, and there was a spirit in there that wasn't letting go of my leg. And so I've been feeling like super heavy and pins and needles, and it always whenever I talk about the feminine, probably when I speak tonight, I'll feel it again. Like it always comes up for me. So
wow,
yeah, I wanted to share that with her, but also Tracy Ann, I don't know if you can hear this, but whoever's hearing it, one thing you can also do when I get the shivers a lot, and I feel like it is confirmation, as Gillian said, but one thing that you can do as well is to ask yes or no answers, and just and decide if it's a yes, it's going to go up, and if it's a no, it's going to go down, and just feel where the energy goes.
Goosebumps while you're saying that.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so neat. So Tracy Ann said she's gonna come back. She's logging into a different device. But tell us more. Welcome, a proper intro. I heard you speak in a group on divine feminine and divine masculine energies, and really just helping people heal from their past wounds. And I thought it was so beautiful. And I reached out to you, and I was like, "Wow, you have magic. We want you on the show." And I'm really honored that you're here. I have questions for you, but we'll come to that after. Maybe we'll just go back to what you were talking about. Can you tell us more about the healing that you had and kind of what that all entailed? Just for anyone who's never maybe had that, or they're starting to feel these gifts come on. That's what we're finding. We're attracting a lot of people who have questions because they're seeing a lot of numbers, or their goosebumps are coming in, or they're hearing or seeing things. And so, yeah, can you just share a little more about your healing?
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is slightly, of course, off the topic of what I will be talking about, but actually it's kind of connected because so I started to, I think I've always felt these sensations, but I didn't know what they were. And I started to really channel through guides and messages and spirit beings, probably about 3 years ago now. And the most powerful thing, I was actually in a channeling course, like I was attending a channeling, it was a 6-week journey, and it was in person with a really small group of women. And this crazy story happened in one of the channeling sessions that we'd done different types of channeling. We were doing channeled voices, and we sat in the circle, and she asked each of us to pull through the voice that wanted to come through. And the woman who was next to me said it was the voice of her father who had passed away. And the voice came through and it said, "I want you all to know that you are really powerful women." And when she said the word powerful, my entire body just went into kind of like a nervous system frenzy. I was tingling all over. I burst into tears. And I had a past life regression in that moment. In that moment, I was being burned at the stake, and it was so real, and I could feel the fire, and I could feel the heat, and I could feel myself burning, and it was super, super intense. And then when it came to my turn to channel the voice, my throat literally had closed up, like I couldn't get words out of my mouth. And it took quite some time for the voice to come through. And when it came through, it was so powerful. And it was, the woman running the course said to me, "Who is it, Shani? Like, who is it? Who's there with you?" And I was like, "I don't know who it is, but it's a past version of myself." That's what I said. And I remember it like so clearly. And the voice that came through is the voice that I use all the time now, which is, it came through with like a lot of conviction and power. And it was like, if you've been oppressed, if you've been suppressed by the masculine, if you've been ostracized from your community, now is the time to speak your truth. And it came through like so powerfully. And I came out of it and I was like, who was that? What was that? And the craziest thing was that morning I'd pulled a card. And I went to get my car keys out of my pocket, and the card came out. I'd forgotten it was in my pocket, and it was Joan of Arc. It was in my pocket all day long. Joan of Arc, the young teen that was burnt at the stake. And I was like, I think I just channeled Joan of Arc. Like I really felt like a full-on past life regression and then the channeling. And then I really started to tune into like the shivers and what they were meaning and the confirmation. And I when I give healing sessions to people, particularly breathwork sessions, I'm a breath worker, rebirthing breath worker. So when I give breathwork sessions to people, I very often feel what's coming up for them before they feel it. And a lot of that is done through the shiv, like I feel it in the shivers.
Wow.
And the healing session that I had the other day is with someone else. And she's a channeler. And yeah, I said to her, like, I feel this in my leg all the time, and it's like heavy and it hurts and it's pins and needles. And I had a previous ceremony where I'd had a dagger go into my foot. It felt like it in the ceremony. And so we were trying to work with, like, what is still in there? Like, why is that still wounded? Like, where and who did that? And where does it need to be cut now? So it was really interesting.
That is neat.
Yeah. And what came through the session with her was I was in a past life. I was in one of my many past lives. I was a Native American Indian woman, and they'd nailed me to the floor. They'd nailed my feet to the floor in order to take my power, like to suck my power out of me, which is probably why I reacted. So, I always react to the powerful woman thing.
Right.
In the session, and my foot's starting to tingle when I talk about it now. In the session, it came through that there was like a spirit of a little boy, and it was my son of the woman at that time, and he was just like clinging onto my leg, saying, like, don't do this to her, don't hurt her.
Oh wow.
He couldn't let go of me, so I released him. So it was a very powerful session. Yeah.
Wow, that's so amazing. And past life stuff, like I was told that one of my past lives was I had a kingdom that was stolen from my brother. My guy just showed up. So interesting. And I have said my whole life, not even really knowing or understanding, that I'm so glad I never had a brother, because they would be just a pain in the ass. This is a feeling that I thought I had, and I'm like, so weird, because my mom has brothers, and I don't know, I just didn't relate it to that. And then when I was married, he would tease his little sisters, but it was a relief to me. I'm like, thank God I didn't have a brother. Like, I would be so annoyed, with that. And so I don't know if that came from that past life feeling or not, but I find it so interesting and how it's all intermingled, and how, to feel those things. If you're okay with it, Tracy Ann is backstage again. We would bring her on just for like 5 minutes, and then we'll give you your time to talk about the divine feminine and masculine. Okay, cool. So let's bring Tracy Ann back.
I've already started to dig into it, so yeah, absolutely.
A few minutes. Yeah, it's really exciting.
Hi, Tracy Ann. How are you doing?
Hi, good. How are you?
Yeah, great. Thanks. Yeah, I'm curious to know what other feelings you're experiencing.
Sometimes I get really, really warm. Like if I'm doing my meditation practice or whatever, sometimes I get extremely like heat, to the point where like I'm like, I gotta find a way to get cool. But it's usually the shivers, or I don't know, like that crawling feeling that I get. It's always like the neck going down my back, usually on the left side, sides of my back, and then my arm, but always down both of my legs. And then just recently, just while we were doing the call with Gill, I had it on my right side. And usually when that happens, I just kind of sit around and just like look around. Because I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on. I'm open to it. And like I said, it doesn't scare me. I just don't know why it's a lot more now. It's been happening a whole lot more now.
So I think, if you don't mind me saying, I think there's like a few things that could be coming through. One thing that you can do, if it's coming stronger and stronger, it's an awakening process, right? If you're going through an awakening journey, that heat that's rising in you is like a Kundalini awakening, right? It's like an energy that's rising probably from your root up through your sacral, and it's starting to rise, like it's activating through your body and probably through your central channel. And what you can do is you can ask. So you can say, when you feel that shiver, you can say, who's with me? Like ask, who's with me? And just listen and just see what comes through. Or you can ask, are you here to protect me? Like, are you here to serve me? Are you here to guide me? Is there a message you have for me? you can ask all these questions and just wait and listen for the answer, because what you want to be sure is that they are energies that are there to serve you from the highest, you know, for your highest good and for the highest good of the collective. So if it's an energy that you know, if you're not scared of it, then that's probably a good sign, because it's not some sort of dark entity that's trying to psychically attack you. But it's you just want to ask and just see what comes through. Because I remember asking the first time I was channeling guides, like, what's your name? And they came through, like, I had one on my right and one on my left, and then I had a rabbit that just came in and like was bouncing. He was like, hi, my name's Jonty. I remember it, like, and he was like, I'm here to make you have some fun. And I was like, okay. So it was just super interesting, because I think if you ask the questions, they usually want to answer you, or it's becoming stronger because they want to be seen. They're like, hello, I'm here. Like, integrate me. So they want you to know that they're there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, if I can share a little more, so Tracy Ann has this ability, like, she'll be walking through the street and someone will just say thank you to her, you know, that they've received some kind of a healing or something. And well, go ahead, Tracy Ann, you share, you know, share your gifts and what's coming on, because I think that's really important.
I've had numerous times. There's once I was in the grocery store and someone just, like, I just looked over and they came up to me and they were like, thank you. And I didn't know if they were talking to me or like what was happening. I'm like, I just smile, like, okay. And it's happened numerous times. Like if I'm just walking around and I just look at someone and they'll smile at me and say, thanks. Thank you. Like I said, I don't know who these people are, what's going on. It just happens. And when I first met someone that's in my family now, she told me, she said, you have such an energy within you. Like, I don't know what it is, but somehow I feel like I'm connected and I've known you. And she said, and I thank you. And it was the first time I met this person. I'm like, okay. Like, that's all that I can say is, okay, because I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, and it's possible you did know them in another lifetime. It's possible you did have a connection with them. I mean, there's been people I've met in my life. I mean, I've got one friend who I met once in Jordan when I was teaching. I went over there to do a conference, to lead a conference, and she was in my training. And I met her once, one day in my entire life. I since moved back to England. She's moved to Sri Lanka. We're in touch like nearly every single day, and we just see eye to eye on everything. And we're like, we definitely knew each other in a past life, because I met you for like 3 hours in a training that was nothing to do with any of this work. And there are people in your life that you meet and you just know. You just know. It is as if you've known them, because you probably have.
But the ones that just look at me and say thank you, I don't understand. Like, I'm just looking at them. I'll smile or just walk over. You know, I'm just walking around. Thank you. I'm like,
but they may also see things. They may also see like an aura around you, or they may also see like the guides or the spirits. They may also have that gift to be able to connect in with that. And perhaps that's just a sense that they feel, or something that they see around you or within you. Okay. That they feel maybe they just feel that safety and around your energy. It's possible. I would just be curious to ask them next time and just say, what, you know, I really appreciate that. What are you thankful for? Or like, what, you know, just ask.
Okay.
I think just, you know, without knowing you too well, it just sounds like now is the time to start asking the questions and then get curious around it.
Okay.
And see what comes through for you, rather than just being like, okay, what next? It is weird, but it's also amazing. So get curious about it. Yeah. It might reveal some more of your gifts that you don't know about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other questions, Tracy?
No, I mean, it's just been happening a lot more often, like recently, a whole lot more often with the energy, that heat that I get, and the feeling of that crawling or numbness or whatever that feeling is.
Yeah. Something, I mean, I was just saying to Christine before, like one of the modalities I use is breath work, and through breath work, conscious connected breathing, we're really like bringing that forth, like we're calling that forth and we're releasing it. So it'd be super interesting for you to try some conscious connected breathing, whether it's just some short exercises or you find something online that you want to do or you want to explore it more, because it's something that really, for me, that like really transforms and brings out whatever it is that I know I'm feeling inside, that feels like, what is that? And I want to release that and find out more. That's one modality that you can use to really access that. And I would also just get curious by even journeying with it. So doing like a deep meditation journey and just getting in there and seeing what comes up for you. Okay. And if you need guidance with that, there's loads of guidance out there. You can use guidance, or you can just do it alone.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Tracy, for being brave to come on, see you. Awesome. Cool. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. And we are here to talk about the divine feminine, the divine masculine. So I'm super excited. Tell us more about that part of your work, or even how it started.
Yeah. As with everyone, it always starts with your own personal journey. So I've been working with divine masculine and divine feminine energy for quite some time now. It's been part of my own spiritual awakening, been part of my own journey. And to kind of backtrack a little bit, I grew up here in the UK. My name is Shani. It's not an English name, as you can hear. So I grew up in the UK. My other half is Israeli. So I have roots in both places, hence why I don't look English either. And I grew up in quite a I went to a girls' school. It was a grammar school. It was very competitive, and I found myself all the way through high school, secondary school, as we call it in the UK, like really losing so much of my self-worth. I really couldn't keep up with the competition in the school. I really hated the atmosphere of it being all girls. I really felt never good enough. I never felt like I was able to achieve the way that they were achieving. And I really lost a lot of self-worth. I was really grossly overweight. I was binge eating like all the time. I would like stop off on my way to school, buy snacks, stop off at the bakery, buy more snacks. and then I'd go home, on my way home, I'd buy more stuff and then I'd hide it in my room. And I really didn't value myself at all. And I didn't feel validated. And along with that, I have not a great relationship with my dad. So although my dad has been very present in my life, like physically, he's always been there, emotionally and physically, not really. Like he's there, as in I see him, but he wasn't really there. And my young teen self that wanted nothing more than to be validated and to be loved, didn't feel that at all. And it got worse and worse, and I put on more and more weight. And my dad's a runner, he's an athlete, so I mean he's done it competitively on as a hobby for years. And so I never felt like I could live up to it. I just couldn't. And the more that I felt that, and the more that I felt criticized, and the more I went into my wounded feminine, because, and this continued, I'll share the rest of the story, but in my wounded feminine, we have within us the two energies, the masculine and the feminine, as Gillian mentioned. And the feminine is here on our left side of our body, but more the right side of our brain. And the masculine is the left side of our body and more the right side of our brain.
Oh, okay.
So the feminine and the masculine, in their essence, in their energies, want to be in sacred union with one another. They want to be in divine harmony with one another. They desire it. It's our birthright. We were created that way. We were birthed into this world that way. And it is everywhere in nature. We have the masculine energy of the sun outputting like the solar plexus energy from here that gives out this yellow, source light energy, the protector, the giver. And then we have the moon, and the full moon is coming into our skies right now, tomorrow night. the full moon in Virgo is going to be with us, and she is that beautiful feminine reflection, right? Like she reflects off the sun, but she needs the sun to shine. So she's and she also controls the tide. So she's this like beautiful feminine flow, ebb flow, tidal wave energy. And we need the two. We have the day and the night, the sun and the moon, the yin and the yang, and it is everywhere in nature. We can't have summer without winter. We can't have autumn without spring.
Right.
We don't have light without the shadow. And so with the masculine and feminine energies, they live within us all. And this is despite our gender. We're talking about men and women here.
Right.
And for so many of us, like the story that I started to share with you, we have been living in a space of wounding, of shadow. So, and now we're unlearning and we want to rise. Like now is the time, right? We want to rise. Like this is where there's no time now to stay in our victimhood mode. We've been living in, for feminine energy, especially, we have been, as I said, through that channeling, we've been oppressed, we've been suppressed, we've been ostracized, we've been killed, we've had our powers taken away from us. We've been feared. We still are feared by the masculine. The masculine wants to be seen too. The masculine wants to be loved too. And the masculine wants to be revered like a king.
Yes.
And the feminine wants to be a queen. We don't want a prince and a princess anymore. Like, the princess is like, help me, save me. And the prince is like, I'll come and save you. Yeah. And like the prince gets his validation from rescuing, and the princess gets her validation by being rescued. And we don't want to be there anymore. We want to call in king energy and queen energy and have a kingdom, right? So we want to call in these two energies together. And when I was in my teens and I was, overeating and not happy at school and being criticized, very much into my shadow feminine, my wounded feminine. Wounded feminine, she craves validation. She's like, and she will do anything to get it. So I don't know who's listening right now, and I can't see any comments, but let us know if this resonates with you. Maybe Christine, I don't know if you can see any comments.
Not yet.
But for whoever's watching or later on, let us know if this resonates with you. The wounded feminine is so in need of validation because she doesn't self-validate that she will do anything to get it. That means that she is the people pleaser. That means that she is the avoider. That means that she is the perfectionist or the super achiever, or she's the rescuer. She's any of those. She doesn't own her sacred boundaries. So she's just like, yes, come on in. As long as I have you in my space, I'm happy and I'm loved, and I'm validated. So of course you can come into my space, and she doesn't honor her boundaries. She doesn't even know what her boundaries are most of the time. The majority of women that I've worked with don't know what their boundaries are.
True.
Yeah, they don't know what their needs are because they've never been taught to know that. They've never been educated on, like, actually your needs are important. What is it that you need? Not how do you feel necessarily, not what do you want? What do you need? What are your needs? That is like so much more powerful. And so with the wounded feminine, in order to get what she wants, she can be the people pleaser, but she can also be manipulative. So she can often manipulate the masculine in order to feel validated. And if the masculine is in his wounded feminine and he's looking for validation and he's looking to be, the nice guy, he's going to get easily manipulated. And it's the same the other way around. If a man is in his wounded feminine and a woman is in her wounded masculine, she can easily like him, right? So it's the wounded feminine is really not in her power. She's really not in her power. When she's in her, she doesn't know how to communicate. She doesn't know how to speak her truth either. Because she doesn't know how to express her needs. So she might shrink away. She might just put it into her shadow self. And that's what I did. So people used to say to me, oh, you talk too much. You're so much of a chatterbox. Don't you ever shut up? On all of my school reports, it was like, she is very conscientious, but she would do much better if she stopped talking so much. Like this kind of thing. I love swearing. I find it really cathartic. I really enjoy swearing. And like people used to say to me, oh, you're such a potty mouth, like it's really vulgar. And I'm like, so I stopped. And with all of that, like I basically suppressed my voice into the shadow and silenced myself, right? And so many women do it. I'm sure you can relate. You can and just like,
and there are some comments of people saying like this definitely makes sense and is resonating. Someone said, I was definitely a people pleaser, needing to get it done and rescue people, but now I'm taking care of me first. It's okay to say no. And with meditation and grounding, I'm able to focus myself and be clear. I listen and observe more than before.
Yes.
Great.
So the listening and the observing comes from the divine masculine. I'll come on to him later. What we want to do is empower women to get into their sacred feminine, but so many women are living still in their wounded feminine because they don't feel safe around the masculine. They don't feel safe around the masculine. We were told as women, you know, you don't need to, you don't be too loud. Don't be too bolshy. Don't be too career oriented. Don't be too pushy. Don't do this. Don't do that. Be more like this. Be more like that. And for so many of us, we've literally rejected our masculine because it didn't feel safe to be in it. If, like me, you grew up around a father who was emotionally absent and never validated me, even if I'm going to get personal, like I moved back to England during the first pandemic, and I had to move back in with my parents because I was living abroad for 10 years and I had nowhere to go. And I moved back in with my mum and dad, and like everything triggered up in me again around my dad. I went straight back into like being the teenager, and over time I've like been healing it. But last week I left the house because I just bought a house, and until I'm able to move in, I was just like, I'm not staying here anymore. I'm sorry. You like my boundary, crossed my boundaries one too many times, and I no longer take it. So I actually I'm staying at a friend's house, and but this, like, I'm 34, and it's taken me 34 years to be like, no, you don't get to talk to me that way anymore. Absolutely not. No. Like with full conviction, I can say no. And it's taken me a massive journey to get there, because the wounded feminine is just like, you know, it's like a cycle. You know, with him, for example, it's like he doesn't really know what he's done wrong. I tell him, he doesn't really listen. Then he processes it. Then he says sorry. And then 3 days later, it's back to the square one. So it's like this cycle. And actually, I ended up being in an abusive relationship as well for 3 years. When I was 19 to 22, I was in a very, very abusive relationship with a very, very weak man. And the reason he has set his power over me is because he was so weak. And so I've not felt safe in the masculine for many, many, many years, right? To have like a divine man who's like holding me and being like, I got you. I got you. I'm holding you. I've not had that from really my blueprint of the masculine was wounded from the start.
Right.
And so this is the journey that I've been on. And as a result of the first abusive relationship, I ended up being with really lovely guys, the nice guy. Like my 2 relationships after that, long-term ones, were with the nice guy. And the nice guy is also part of the wounded masculine, because the nice guy doesn't feel safe to the feminine. Let me know if this is going to resonate with you. The nice guy does not feel safe to the feminine. Why? Because he's in his wounded feminine. He's a people pleaser. He'll be like, what do you want to have for dinner? Oh, you decide. What film do you want to see? Oh, you decide. I don't mind. Like, I'll do anything to make you happy, darling. You know, you're just like, can't you just make a decision? You want to be the divine king. You want them to build the kingdom with you, not to leave you, you know, to please you all the time. Because when he puts you on a pedestal, you can fall off that pedestal, right? And you're having to live up to that expectation of his views of you, which comes from his need to be validated. If he's like, I need to be validated, so my niceness is going to get me validated. So that is also a shadow aspect of the masculine. We have many shadow aspects. That's one of them. So I ended up with these sorts of guys. And I also, because they were so like weak in their energy, like my dad, like the abusive relationship where that came out in power, these guys were like weak in a very different way. And as a result, I had to basically become the masculine. And so the more that they were like in their wounded feminine, the more I became in my masculine, but it wasn't my divine masculine, it was my wounded masculine. Because the wounded masculine, I'll come on to the sacred afterwards. And if there's any comments with this resonating, let me know.
Okay.
The wounded masculine is someone who wants to reach success. Okay. So whereas the wounded feminine is just like, see me, hear me, love me, please love me. I'll do anything. I'll go on my knees. I'll do anything. I'll give up my world for you to be with me.
Right.
The wounded masculine is the opposite. He's like, I'm going to get to the top and I don't care what happens to you. I don't care if I hurt you. I don't care if I trample all over you, but I'm going to get there.
Right.
And in order to do that, he might become quite distant. He might become quite cold. He might become quite avoidant. And he might become quite critical or judgmental of himself, but of others as well.
Mm-hmm.
Really bad at listening and staying present because he's always thinking about the next goal. So he finds it very hard to settle into the present. And he's so concerned with his own ideas and his own gains that he doesn't really have the time or the energy to be there for somebody else and to hold the space for somebody else. At the same time, the wounded masculine is, because he's in this like hustle mode of trying to get, he can like be giving in his energy, and it often leads to massive burnout. So when we are, and that's what happened to me several times. So yeah, so I basically pendulum swung from being in my wounded feminine to being in my wounded masculine. And when I had my spiritual awakening and that channeling experience was really just the beginning of it, I was like, oh my God, I want to be more feminine. I've become so hardened, so angry all the time. It was affecting my periods. It was, my cycles were all off. I was just filling every moment and space I had with more work. I wanted to earn more money. I wanted to be better. I wanted to be someone. And none of it really mattered anymore. But when I was like, okay, I cannot do this anymore, and I've had one too many burnouts, I started to connect back in with the feminine. So I attended women's circles, and I now run women's circles for full moon and new moon every month. Right. One happening this Sunday night in the UK. And I connected in with women, and it was probably the first time I ever sat in sacred circle. I think it was the first time in my life I was like, oh my God, I actually belong here. Like, I have a sense of belonging in this space. Wow. Yeah, because at school I didn't feel I belonged. At uni I didn't feel I belonged. I never felt I belonged in any of my jobs. I just never felt a sense of belonging. I was like, oh my God, I've come home. This is it.
So beautiful.
And it was just amazing. I remember like releasing so much anger that I was holding on to at that time, and crying and just being fully held in the circle. And then I was like, this is masculine. Like, even though we're in a feminine circle, the fact that they are sitting here and holding space for me, I feel safe to do that because they are in their divine masculine.
Right.
If I didn't feel safe, I couldn't do that.
Right.
And the feminine feels the same. She needs she's like the water, like the moon we spoke about, like the tide, and the masculine is like the container or the vessel. And so in order for the water to like freely move around, it has to be contained with boundaries.
Right.
Otherwise it's just like all over the place, and there's no grounding there. So I will continue talking, but please feel free to stop me.
I love it. Yep, keep going. My questions is, how do we heal our divine feminine and our divine masculine? So as you're chatting, yeah. This is great.
So I'll talk. So I've spoken to you about the wounded, or some aspects of the wounded. There are many more aspects of it. These are just, some that I'm bringing to the table this evening. So when I went into my massively, when I realized I was in my masculine, I didn't know I was in my wounded masculine at that time. So I went into what I thought was my divine feminine. It wasn't. I literally gave up loads of stuff I was doing, and I was like, all I want to do is rest. Don't disturb me, please. And when I went into that mode, I was like, what's the word? There's a word beginning with C, like catacombed. I felt like.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know what I mean? I can't think of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I literally was like, I don't want to do anything. And I found it so hard to get back into action, because I've been so used to being the responsible one, the driving force, the giver, the organizer, the decision maker, like masculine. I was so resentful of it in my job, in my relationship, in my social life. I was like, I am done with being the one that always does the masculine work, the decision making, the driving forward, I was just like, I cannot. So I went into this state that I thought was my feminine. And it felt good for a while. And then I couldn't move. I was like, I don't know how to get back into action. I don't want to do anything. I don't want any responsibility. I don't want to do it. I'm just like super triggered by it. And I realized that I just headed straight back into my wounded feminine. And since then, it's been this journey of bringing it back into balance. So the sacred feminine, because I've shared with you about the wounded, but the sacred feminine, she is someone who owns her body fully. Like, she connects back in with her pleasure portals, and she knows what it is to be in her body. And that can involve, lots of ways to do that. Dance, like solo dance, just in your bedroom, just putting on your music and just feeling into your body and allowing your body to intuitively move, which is really hard for women who are in their masculine. Because they feel stupid and they feel restricted, and they're like, no, because the masculine is like boundaried, so and rigid, and the women flow. Okay, women's circles are an amazing space to come and be seen, come and be heard, come and be witnessed, and come and be honored for being in your feminine. And it is connected to the moon. It's connected to your cycles. Ever since I went to women's circles, my cycles have been like amazing. I barely have PMS anymore. When I was in my wounded masculine, I was like feeling rage all over the place. It was horrible. It was really bad. I'd like get on the bus and be like, I want to kill you. I was so full of rage. It was, and I was like, what is that voice? That's not me. I don't know. It's not me. It's my ancestors. What do they want? Like, it was really awful. So, dance, movement, any kind of embodied movement. So whether that be dance, yoga, flow, breath work, absolutely 100% conscious connected breathing. When we are pulling in the breath, we are pulling in divine masculine life force, and then we are from that place of like, I've brought it in, I feel safe, I have oxygen, surrender, but through the nose. Surrender into the feminine. I feel safe because I brought in the energy in the masculine.
Cool.
Yeah. So that's, I work a lot with that in the conscious connected breathing that I do when I give sessions to people. Connecting in with other like-minded women who are not going to criticize you or judge you for who you are and the awakening you're going through.
Yeah.
Like, some people are never going to understand, and it's okay.
So important, especially when you maybe in your family you're ostracized, or you don't feel that people are understanding you, or they think you're weird or off. That community is so key to be able to grow further. Otherwise, we just retreat because we're in our shame and guilt and really playing small. But being able to really just open up and have that close circle or that group. That's, that was one of the visions for the Healing Soul School, was to be that safe place for people to come especially for healers, because there's not a lot of outlets. Like, yes, you heal and you serve clients, but who heals the healer? You know, we all need that kind of space. So love that.
Yeah. I did a post about that the other day. Absolutely. I was just, you know, I find myself getting back into my wounded masculine because I'm like, I'm giving, and then I resent it. And I'm like, actually, well, no, I need to give back to myself. So in the sacred feminine has boundaries. She knows her sacred boundaries. So to get to your sacred boundaries, you have to explore what your needs are, right? You have to explore, what is it that I really need?
Right.
And what is it that I really desire? And, you know, we need to feel safe, or most of us need to feel safe. We need to feel loved. We need to feel validated from here, not from here.
Right.
We need to in-source our power, not outsource our power. We don't want to outsource our power. We want to in-source power. And the sacred feminine knows her voice. So she's not ashamed to express what's in her heart. And that has taken me as a journey a long time.
Right.
Because of, like, you talk too much. And I know I talk too much, and that's okay. I don't care anymore. I used to care, but I now I don't, because what I have to say is important.
Exactly. You can talk a lot in this community because we actually want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, and this is it. This is when you connect with people that are like, hey, I feel you, I get you, I resonate with you, I want to hear you. Yeah. And then you're like, yeah, great, of course, I want to connect with you, and it feels right. And then there's other people you're like, you, like with my dad, he doesn't even want to know what I have to say. He just doesn't want to know. Yeah. He doesn't know. He said to me the other day, I can't believe you get paid for talking bullshit to people on the phone. Wow. That's his level of understanding of what I do, because it doesn't take the time to ask. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to explain to you because you'll never get it. And that's okay. Yeah. Like, you live in your world, I live in my world. Yeah. We coexist. Thank you for bringing me into the world. The sacred feminine really needs to work on releasing the throat chakra. And this is ancestral, ladies. This is ancestral, and this is part of the work I do as well. I'm a breath worker, but I work very deeply on ancestral healing with women, because ancestral healing is huge. And we have literally taken codes, imprints, blueprints through our womb. When we were in our mother's womb, we were already taking on the trauma, okay? And she has it from her mother and her mother and her mother and her mother and her mother. Then there's your father and his, it goes on. And we are now in the process of a divine feminine awakening. This is the time, like Mother Earth, who is like the ultimate divine feminine provider, nurturer, mother. She is like, hello, can you please stop hurting me? You're going to hurt me. You're going to continue to trample all over me and not see me and not validate me. I'll show you. And I'm going to just share it back with you. And she has just like a mirror reflected right back on all the humans. Everything wrong that they've been doing to her. She's like, you want to be trampled? Right. You watch what I can do, Mother Nature. You watch what I can do. Right. And she's literally like halted the entire world. And it's quite incredible because she has been burning for years. She's been burning and we've been ignoring it. And she's just like, hi.
I have a couple of questions I want to ask. Like, how do you know whether you're in your wounded feminine or your wounded masculine?
Yeah. So I would say, like, in a nutshell, like, bullet pointed wise, if I can, because I'm not sharing with you on a screen, but if you are in your wounded feminine, you are most likely to be experiencing being in your wounded feminine. And by the way, these energies are fluid, right? So we can go from one to another and we can be both simultaneously, but we can also be in our sacred. So I will move on to the sacred masculine as well afterwards, so that you can know what that feels like and looks like. But if you are people pleasing and you are looking for that validation externally to yourself, like you're outsourcing your power all the time, you are unable to express your needs, you are unable to hold those boundaries, you find that you manipulate situations just to feel validated, or that you do anything in order to receive that love and that validation, and you probably have a bit of a needy energy around you, and it's like super repellent to people.
Mm-hmm.
People are like, ugh, it feels awful, and it feels pretty inauthentic as well. So if you're in your wounded feminine, you're likely being in those sorts of roles. You might also not have any grounding, so you feel like you're floating all the time, or like you might have loads of ideas around things, but you can't put it into action.
Right.
You probably experience a lot of trauma around money as well. So yeah, I know, I've been there too. Integrate the masculine. So you often experience quite a lot of trauma around money as well. Like, money is too much of a responsibility. Like, oh, don't talk to me about money. No, I'll just get rid of it. Like, so you either hoard it because you don't want to deal with it and you don't want to see it, or you're too scared to spend it and you're like in a freeze response around it, or you like, oh, I'll just give it to this person and this person and this person, then maybe they'll love me. I'll pay for all the drinks. I'll pay for the dinner, and then they'll love me and they'll be validated, right? So these are some like life examples of the wounded feminine. Definitely in relationships, like being the just not making your own decisions, like relying on the other person to kind of bring the validation through for you, rather than standing in your own power, and definitely not expressing your needs or your desires, like emotionally, physically, sexually, everything.
Right.
And then the wounded, the sacred masculine, if you find yourself in the wounded masculine, you're more likely someone who is always looking for success, or is very goal oriented, but doesn't allow the flow. Like, everything needs to be plan, like strategic, competitive, really competitive, like, because he's underneath. The wounded masculine is pretty scared of failure. He's pretty scared of like failing, or being seen as a failure. He's actually like really scared of being weak. So either he overexerts his power, or he goes into his wounded feminine in order to please, or overgive. As an overgiver. So the wounded masculine, again, like I said before, as well, can also be quite avoidant or quite cold. Because if he gets too attached to something, then it might scarper his own dreams and goals. Okay. And I say he as in that could be a woman as well, right? It's just the energy.
Yeah.
The sacred masculine is what I like to call God. You can call it whatever you want. You don't have to be religious. But for me, it's like the divine energy, right? Like, it's this presence. And this is what the feminine desires. This is what every feminine, whether you are heterosexual, homosexual, bisexual, whatever, gender fluid, transgender, it doesn't matter. What we really desire in the essence of our feminine, not woman, but the essence of our feminine, we want to be contained by the masculine, right? That doesn't mean we want to be restricted. We don't want to be restricted by the masculine, but we want to be contained. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that the masculine is like the wall, and we can be pushed up against it and we feel safe.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So the divine masculine is this like grounded presence energy that holds space for the woman or the feminine to feel safe. That means he listens. He honors. He's devotional, but he's not like, I'll do anything you want. Because he's devotional to her, but he's also devotional to the feminine in him.
Right.
And he's devotional to the masculine in him. So the masculine's like, he knows what he wants, and he stands in his power. If you think about a king and a queen energy, we mentioned about the king and the queen before, like a king needs to lead his kingdom. So he needs to be the protector. Like, he's not going to allow enemies to come into his territory. Otherwise, the whole kingdom crumbles.
Right.
So he has to have this protector energy, right? And it's not the same as the prince or the knight, because the prince is like, I'll rescue you, I'll save you. And the princess is like, help me, save me. But the queen is like, I don't need saving. I need you to be in union with me, right? Like, I've got my stuff. I trust myself. I forgot a massive one for the feminine, intuition. I trust my intuition. I listen to myself. And the king is like, okay, I trust you in the divine. I trust you. When you're ready, tell me. Let's go out and build the kingdom together. Okay.
Awesome.
Let's do this together. The king is the divine king. He's the protector. He's a leader. He knows what he wants. He's decisive, but not he's decisive, but he's not what's the word I'm looking for? He's decisive, but he doesn't tell her what to do.
Right. Not bossy.
Yeah, he's not arrogant with it. He's not controlling.
Okay.
He's not controlling. The controlling comes from the weak masculine, because he needs like I wanted to say certain celebrities right now, but like Trump was massively like you. I don't want to like rock anyone's boat if you're a Trump supporter, but like when he was losing power, he did the classic manipulative like thing of I need to get my power back. He was like so in his wounded feminine. He was like, I need to get my power back. I'll do anything to get my power back, anything to be revalidated, anything for you to all love me again. Right? You saw it happening. And it's like on the world stage. And the thing is that so many men in the actual form of the male, they're also told not to be feminine. So really, really like, it's so difficult for the man. The man is also learning. And I mean like the man is in the form. The man is also learning to integrate now, because he's always been told like, no, don't be a sissy, man up.
Right.
You have to be strong.
Okay.
Right? So it's not been like cool to be the feminine, but we really want, in our feminine essence, we want a man that can like say lovely things to us and you know, whisper sweet nothings in our ear, and then we want him to push us up against the wall. Like we want like that shadow and that light. Like we want his darkness as well as his light. Because if he's all dark, he's dangerous, and if he's all light, he's dangerous.
Right. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does totally. How do people reconnect to their divine masculine, like as far as in God, and maybe people who have don't trust God, or I've lived this life of, you know, struggle or scarcity or whatever. And if you say God provides abundance and the universe is abundant in their experience, I'll even say like in my experience, not seeing that, then you have a hard time believing that God really does have your back. How do you help someone to heal that, or the really just the thought perception?
Yeah, you know, like connecting back in with God in my own personal journey, I've been very like back and forth in that way many times, because I grew up, I'm Jewish. I grew up Jewish. I went to synagogue all my life. And I remember standing in synagogue and saying to my friends, like, who is this God? Why am I praying to him? I don't know who he is. This feels like so ridiculous. And I remember my friends were like, well, that's your ego. That's your ego. And I was a teenager. I didn't really get it. And there's a lot of trauma around this for so many people. You know, if you grew up in a religion that put the fear of God in you, and you felt that fear of the masculine, then that is part of your imprinting, right? And that's the healing, that the healing comes through now of the masculine. It also comes through your ancestral healing and your lineage, and of course through your upbringing and your parenting. So when I do breathwork sessions, we go through the series of sessions and we look at the traumas. We look at schooling. We look at if there's religious trauma, we look at it. We look at masculine and feminine. We look at nonviolent communication. Like, how can I actually express my needs? Like, I'm practicing it. Like, I get my clients to practice it with me. And it's really hard for them to say it out loud so often, to say what they want to say. So we really go into that, and we look at a lot of healing around, like, where is the trauma and where is it coming from in your birth pattern as well? Like when you were in the womb and in your actual birth, like what came through at that point, you know, and were you a girl, but your father or mother wanted a boy? Where you wanted, were you, you know, me personally, like my mum had a baby before me that didn't survive, and it was a boy. And I started to observe around my father, because I was living at home. I was like, he doesn't see me. Like, physically, I'm in the room and he doesn't see me. Like, he talks to my mum and ignores me, or he just addresses her, and he only addresses me with like a proviso or a condition or a criticism. And I said to my mum, I was like, Mum, when you had that baby before me, did you ever get to see him? She said, no, he was taken away from both of us before we had a chance to see him. And I was like, okay.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, I was next in the womb. Yes. Okay. I was like, and then I was like, okay, so someone wasn't seen. He wasn't seen. His soul. I'm like, I really feel like that came into me, because like I just feel like I wasn't seen, and it's not my fault.
Wow. What a huge observation, right? Or to piece all of that together.
Yeah, it feels very powerful. And that's the kind of work that we look at through the breath work as well. So to heal the masculine, you have to reconcile the parts of yourself that you don't trust, and to go into the root of that. Like, why am I mistrusting of this? Like, why do I mistrust money? Why do I mistrust where do I not feel safe? Where did I have too much responsibility, or where was I the rebel, or where did I not feel safe, essentially, in my life, in this life or in previous lives, and like reconciling that and bringing it back into harmony with the feminine, and opening that back up so that we can have those conversations and really go back into the body with it.
Yes. I love that. It's so true. Patterns has been probably one of the funnest things I've learned this year, just in helping other people heal, and myself, is, okay, so you have this experience today, that's fine, but it didn't start here. There's a pattern, and let's look at it. Where does this pattern exist? And you said it. I love that piece of it.
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah. I think so many of us are very unconsciously living through life, and it's only really, I want to say, like, it's only really when something big happens, like a burnout or an illness or a death, an experience of a death or an experience of an illness, or the loss of a loved one, or a breakup, or the loss of a baby, or sometimes it really does take something that big for the goddess, so to speak, to come in and be like, listen, if you're not going to know what's going on in your life, I'm just going to come in and do it for you. Here you go.
Yeah.
Now you need to. Okay.
There's something big for you.
Yeah. And I think so many people that experience spiritual awakening had that. Like, I certainly did. It was like the rug was pulled from underneath my feet. Like, Goddess Kali, she like came in with her swords, and she was like, I've been watching you. You're not happy. Let me shake up this shit, because you're not staying here any longer. And I was like, what's going on? What? Like, I remember I walked into work one day, and I was just like, I've been a teacher for years, and I was like, oh, I don't want to do this anymore. And I remember like looking at my boyfriend and just being like, I can't do this anymore. And I was living abroad. I was living in Israel, and I was like, I don't want to be here anymore. And it, like, everything all of a sudden was like, didn't feel right in my life anymore. And it was like a huge like rug pull. Oh, now what do I do?
I think there is a feeling of some sort. It doesn't have to be that you have this, a diagnosis, or someone passes away, or, like this big truck hitting you kind of experience. But it really is all about how you feel about something. So maybe it is the bigger experience, or maybe it is you just don't feel like you've outgrown your life as you have known it. And that's just God saying there's different, there's more for you. Let's pivot.
Yeah.
There's something else out there, and it's really tuning in and listening. Because if we don't, then the messages are going to get louder, and they're going to be harder, or going to work is going to feel so hard, just so difficult. And you had shared that with, going to work when you were teaching. I felt that too twice in my life, where, I was going to work, and my body was telling me, do we have to go in there? I felt like, my body giving me this message, like, oh my gosh, I was on a lunch break and going back, and it was just a stuffy office, in corporate. And my body was like, this is not us. Please don't send us back there. And I was like, wow, what a feeling. And I ended up quitting, a short time after. But it's being able to listen to your intuition and to your body before it ends up being this huge, kind of scenario, or something that's a really deeper pain. And I would say, just get curious. Ask God, what's my vision? Like, what am I here for? Why am I here on this earth? And what's next for me? And just get curious now, and start to listen to those intuitive downloads and messages that are going to come, because it's a much nicer journey.
Yeah, definitely. And, there are many women who also struggle to listen to their intuition, because we've been living in a hyper masculinized world where, you know, our healing powers and our healing powers, we're magic. Like, women are magic. We are like pure magic. We have periods every month that allow us to conceive. We are like actual pure magic. Like, we're miracle makers. We are. And it's been taken away from us so many times by, you know, by people that feared us. And it wasn't just men that took it away from us. Other women took it away from us too. You know, we've been portrayed by women as well as men. Like, we can't place it all on men. And this is the thing. Like, this is why when we come back into integrating the masculine, we want to honor the masculine in us. Like, we want to be like, wow, he's a king, and I want to be proud. Like, when his win is my win and my win is his win, right? Like, I want to build this kingdom together. It's like, I need the two in unison. And for sure, I've been feeling like I've been neglecting my masculine recently, like my divine masculine, just because I've been so in a space of overgiving and overdoing that, like, I've found it hard to download visions recently, and I don't like it. It doesn't feel good to me at all. And so just like connecting in with that, and yeah, like for me, it was like simplifying my life. So because I lived abroad for so long, I was like, wow, I still have all these ties to all these countries. I just need to shut it all down and like bring it back. And so that's what I've been doing the last couple of weeks, really feeling that cleanse and that purge. But it's required me to be in my masculine, because I've had all these forms to fill in and like people to call and online things to fill in. And yeah, it's like you need that masculine to put it into action. Like, my feminine just came in and went, no more. I cannot do it. We need rest, Shani. Let's sort it out. I needed the masculine to come in and support me and do that. But then at the same time, when I overdo it, I'm like, I can't continue. I'm so tired.
Yeah,
I'm no good.
Your body,
right?
yeah, your body and your mind will tell you no more.
Body first, mind second. Always, it's always living in your body. Always living in your body. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you would you recommend then for people to come back into their body, is to do that through meditation or breathing or just getting quiet? And that's what we've been doing at the school, is really just teaching people how to come back in. You know, often we've been taught our whole lives that everything is outside of us to be happy. God's outside, you know, anything that's going to make us feel good, or another person is all outside. But this is now the time we're all going within. And I really feel that by being able to do that, it's totally different. It's a different perspective, and it's what do I need versus from myself versus what's out there that I feel that I need.
Yeah, 100%. Like, coming back into your body holds all of the wisdom codes. Like, your body is your biggest teacher. And that's why everything that I do is embodied. Like, when I do work with people, when I do sessions with people, it's either breathwork sessions, and that is a full body experience. That is like 100% a full body experience. It is like an exorcism. We are releasing your trauma from like the deepest subconscious of your mind that you will never access by talking in a million years. It's amazing and transformational, and I could just talk about it all day. It's like amazing. And you are empowering yourself through doing that. And then also, through embodiment, like deep meditations. But I don't mean like surface meditations, like deep meditations where you're really going back into your body, listening into what is going on. And, you know, we are so fully bombarded with noise and everyone else's social media and everyone else's like, you know, the news and what have you. There's just so much, you know, I think especially, you know, well, we all know over the last year and a half, we don't need to keep saying it, but like things just keep changing all the time as well. So people are living very much in like this fight, flight, what's happening next, if they choose to stay there. And when they're buying into that rhetoric, it feels unsafe. It feels super unsafe for so many people right now. And when we feel unsafe, our nervous system feels unsafe. And when our nervous system feels unsafe, we stop breathing. And when we stop breathing, we compromise ourselves. So we stop pulling in life force. This is why conscious connected breathing is like amazing, because we're pulling back the life force. But so many of us are not breathing, you know, and we need the breath. We really need the breath. It is our life force, and it's an amazing teacher. And we're not just using it for survival. Like we really want to thrive and be a master of it.
Yes. Good. Well, let's wrap up. Thank you so much for being here today. I know you have a full moon ceremony tomorrow evening. If you just want to share with people how they can reach that.
Yeah. So I hold moon ceremonies every month. We have one coming up for the full moon. Although the moon is in the sky tomorrow, I'm holding it on Sunday night.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, 8 p.m. UK time. And you can find all the information for that on my website and in my Facebook group and on my Instagram. So you can see it. I think you've got all my links.
Yeah, shanibella.com is your website.
Shani Bella Coaching.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it's shanibellacoaching.co.uk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yep.
Website. Yeah. Facebook group is a gathering of hearts, soon to be changing into something else. And my Instagram is Shani Bella Coaching.
Okay.
So you can find me there. And yeah, it's a beautiful ceremony. It's a beautiful space of sacred sisterhood, and we always have meditation. I channel meditation. So whatever comes through for the energy of the collective there. And we have intuitive writing, intuitive journaling, embodied movement and dance, body flow, and a sharing circle. And it's just really a beautiful space, a community of women. And last year I ran an immersion, a free immersion called Awaken Your Divine Feminine Codes. And it led into a membership, and I will be rerunning the Awaken Your Divine Feminine Codes immersion coming up. Dates yet to be confirmed, just because I'm about to move house, so I want to settle into my space before I start to put more energy into something that I want to put my heart into. But that will be coming up again this year, and I'm really excited to share that again because it was a huge awakening for a lot of women.
So beautiful.
And the membership is beautiful. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate your time. And yeah, I'll see. We're online together in a couple of groups. So I will.
Yeah. Am I allowed to take a picture of us on this? Is that okay?
Yeah, for sure. Actually, that's a good idea.
I hold up my phone like this, so you'll see. I'll do it like that. There we go. Yeah, amazing. Thank you so much for having me on. It was wonderful to connect with you again.
Yes, you're very welcome. You have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye. Oh, wow. What a day. I'm going to bring Virginia on. Thank you so much. That was really great. I've been wanting to speak for like a month, so I was really happy to hear all of that.
Yeah, wow. What a day, hey? What a beautiful day. I've just been, of course, in the background and listening and commenting and you know, and I was like, oh, I want to go do my meditation. It's like, oh, but 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. I didn't miss anything. What a great day. We have got so many great people, you know, that do such wonderful things for the world around us. We're so lucky. We're so lucky. Wow.
If you happen to be on and listening or catching the replay and you have a message to share, you have a soul-led business and you want to get it out there, we will give you a 30-minute spot to share. I think it's so powerful that we unite as a community of other just conscious people, basically. Excited. I found a couple of DJs actually that are conscious DJs that I'm hoping to get on either next month or the month after. So that's really cool. Some neat people that have already reached out to me, or I've just, you know, seen out and they're doing their magic out in the world. And we've already started booking for March and April. So if you know of someone or you yourself want a spot to speak, please send me a DM and happy to connect. And thank you. Thank you so much for being here today. For all of those who came in and out, the replay is going to be available in our Facebook group in the guides section eventually when more posts get on top of this one. And we're back tomorrow. We have another full day of more beautiful speakers here to share their message. And we start again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern until 3. And yeah, just looking forward to another full day. Thank you so much for everyone's comments, hearts, likes. Diviana, you're the best heart giver. Thanks, Mom, for hanging out. And yeah, everyone just have a really great evening. Really in a meditation today, ask God, why am I here? How can I serve if that's where you feel called to, or even just, what's your purpose to be here in your own healing journey? And we are just so thankful that you spent time with us. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. Bye for now.